people can hear us out there. Here you turn it on to the actual, tune it into the actual receiver. So you buy a receiver, and they call it binding. So you bind the receiver with the transmitter. So that one transmitter will do up to 29 models basically. So the receiver's mounted. I might get this to focus. So that bit of blue circuit board is the receiver. It's the same size as the other board that's on there. The other one is the LED control board, and then underneath there is the electronic speed controller.
Oh wow!
So, and then of course the servo, and the servos are modified because servos tilt from one end. So if I move this back, there we go. So this has got a mod kit on it with this brass plate, an extra gear there, and then this cam arrangement done for the to hook up the steering. And of course it's got independent suspension on the front end, which works quite well. But all of this is all the guy that builds it, he's a watchmaker. So it's all done on his CNC machine. So it's all machined. Well, stop the camera from vibrating. There we go. So yeah, so the servo is what they call a nano servo. So there's a picture of a there's a nano servo before it's had the mod kit. So there's the brass plate. There's the cam gear. So that's actually got a gear teeth cut on the inside of it, which I think you can just see. Maybe if I bring it down a bit further, will it focus? Oh, if I move that over in front of the camera, there. It's sort of focusing, but yeah. So there's teeth on there and in that plate, and then there's that gear there that goes on the top of the drive for the servo, and then that makes it pivot in the middle. So you end up having to chop the servo in half basically to take half of the body away for it to fit in there. And the chassis is all made out of CNC carbon fibre. So he's actually made the switch clips in. That's the charge port there for the batteries. The battery's an 80 milliampere hour lithium polymer battery. And then that's the body that goes over the top of it.
Wow. And what's the charge or the run time on that battery?
That'll give you about 40 minutes worth of running. And it takes about 30 minutes to charge it up from flat. So it's not too bad, but
yeah.
But the one that we're starting on is this one. This is the new four-wheel drive chassis that he's released. So this chassis's got full independent suspension all round. It's four-wheel drive. There's a drivetrain down there. And then we have two differentials in there. So we've got two diffs as well.
Now, someone who is interested in getting into doing these cars, what's the cost going to be?
Well, the Le Mans kit. So this one, um, including everything except the battery and the transmitter, is 135 US. The four-wheel drive kit, the chassis on its own, you then have to buy the body that goes on it, which is one of these, a Bush Mercedes G-Wagon. So you got to buy the body, you've got to buy the receiver, but the chassis with all the LEDs is $225 American.
Wow.
So all in all, to set up like one of these models, you'd be looking at 300 US to get it up and running.
Yeah.
But when you look at the engineering in these, it's amazing.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Martin, thank you very much for filling what time we've had.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a jump around all over the place. So
yeah.
I'll turn this off.
So we'll be back in a few minutes with our next collision. Okay. Wow. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening somewhere in the world. After 3 hours of technical difficulty, we finally got a stream up, at least the YouTube. The Facebook stream will not be showing, but we do have YouTube. Our next get my tongue working here. Our next presenter is David McLaughlin. He is a retired conservation architect, an avid HO American model railroader, uh, and he's been living in England since 1963. He loves doing detailed historical research to learn more about the structures, so he enjoys scratch building. David has just discovered a Pennsylvania church building that will be featured in today's presentation. The church was built with timbers from Georgia and Virginia and were brought to the site by trains in the 1900s. Please welcome David.
Thank you all so much for joining me today. We're delighted to be here, and thank you for this great initiative, bringing the world of model railroad around the world. My summers as a boy in America were spent watching Westmoreland trains roll by the Highfield train order office just over the Mason-Dixon line in Maryland, a short bike ride from our home at Monterey Circle in Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania. Between trains, I did my first measure drawings of the building, the Highfield train order office, back in 1961. Building a model of the Highfield train order office seemed just the right place to start than modeling the Western Maryland Railway some 3,000 miles away and 22 years away from what I had known and loved as a boy. I was confirmed at the Episcopal Church of the Transfiguration in Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania, just down the track from Highfield, by the Blue Ridge storage yards. I'm really fond of this mountain place and see the Church of the Transfiguration as one of my spiritual homes, another very special modeling project. Well, I love scratch building. I think it's fun, and you can model any prototype structure you want. By scratch building, you'll never have to wait for that special kit to be produced. There's no problem about the kits being too expensive or no longer being available. You can create just what you want, when you want, and make it fit your ideas, your layout, and importantly, your budget too. Scratch building structures can help make even the most complex structure affordable by enabling you to build it bit by bit as your budget allows, just like in the real world. So, what do you need to start? Well, I think the very first thing is to have an idea of what you'd like to model. In my case, it was simple. I wanted to model the area around where I'd grown up on the Western Maryland Railway on the Pennsylvania-Maryland border. I had some photos I'd taken as well as measured drawings I'd done of two Western Maryland Railway buildings, and I was keen to start my first two scratch-built buildings. The first lesson I learned is that I didn't have all the information I would have really liked before starting to build them. But that's just the kind of thing I find out in each project I tackle. This naturally leads to the second lesson, the good enough factor. I like the idea of the good enough factor. After all, you can always come back and rebuild bits or indeed all of models. Which brings to mind the third lesson. I was so excited to be back at Highfield years later and to hang out just where I did 22 years before that I didn't take the opportunity to measure and photograph all that I could have. Nowadays, I make a checklist of what I want to record well in advance and keep it for reference. If you don't have a specific prototype or location in mind, where do you start? Railroad Historical Societies publish a lot of really good information, and of course the internet and Facebook provide astonishing resources of historic photographs, maps, aerial photos, and almost unlimited information. My favorite source of ideas is working from old photographs and maps, as we'll see. That feeling that you just have to build it when you see the photograph of it for the first time. The crazy Swiss chalet look of Edgemont Station made it an absolute must and called out, "Model me." And of course, that is the fourth lesson. You really need to want to model a particular building or structure to make building a model of it really enjoyable. In my case, one of the things I decided early on is to check to see that the buildings I choose to model look American and can't be mistaken for being anything other than American. Scratch building was the answer. This is Waynesboro, Pennsylvania, where my family's from been there from the 1740s, and I get a real buzz from tracking down old photographs and maps to further my model building. A good example is this, the Waynesboro, Pennsylvania Western Railway Station and Railway Express Agency Depot. In this case, I only had this one photo that I'd taken in January 1963, age 14. It shows the south elevation of the depot, and in the mid-distance, what I then knew as a gas station. It took me about 8 years to find the remaining series of photos, some dating back to the early 1900s. These enabled me to understand what the depot had looked like originally and how it had changed over the years. In addition, I also found that the gas station had earlier been the depot of the Cumberland Valley Railway, later the Pennsylvania Railroad. And here's a remarkable photo from 1917 of World War I soldiers leaving Waynesboro with a rare glimpse of the back of the depot. We've already seen from the 1963 photo I'd taken showing the south elevation of the depot in the mid-distance what I then knew as a gas station and service station. This earlier color photo, and a detail of it, clearly shows the gas station with its depot doors and central canted bay and depot clock. And then this archive photo shows the Cumberland Valley Railroad depot itself with its platform canopies intact. There are 3 series of maps and charts that I found extremely helpful. This June 1947 Sanborn insurance map is the closest map to the date of the 1960s era that I'm modeling, so it's a great starting point. The insurance maps of the Sanborn Map Company are at a scale of 50 feet to 1 inch are invaluable. The number of stories of each building and section of building is shown, as are canopies and overhanging roofs. This is very helpful when modeling depots, as one can see in the finished model of the Cumberland Valley Railroad depot. The L-shaped canopy was its signature statement. These original Sanborn maps are color tinted to note the different building materials that were used: yellow for timber, pink for brick, and blue for stone. But in these black and white images, I've tinted Western Railway property and right-of-way deep red, and Cumberland Valley Railroads yellow for ease of reference and comparison. For Waynesboro, there are Sanborn insurance maps for 1886, 1891, 1896, 1902, 1910, and finally June 1947. One can therefore trace in detail the growth and decline of the 2 railroads, the Western Maryland and the Mont Alto, later the Cumberland Valley, and later still the Pennsylvania, building by building and track by track. You can even discover the appearance and disappearance of a turntable. The Sanborn insurance maps have far more details of buildings. They even have details of the internal layouts of the ground floor of commercial buildings, including the soda fountain in my Uncle Funky's drugstore in Center Square. The third source of maps I found was the Western Maryland Railway Company's track charts for Edgemont to Quinsonia, dated 1935. The chart records a single line right-of-way and 5 parallel lines, denoting ballast, rail with all the weights, the alignment, the track showing the track in relation to grade crossings, signals, railroad structures, bridges, and culverts, as well as streets, watercourses connecting private company railroad tracks, and the date of track removals and grade line, including all the bridge numbers. This early photograph of homecoming celebrations had a very significant impact on my understanding of the construction of the depot. It is really around the results of this image that this presentation, the nub of this presentation is built. It emphasized its board and batten timber walls, its modular-like construction of comparatively wide boards set on a stone plinth. This was a really key photograph. Finding so many photos had been the first step. Finding the photograph of the homecoming celebrations was wonderful. I really wanted to celebrate it, so I created a large colored screen print from it to hang on the wall. The next thing I needed to do was to prepare scale drawings. My first attempt at this was based on the width of doors and windows, being either 2 foot 3 inches or 2 foot 6 inches. But I was having great trouble getting the overall proportions to look right. Luckily, I happened to go to a lecture on early American timber building techniques. This introduced me to the measurement of 5.5 yards, and this is really the fundamental thing that I wanted to talk about at this part of the presentation. For the photos, I prepared scale drawings using a scale grid based on dividing and subdividing one measurement, 5.5 yards, again and again and again. Why 5.5 yards? A rod, pole, or perch is a unit of linear measurement equal to 5.5 yards or 16.5 feet. The three terms appear to be interchangeable and are the standard unit of measurement in traditional timber buildings in both Britain and America. By dividing and subdividing this measurement in half again and again to cut timber, you avoid waste. By drawing these divisions and subdivisions, you get a modular grid, which can help you work out the dimensions from carefully looking at old photographs. How do you start? Draw your own scale grid in your scale of choice. So here I've drawn it at the scale of 1 to 87, the HO scale, or 1 foot equals 3.5 millimeters. So draw your own scale in your grid in your scale of choice. Draw it 4 rods by 2 rods. That's 66 feet by 33 feet. Subdivide the top right-hand square into half, which equals, in real world, 8 feet 3 inches. Then in a quarter, 4 feet 1.5 inches, and then an eighth, 3 feet 3.25 inches. Extend the lines as a tartan grid to a scale of 66 feet by 33 feet. Now you can overlay tracing paper onto your tartan grid and develop a plan and elevations. So if you take the standard width of doors to be 2 feet 3 inches or 2 feet 6 inches and windows as the same, you can start to develop the plan. Of course, there'll be exceptions to this, hence the term standard. But start by thinking about standard widths. Don't be afraid to draw it out and to redraw it again and again until it looks right. Using the same discipline, you can build up the elevations. You may find it easier to work up an elevation first, and then use the elevation to help generate the plan. I used this technique to prepare the drawings of the Waynesboro Railway Express Agency depot and passenger station. This led to the overall external dimensions of the depot as built, being a scale 22 feet by 45 feet. So here's the drawing. So the yellow one is showing that smaller dimension, and the orange one, the wider dimension, and how that's reflected in the plan and in the elevations. Some years later, I discovered a spectacular source for my Western Maryland Railway buildings, the insurance schedules of the foreman of road carpenters to the division engineer, dated 1913. And this is through the Western Maryland Railway Historical Society, which I do commend to you if you're interested in the Western Maryland Railway Historical Society and their fabulous journal called Blue Mountain Express and their newsletter, Speed Letter. Fabulously interesting. These, coupled with the August 1918 photographic index of the railroad's buildings, both sources now at the Union Bridge headquarters of the Railway Historical Society, confirm the good enough factor in the dimensions of the depot as modeled. So I had modeled something 22 feet by 45 feet, but this schedule records the passenger station being 20 feet by 44 feet. I could add a mitigation, and my dimensions are the external overall dimensions as modeled. Were the dimensions Mr. Stahl recorded for insurance purposes internal ones? Whichever way we look at it now, the dimensions of the finished model satisfy my desired good enough factor. Scale color is critical. The depot, as originally painted, as we see here, was just too dark. So dark, one couldn't see the details. Not only was the depot itself too dark, but so was all the surrounding scenery. A radical change was needed, preceded by careful color experiments. Actually, they were not only too dark, they were also too weathered. I invited my good friend and fellow NMRA British Region member Chris Hopper to come over and give an unfettered critique of my small layout and its buildings. The simple but robust response was that everything was too dark. That was the track, the ballast, the roads, the buildings, and the weathering. What followed was a major campaign on my part of gently retrieving the situation by preparing a new approach based on scale color. Several experiments on different backs of structures over time led to a careful program of revitalizing the layout, and while it's not yet complete, it is already looking significantly better. Study the photographs of the model railroads that you enjoy, and especially study their color palettes and weathering. The other really important thing about painting structures is to have a narrow palette or range of colors. Look at layouts and motives by Brian Moore, his fabulous Guadalupe, which was in the 2020 Model Railroad Planning book. Fantastic, a very dear friend whose beautiful Southern Pacific Guadalupe is just inspirational. And people like Fred Lagno, Tom Johnson, Mike Confalone, Lance Montana, and Pelly Soberg, all in the American Model Railroad Press and on Facebook. And you'll see exactly what I mean. The colors hang together so well. There's no place for discordant colors. A further aspect of weathering and careful detailing is that it ties all the buildings together visually. This is really important, just as having a strong railroad presence. By a consistent approach, the railroad company paint schemes for all railroad company-owned property. The second project was going to be really different. A big 100-feet-long brick freight shed. I had read of an English technique to model brickwork. Just take some card, draw parallel lines 10 millimeters apart, apply a small amount of light wood glue, and gently place individual bricks in whatever brick bond you want, 3 high per each 10 millimeter gap, using old-fashioned computer card punchings, or CAD, as it is evidently known. The Worcester, England scenery company, Green Scene, sell CAD. This is a lovely therapeutic technique that allows great flexibility in creating brick structures. There was one problem. The model as I first built it was too short. The implied symmetry of the roof structure was significantly missing in part. When I measured this with my 6-foot folding rod decades before at the age of 14, I had incorrectly presumed that I had started from the north end of the structure with a series of 6-foot measurements, counting them as I went along. But after much thought, I realized that I had not started from the north end, but from the south end. So, by starting the 6-foot lengths from the correct end, the symmetry of the roof structure was finally achieved, and I could now sleep easily. Looking at the image just to the left of the return, just here, and that you can see here, just between those, the whole end of the structure was sawn off and stretched by a further 6 scale feet and the brickwork patched. Disaster avoided. There are 4 drawbacks that come to mind. First, don't sneeze or cough, or your bricks will go everywhere. Second, this is not for the faint-hearted. This is a technique that takes time. We don't see the end wall, but a small end wall, under 2 inches square, but with 2 window openings cut in it, took me about 2 hours. Third, getting the CAD the right way up. My stock of CAD is printed on the back, and it's a real drag getting it the right way around. Fourth, it's bigger than it should be, and therefore not strictly in scale. Having said all that, choose the color of the card for the wall carefully. The color of the card becomes the color of the mortar. When the CAD has dried thoroughly, simply wipe wood stain over it and stand back and be amazed. I used Coloron Peruvian mahogany wood stain, which gives a lovely brick color for deep red bricks. The roof is card overlaid with overlapping tiny pieces of tissue paper to represent tar paper. The open door is the one my darling dad backed my grandfather's chain drive truck up to collect Capricorn, imported from Africa to add to the chicken feed at the family's Hopewell roller mill just outside Waynesboro. And just here in the bloom you can see there's an overhead beam. The iron beam was installed after December 1931 as part of a trolley hoist crane. No wonder my dear dad couldn't remember it. When I quizzed him about it, what he might have used it for, he was sent to England in January 1930, nearly 2 years earlier. Well, I would encourage everyone and anyone to get involved in the Achievement Program. I'm really enjoying it and having a fabulous time. This very simple coal trestle met the requirement for the Master Builder Structure Certificate for the building of a trestle or bridge structure. After 22 years in England, I made my first trip back to Pennsylvania for the sole purpose of measuring and recording everything that still existed. Fortunately, the coal trestle was more or less intact. And here, indeed, is my drawing from October 1985 of the site sketch of its typical trestle bed, with the key dimensions of the timber, along with my HO scale drawing of it. Each bent was made of pre-stained timber, glued together with wood glue and detailed with tiny nut, bolt, and washer castings. I'd always wondered what NBW castings were. Each completed bent was in turn glued onto a double thickness of cardstock, representing the concrete plinth of its trestle bed. This fabulous photograph shows on its left a train coming up the mountain from the Waynesboro branch, and to the right of the station, the main line from Baltimore, heading west towards Penmar Park in Hagerstown, Maryland. This is just fabulous. I love this image. And as I said earlier, my favorite source of ideas is working from old photographs and maps. That feeling that you just have to build it when you see the photograph of it for the first time. The all-American 19th century stick and shingle style of the crazy Swiss chalet look of Edgemont Station made it an absolute must and called out, "Model me." So I have. I also did a lino cut as a fun image to explore the all-American 19th century stick and shingle style impact of the Edgemont Station building, and how the dramatic alternating diagonal boarding gives such vitality to the look of the structure. The prominent chimney stack called for it to emit smoke, and certainly in model form, a soothed smoke generator is installed in the model, and it works. I used the subdivisions of my HO scale rod, pull, and perch grid technique to prepare these elevation drawings of the Edgemont Station to help me scratch build the model of the station. Layers of embossed brick sheet build up the heavy profile of the prominent chimney stack, and the windows and doors are all scratch built. Thin strips of masking tape build up the junctions of the model's rainwater goods, and the foundation stonework is weathered Will's cast sheet. This is the former Western Maryland Railway Station at Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania, was built in 1891 to replace an earlier, smaller station dating from 1872 in order to better serve a flourishing, growing summer resort community, providing a passenger service from 1872 to 1957. In 1958, the Western Maryland Railway presented the deed to the station and 1 1/2 acres of land to the board of directors of the library with the following statement. In the tradition of the good neighbor, the Western Maryland family deeds to all the families of Blue Ridge Summit this familiar community meeting place to be used as a free public library, thus continuing in a cultural sense the close relationship between the railroad and the people. Still a free public library, this much-loved station building with its delightful tower continues to serve the mountain community. Under John Mifflin Hood's presidency of the Western Maryland Railway from 1874 to 1902, 270 miles of new track were laid. The famous resort of Penmar was developed by the Western Maryland. Gross earnings rocketed from $218,000 to over $2 million, and excursion passengers had grown in numbers from 72,500 in 1875 to over 558,000 in 1898, when the Blue Ridge Summit Resort area was firmly established. The railroad realized the potential desirability of a residential summer colony at Blue Ridge Summit in Monterey. In 1884, the president of the railway company told his stockholders, "A movement is also in progress, having as its object the establishment of summer residences at Blue Ridge Summit in Monterey, in the near vicinity of the Blue Mountain House in Penmore. And judging from the class of people now turning their attention that way, there can be little doubt that in a few years, thousands of our city people will have provided summer houses in these near elevations where the most favorable conditions for good health, pleasure, and convenience to business are combined." The Monterey Historic District was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1976 and covers approximately 250 acres in the Blue Ridge Summit area of Franklin County. This, indeed, is where I was brought up in my teenage years. Monterey is a fine example of a 19th century summer resort community and still retains the gracious ambience of the Victorian era. During the 1880s, many people were reacting to life in the cities, and Monterey reflects a desire to create an ideal seasonal colony, far from factories and commerce. As a summer resort, Monterey thrived from about 1885 through World War II, as did the larger Blue Ridge Summit area. Hotels were full, parks were attractive, the scenery impressive, the climate healthy. Even as late as 1940, about a dozen foreign embassies maintained summer legations at Blue Ridge, many at Monterey, occasioning it to be often called the summer capital of the United States. But by then, the automobile had emerged, and the railroad excursion business declined. This is my emerging model of the station building. I've used N-scale Redutex sheet on the cylindrical tower of the model, which is just the right size for the diminutive fish scale hanging, tile hanging that's on here. Redutex sheets are a comparatively recent development. They are self-adhesive, flexible, and an easy-to-cut sheet material, and beautifully molded and gently colored ranges of brick, tile, stone, wood, and paving. This has enabled me to clad the cylindrical tower, which looks terrific. And then this new machine-turned stainless steel and aluminum finial was made for me most kindly by fellow NRA British Region modeler and friend Peter Everett. And what's interesting, when you see this, it makes an equilateral triangle like this. Architecturally, it somehow finishes off the building. We'll see in the next image where I've got a much shorter timber turn thing, which just looks awful by comparison. But this is based on the photographs of the station building. It literally completes the station as the height of the finial gives an implied repose to the composition of the station's trackside elevation. Grant line cast porch columns are yet to be added around the outer edge of the station's 10-foot wide verandas at 10-foot intervals, and so visually reinforce the station's grid pattern. Whatever materials you choose, be prepared for the inevitable warping. Every material I've tried over the years, card, wood, or styrene, have all been prone to warping. By carefully designing return walls as bracing, you can usually overcome most problems of this sort. However, I have had a few disaster cases where a major structural intervention has been necessary in order to save both the model and the modeler from being basket cases. A good example is this depot, which I lovingly started and then abandoned for about 8 years because the whole floor structure had badly warped. I was finally able to rescue it after thinking of building major downstand beams and using long machine screws, complete with washers and nuts, to pull out the diagonal warping. Machine screws also double up as electric conductors for the wiring to the interior light bulbs. Perhaps this is the place to add that having lovely built your model building, don't forget to bury it. When did you last see a real building sitting on top of the ground? More than likely, most buildings you've seen come out of the ground because in real life they have foundations. So build your building with foundations that can be sunk into a hole in the scenery and have the scenery go up to the building, rather than have the building perched precariously on top of the scenery. Of course, it's also a very good way of securing models from accidentally being brushed off onto the floor, a familiar and not unknown hazard on my own layout. I'm very fortunate to have a good collection of photographs of the station that I took all those years ago, as well as a wonderful range of archive photographs. But because of the perspective on the majority of the photographs that included a view of the tower, I really struggled to try to understand just where the tower was located. After many attempts at drawing the trackside elevation of the station, I realized that the station and its platform had been planned on a 10-foot square grid of 9 bays by 4 bays. The station itself was designed on a 10-foot square grid of 7 bays by 2 bays, and that the tower was located in the central bay of the 7-bay grid of the station building itself. But later comparison with the Foreman Road Carpenter's 1913 insurance schedules indicates that the grid should be 9 feet and not 10 feet as modeled. Well, there we go. I'm not going to be rebuilding it, but it's that good enough factor again. I finally realized that the major problem that had been holding me back from being able to build the scratch-built buildings that I wanted to build was the problem of finding suitable windows and doors for the different ranges of existing castings, such as Grant Line or Alexander scale models. Though these are excellent castings and I've used them, they don't allow the same degree of flexibility that scratch building your own windows does if you want to capture the spirit of a particular building. Windows in buildings are like eyes in people. They're an essential part of the building's face, so it's worth taking trouble to get them right, and to get the detailing of the framing around them right, too. Light scudding sideways across the face of the building will pick out these details, and if they're not there, the building will literally look flat in both sense of the word. Well-detailed windows will bring a building to life. The thought of scratch building my own windows was intimidating, but it has turned out to be the most liberating factor in enabling me to tackle any scratch building project I want. I no longer had to try to match available castings with the prototype I'm trying to model. I used 0.20-inch by 0.20-inch Slater's microscript to form glazing bars, sash doors, and meeting rails. The good enough factor obviously comes into play here. But new technologies have opened up endless possibilities. Laser cutting and 3D printing are two that come immediately to mind. Drawings of doors and windows in AutoCAD or Adobe Illustrator can be emailed to specialist modelers who willingly create lovely scaled doors and windows posted to your home ready to insert in your latest project. And they do look lovely. The artwork for my laser cut doors and windows for my model of the Blue Ridge Summit passenger station was done by my son, Sam McLaughlin, and emailed to York Model Making, who posted the resulting wonderful doors and windows to me. This is the church that I referred to earlier that was where I was confirmed when I was a boy. And just a few weeks ago, I found something on Facebook parallel to this of a different church, which is where I'd gone to Boy Scouts. And I messaged back to the people who posted that initial image, and then they kindly sent me this 17 megabyte image of this church, where the husband, until recently, had been the senior warden of the main parish church now. But this has been built as a summer church in the 1890s and early 1900s. And at the bottom of this photograph, when one sees it in full resolution, it refers to other drawings, which we'll see in a moment, which someone else has just sent me within this last week. And it refers to, in the text, to the timber of the building coming by rail to the site from Virginia and Georgia. So that's my southern link. Tenuous, but there we are. So this is the Church of the Transfiguration at Blue Ridge Summit. It was arose from meetings of the Protestant Episcopal community in August 1891. And from that initial meeting in August, and then in September, people were appointed to raise funds for the building. And in 1892, a contract was given for the erection of the church. The remarkably named Thomas Buckler Geckwire of Baltimore was the architect. it was to be completed by July 1st, but it wasn't until July 17th that it had its first service with 200 worshippers. But the number of worshippers exceeded demand and thus they purchased 7 or 8 dozen camp stools. The congregation continued to increase and the church was enlarged. So there's this cornerstone here as an extension of 1897, the central bit. So this is the first part, and then this bit, and then there's another bit was added on even later. An interesting sidelight on the good fortunes of the church was the issuing of passes by J.M. Hood, the president of the Western Railroad, to the architect, Mr. Thomas Michael Gaekwar, and to the fundraisers, Mr. Miller and Mr. Chipchase, when it was necessary for them to inspect progress of the building. And this, I think, is the most interesting thing. In addition, the president of the railroad company refunded the freight charges on all the materials for which the builder had paid. This was in line with the company's earlier policy of 1886, inducements to new settlers. Of course, it was in the interest of the Western Railroad to support the building of the new church. Not only was it highly visible from the original, indeed, later, Blue Ridge Summit Station, as well as from the track, and where this photograph is taken, our backs are right onto the track at Blue Ridge Summit, to Highfield storage tracks. The building served to show that the mountain resort community was well established, which would encourage others to invest in summer cottages, boarding houses, and hotels. I have the privilege of being a brother of something called the Art Workers Guild here in England, and people like William Morris back in the 1880s was involved with it. C.R. Ashby, all sorts of different craftspeople. And now with lockdown, we have fabulous Zoom meetings on it. And within the last few weeks, I've met an American architectural historian called Elaine Ellis, who lives in New York, and who's most interested in the arts and crafts. And I asked her if she could track someone down who would have access to an American architectural historical library. And lo and behold, this article from the whole volume, the 1902 volume of Carpentry and Building, is on Google Books. So Elaine has forwarded to me via her friend this fantastic resource and gives the whole detailed account of these fantastic drawings. And here they are. This is literally hot off the electronic press, so to speak. This has only arrived here within the last few days. Very exciting for me. And then here's my model of the church. We just get back to this a moment. In the text to go with here in the text, it refers to the rough lumber is a Virginia pine and all outside work #1 cypress with weatherboarding. The shingles on the walls and roofs are Bangor white cedar and were soaked in boiled oil before being laid. The same dressing was also applied to the weatherboarding and outside work. The windows, doors, etc. are cypress, the window sash being pivoted. The roof timbers are dressed Georgia pine. The interior walls and ceiling are dressed Virginia pine, tongue, grooved, and beaded. The pews are of Georgia heart lumber. The interior is finished in 1-coat filler and 1-coat hard oil darkened for the timber. So it's been very exciting to have this link. So the railroad went on to Hagerstown, and there was an interchange with the Norfolk and Western there. I'd love to know what rail lines would have brought it from the deep south up to presumably to Hagerstown to be come on. So perhaps someone could get in touch with me, and my email is going to be at the end of the presentation. But I just love this sort of exciting historical research. So on the left, top left, is an old postcard of the building, and on the right, my first model of the Church of the Transfiguration. and I wanted to use it on a modular layout, but it was just too wide, and I didn't have the heart to saw it down. So here's the earlier model. So I decided to make a new model. This new wedge-shaped model going from full width to a narrower width at the liturgical east end. This would give me the opportunity to model the glorious central tower of the church with its iconic pyramid roof and its liturgical north transept. The artwork for the laser-cut doors and windows for my model was done by my colleague Nigel Spragg and emailed to Chris Denning of CD 3D Design. And then he posted the resulting wonderful doors and windows to me, as well as the fabulous cut self-adhesive strips of HO scale wood shingles. After painting, I glazed the windows by painting microscale crystal clear on clear acetate and offering the clear acetate and crystal clear up to the inside of the window. Now I also use deluxe materials, glue and glaze. I try to do only one wall at a time and stand the model on its side or end to let the crystal clear dry to form lens-like patterns in each pane. I find this slight distortion looks like old glass and gives a slightly obscured view of model interiors, which I like. I've also had myself scanned by the delightful Alan Butler of Model U, holding the original model of the church, so that I can be modeled standing on the steps of the porch, holding the model of the church on the model of the church. So there we are. And there's the work in progress. I encourage anyone and everyone to get involved in the achievement program. I did, and I have the privilege of having earned my Master Builder Structure Certificate now over 25 years ago. By taking part in the program, I was not competing with others, but raising my own awareness and standards of structure building techniques and enjoying extending my model building skills. I hope by sharing this with you that you will want to try it too. So good luck and happy scratch building. And of course, thank you to you all for your friendship, encouragement, and sharing know-how through the NRA. And special thank you for encouraging my sketch building to Peter Bowen for sharing his know-how, help, and enduring friendship. Louis Coulon, my wonderful grandson, for his superb soldering. Chris Hopper for sharing his know-how and the idea of scale, color, and friendship. Brian Moore for sharing his know-how, enduring friendship, and enthusiasm. Steve Park for encouraging me to take part in the achievement program. Gordy Robinson, so much for creating and curating NRA virtual model railroad conventions, and especially to Kay Ross, my dear wife, for marrying me and tolerating my enthusiasm for model railroading. So thank you so much. And if you'd like to know more, then we're going to have a chat. But you can also, here's my email, david@mclross.co.uk. Please do email me. I can email you the complete text of what I've got here. And I could do send the whole thing to you by WeTransfer if you'd like that. So thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you, David. Very, very informative. And you can unshare your PowerPoint presentation and it'll get you back up on the screen. I've got a couple of questions for you.
Okay, should I take the PowerPoint down?
Yeah, take the PowerPoint down so you'll come up on the screen.
Okay.
We'll see what happens on this. So I have a couple of questions. One is from Philip H. He would like to know the brick sheet that you used, and is there a link to getting it or where you got it from?
I got it from a British company, but if you Google Redutex, Redutex, all one word, Redutex, I think it's a Spanish company, but it's certainly available in Europe and in England. And I'll keep thinking. Actually, I can look up on my phone. My phone's getting something. Yes. Okay. Yes. That's the next question. While I look something up on my phone.
They can email for the information. The second question is from Kent McBee. What was used for stonework?
Oh, on the Edgemont Station building?
It doesn't specifically say, but
okay. on the Edgemont Station building, there's, the Pico company here in England. I think they have a division called Will's Fine Cast Sheets. So it's aimed at British OO things, but they do some very fine castings, and that's a Will's Fine Cast stone sheet.
Okay. Someone asked.
What do I click on to get those things full screen here? I'm not doing very well.
That's all right. You're showing up on the YouTube fine.
Oh, okay, fine.
One of the questions was asked, are you modeling in HO scale?
Yes.
Okay. And I have a question. What's the size of your layout?
My layout is fragmented in bits. I have several modules. Let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 modules at the moment, which are normally somewhere around 3 feet long. I have the joy of being in the attic, and my dear friend Brian Moore was, because I'd gone to some module events, I thought, oh, module's really cool. I negotiated with my wife to make 3 module boards and borrowed a crosscut saw from my son and asked if I could convert our dining room into a workshop for 2 weeks. And I got really told off. There was an awful lot of sawdust. Anyway, so I made these 3 module boards that are quite chunky. And then I was taken to a show, and a British company there called Grange and Hodder had some wonderful laser cut baseboards that were 3mm ply that all beautifully locked together, and I could lift it with one finger. I thought, oh my goodness, so much simpler. And Brian Moore came along because I asked him, would he design a new layout for me? And he said, look, David, I'm 72 now. He said, you're too old to be carrying these up and down the stairs. You've damaged them as you go up and down the stairs. So I'm going to design you a new layout. You don't take it anywhere. You don't take the modules anywhere. And it's just fantastic. And then I was been enthusing about the Highfield train order office. And someone on Facebook said, has anyone got drawings of the Highfield train order office? I do. I drew them when I was 13 or 14. They're really quite good drawings. So I posted this on Facebook for this guy, and I thought I don't have the back elevation, so I put the photos of the model on, and I thought I'll share it with Brian as well. And then Brian said, oh, this is fantastic. You've got to. So I've taken up all my Waynesboro thing that I've worked on for about a quarter of a century, stowed that away to use bits of it somewhere else on the emerging thing, and modeling Highfield now. So I want to scratch build some train order stands and so on. I'm having a ball. It's just fantastic.
Great.
And much inspired, by the way, people like Randy Hamill's, the detail that people are going into, the historical research, and how, because there's limited space here. But equally, I'm having fun. Oh, and one of the big lessons of this past year, Lance Mindheim has done a lovely book called The Art of Model Railroading.
Right, very familiar
and
with that.
Most interesting. Instead of compressing something, he talks about cropping it as you would in a photograph. So instead of compressing all these different components, you think, here's the area that's really critical, and you crop it so that you keep all the dimensions that are possible to the correct. And one of the most profound things and changing the Waynesboro thing before I demolished it was I had the road, I compressed the road, I compressed the space between the road and the edge of the building. But when I put it back to all the correct widths, what a difference. It looked fantastic. So that's a big, profound thing. And the other thing, through Facebook, has been the most fabulous resource. I've taken over 2,000 screenshots, or probably 2,500 screenshots of railroad and model railroad related things. I love looking at these things and studying them. And someone who does drone shots in the area where I had lived as a child, and I messaged him and said, would you be kind enough to take some drone shots centered on Highfield? So he's done this fabulous range of drone shots for me, which is going to be the backdrop. So I've been splicing these together. My son Sam is going to do the PDF, and I'll have it printed on flexible material. And so I'll have a wonderful backdrop centered on Highfield.
All right. Well, thank you, David.
Never grow up.
Well, thank you, David, for an excellent presentation. And,
thank you so much. I've really enjoyed it. And bless you all, everything, all you do, and everybody keep safe and well.
All right. Have a good evening or good morning or afternoon, depending on what's going on.
Yes, evening here. So thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks again, and thank you all for facilitating this. I've had
You're
a wonderful time. And please, David at mclross.co.uk, you'd be most welcome. I will respond to anyone and everyone.
All right.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a break for our next presenter. Martin, take it away. right, welcome back, everybody. Our next presentation is on trees for your layout. Our presenter is Jonathan Small, originally from London, now lives in northwest England near Liverpool, has been a member of the NMRA British region since 1986, and is currently working towards his MMR. He's currently the British region vice president and is a classical musician, actually an oboist, teacher, and a conductor for a living. Has brought up two sons, one who is also a NMRA member and a trained fanatic. The other is sort of lukewarm, but Jonathan is still working on him. His better half is his son's better half is living in Washington, D.C., so he has 1 foot in the United States. Please welcome Jonathan Small.
Good afternoon, everyone, and how you doing, y'all, in the Southeast region? It's wonderful to be with you this afternoon from a very wet and rainy northwest of England. I'm going to talk about a wet and rainy northwest of the United States as well. My talk this afternoon, it started out a few weeks ago as modeling the Pacific Northwoods and how to make a lot of trees. It's kind of morphed during that time into a kind of talk about how I developed my enthusiasm for the Great Northern Railway and American railways in particular, American railways and the Great Northern in particular, how I got into all that and why I chose the Great Northern. And it leads on then to talking about the trees. You can see in the photo there is the part of my layout. It's the east portal. I always muddle them up. I don't know why. The east portal of Cascade Tunnel at Bern, Washington, with some of the trees in the background, and I'll be talking about how I make those and process the layout shortly. But the first question you might be wondering is, how does a born and bred Brit who at that point had never been to the US get into the Great Northern? Well, here's the answer. This layout became quite famous in its day. It was built by Cliff Young, Denver and Rio Grande Western from Denver. You see his model of the Denver station and yard on the right, up to the Moffat Tunnel, a very truncated version of Moffat Tunnel, west door. I think that's the east door, actually. It was supposed to be. But there we are. That's the way it went. The point was, Cliff Young was, he was in the Royal Air Force during World War II. And in his service, he met numerous American servicemen as well, some of whom introduced him to publications and photos of American trains. And I think once Cliff had seen a DRGW 2662, I think he was hooked. There was no way back for him. He'd got to get in some of these. And so he became more and more enthusiastic with his Denver and Rio Grande. And this, you see the layout that he built, a very interesting layout, quite famous in its day, and it was featured in many books and publications, some of which I still have. But it's very interesting. As you look at it, you see that the scenery work is very straightforward. The bottom left photo shows an extensive cliff, if you'll pardon the pun, which was nothing more than hardboard or plywood plastered with, plaster and painted brown to look like a rock face. But because it was vertical, as was much of the scenery, as you can see on his layout, there was very little spatial difference between one level and another. And so, as you can see, particularly in the upper two photos, there were very close juxtaposition between sections of the layout that would otherwise have been geographically a long distance apart. The backdrop was done for him by a very fine artist. It was all blues and grays and some trees painted on it, but there were very few, if any, trees that I recall on the layout itself. And so I came away from Cliff's layout with a great sense of what a superbly operating layout it was, but with a sense that scenery could perhaps be more convincing. When I came to develop my own passion for North American railways, I guess I was drawn a little bit to the same scenario of going from a city and a yard up into the mountains and to a famous tunnel. And several candidates presented themselves, but the Great Northern, with its beautiful orange and green color scheme, just was irresistible to me. And here you see a watercolor painting of a diesel train exiting Cascade Tunnel at Bern. I think that tells you all that I needed to know at the time. It's my wife who comes from Washington, D.C., and I first visited, before we were married, I visited my father-in-law there, visited my new family, and my father-in-law had N-scale trains. He had a very simple setup of N-scale trains and took me to what I think was the NMRA National Convention 1982 at the Washington Sheraton. And I came away with, you know, basketfuls of models and things, and I've never looked back. I wanted to choose mountain scenery, and the Cascade Tunnel, the more I learned about it, the Cascades, the Pacific Northwest, really did appeal to me. I guess for those of you in Florida, the Pacific Northwest is about as far as you can get and still be in the United States, or at least the contiguous United States. Perhaps not quite as far from me here in northwest of England to Florida, from Florida to the northwest of the US, but getting on, it's a pretty sizable distance, very different in climate, very different in geography. So I'm hoping that not too many of you will know much of what I'm going to say about the area, and that it may be of interest to you. A little bit of history about how the Great Northern got to the Pacific Northwest and to Puget Sound. The genius that was James J. Hill had a knack of building his railroad west in leaps and bounds. It wasn't gradual at all, but he always built somewhere where he knew there was business at the other end. So to begin with, he colonized Minnesota, then he went west into Montana, and then finally in the 1880s and early 90s, he rocketed west across the mountains to Puget Sound. And this involved crossing the Cascades. He managed to do both this and the later development of the Cascade, the new Cascade Tunnel, just before financial disasters. He wasn't caught up in them because he'd invested and got everything finished just before they started. The first crossing of the Cascades had to be done very quickly and was very difficult, and involved this incredible system of switchbacks. I think the pictures speak for themselves. The bottom right picture, literally you could see the trains going up the different level and up over the mountain. You can kind of recognize that mountain in photographs today. I think it's Cowboy Mountain or one of the others in that area. The upper picture shows just how detailed. I mean, it looks like a logging railroad rather than a main line, doesn't it? And the bottom left, well, that really shows just how much environmental degradation building of the railway caused. And as we'll see in a minute, that was also responsible for some terrible trouble and incidents they have. I guess the natural material of the trees, the forests being there, was just too easy not to use it. I mean, what else would you use? You wouldn't bring stuff in when you've got all that lumber literally growing on the hillsides. But what strikes me in a lot of these pictures is just how damaged the trees are. They all seem to have been stripped down to pencil trunks and virtually no branches, and with very little ability to hold the ground. So that was the switchbacks. There were 7 switchbacks up and down to get up over Stevens Pass. That couldn't go on, of course. It was far too dangerous. And so they then built, in 1900, they built the first Cascade Tunnel. The picture on the right, I found it was virtually just finished by the look of it. There's still temporary track on the right. So this must have been 1899 or 1900, a brilliantly clear photo. And unless I'm mistaken, the trees do look, and maybe they could be birches, I suppose, but the trees do look quite denuded. There's very little in the way of vegetation that you see in modern photos of the same areas. The bottom left photo is obviously a color retouched photo of one of the early box cab electrics. They ran electric engines through the 2.5 mile tunnel just to get through, because steam engines couldn't use a tunnel of that length without problems with oxygen for the train crew and the train itself, of course. So we had that tunnel until 1928. For a quarter of a century, they ran trains up. That tunnel was at 3,400 feet. And of course, the Cascades, as we know, are famously wet and snowy. And in 1910, there was a terrible disaster. It's quite famous. Books have been written about it. I'm sure many of you have heard of it before. This is the town of Wellington in the main photo, which its name was changed to Tye, T-Y-E, after the disaster to try and erase it from the map and the national memory. But again, looking at those just pencil sticks of trees, there can be no question that the avalanche was made worse by the activity of the railway and the railway builders. Though it was some years after the railway was built. It took days to find all the casualties. There were survivors, 23 survived, but it was obviously a disaster. And World War I intervened after this, but they clearly decided that they were then going to build a safer tunnel lower down the mountain. And so we enter the period of the new tunnel, 1925, 1928. Again, the genius Hill by then had passed away. He died in 1916. But by then, the new president and board of the GN had the same knack of building when, making hay while the sun was shining financially. And they built the new tunnel. And here are some photos I've found. This diagram of the project for the new tunnel, I think, says everything we need to know. I hadn't realized before that President Coolidge fired the shot that connected the tunnel, the Pioneer Tunnel, when they were building work on it. You see the Mill Creek shaft that went up part of the way across to try and ventilate the tunnel. The original tunnel was designed to be run with electric locomotives again, as we'll see in a second. And just finally, on there on the right, the west portal of the old tunnel there can still be found. I have visited it myself, but that's not my photo, but I have been there. The east portal is a bit lost in the woods, but the old Cascade Tunnel is still very much there to be seen. So building the new tunnel, they brought in huge numbers of workers, had to accommodate them, really had to build a kind of construction site, well, 2 construction sites up in the mountains with everything that involved. This was the west portal at Scenic, Washington, where they were starting to build, and they've got 2 temporary tracks running in there. There was a Pioneer Tunnel to the right. You see the curved track going off towards that. And then if we look, here we are. This is Bern. This is named after the city in Switzerland, probably just because of the mountains, because there was no city there. There couldn't be less in the way of civilization. A little timber trestle there crossing Nason Creek. There's still a bridge there to this day. You can see the nascent east portal coming up there, and what's obviously a mess hall or dormitory for the workers, which is absolutely no longer there, long gone, and plenty of forest around in the surroundings. As I was saying, they electrified the tunnel. They took the opportunity to extend the electric district for 70 miles to Wenatchee on the Columbia River in the east, and then to Skykomish, which a beautiful place in the mountains where there was quite a wide natural valley enclosed in the mountains, where still quite high up. It's about 1,500 feet up, I think, east of Seattle, where it was possible to build a good-sized yard and have locomotive facilities to change out for steam locomotives and then later on diesels. The train you see in the picture is the Cascadian. It was a local train that ran between Spokane, Washington and Seattle. Day train, ran in both directions, took about 8 hours to get there. Well, I'd love to have ridden it. Stopped at virtually every soapbox along the way, stopped every few miles. That's a Class Y1 electric that ran, and behind it a heater car, because the passenger stock was equipped to run with head-end steam from the steam locomotives, and that had to be supplied when the electric engine was there. A fascinating train to model. I have built a model of it on my layout. You may see a picture of that later on. And of course, surrounded by the coniferous forests. So, scenic inspiration, a little play on words here, because one of the places in the railway is actually called Scenic. One of my other passion is to visit the Scottish Highlands and to climb the mountains called the Munros. In the United States, I believe you do much more in the way of what we call trail hiking long distance paths and point to point and camping out as you go along. In this country, because of the geography, we have what we call hill walking and mountain walking, where you can get up and down a decent sized mountain in a day. I did a good walk yesterday with a good friend, in fact. And I do this in Scotland. I go up every year. And the scenery in Scotland has a lot in common with the scenery in the Cascades. On the left here, we have a beautiful picture, publicity photograph from 1947. The E7A is pulling the Empire Builder westbound near Index, Washington, with Mount Index in the background and the forest. The other 2 photos are photos of mine taken in different parts of the Scottish Highlands. I think you can see what I'm getting at, the very similar scenery and vegetation. So to do my field work, I don't have to go to the Cascades. I can do a lot of it on my summer holidays. That's my bike in the upper picture there, upper right. I was obviously off on a hill walk that day. And the lower photograph is actually a place called the Linn of Coish on the River Dee, a place very much favoured by Queen Victoria. She used to like to go there and and rest and recoup by the flowing waters of the Dee. Back to the Cascades, and this is East Portal at Bern, as it was between 1956 and 2000 in the main picture. In 1956, they decided to take the electric wire down and run diesel locomotives through the entire district. In order to do that, they had to ventilate the tunnel much more effectively than it had been done before. It was nearly 8 miles long and uphill, traveling eastbound. And the way they did that, as I think very similar to what was done in the Moffat Tunnel, was that there is a sliding door across this portal. And as the train comes up through the tunnel, the door is closed, and the building to the left houses very powerful fans and engines that basically blast a jet of fresh air down through the tunnel, a bit like a syringe. As the train comes up towards it, this fresh air is forced down past it. And as the train approaches within 100 yards or so of the tunnel exit, the door opens automatically and the train comes out. And then when the train's passed, they close the door and blast the air through the tunnel to blow out all the diesel smoke and ventilate the tunnel for the next train. Going westbound, it's much easier. The train can coast downhill and doesn't have to generate so much smoke, but they still close the door behind it and run the air to flush the tunnel. It's one of the major bottlenecks on the BNSF system to this day. There's a limit to how many trains they can get through a day. I think it has to be at least half an hour between trains. The bottom left picture is more recently, as you see, they've added a sort of rather monstrous servicing equipment to lift out the fan engines and transport them up to Highway 2, lift them up to Highway 2, put on flatbeds to take away for servicing. Highway 2 runs right behind the tunnel portal. You can, on the upper right picture, you can see a kind of ledge running across. Just behind there is exactly where the roadway is. It's a good place to watch trains, or used to be till they built this enormous cage. I don't particularly care for the appearance of that, so my model is based on the other picture. And this is another picture of the same area, which I took myself on my one to date only field trip to Bern, Washington in August 1993. I traveled on the Empire Builder, went through the tunnel, and then came back up to the Cascades to have a good look around. And this is really the model, the photograph on which I've tried to base my model of the area. And here is the model. Little bit of compression, of course. We can never model things, or rather, shall we say, what was it David called it? Not compression, but I forget what word he used, but contraction, some way of selecting composition, selecting the way that you fit your scene together. I wanted to get in all the scenic elements, the tunnel portal, the wooden cribbing behind, the trees approaching, the little structure to the right, which is there. I see that tree in the foreground on the far riverbank isn't there in real life. I'll have to take that down and put it somewhere else. And then the nacelles for the ventilation itself. And then the water of Nason Creek flowing, which has just been clipped off my picture, unfortunately. So let's get on to making the trees. Trees from astilbe flowers. I'm sure many of you know the name of Dave Frary. He's a professional scenery builder. He builds layouts to order. His book has been republished twice. This is the first edition, which I got in 1985. And I have to say, it's been my scenery Bible. I've referred to it. As you can see, it's well worn. I always have it on my layout. I'm always looking at the techniques that he uses. His technique is water soluble, meaning that everything, everything is water soluble. And but the beauty of that is that it means you don't have to wait for things to dry between steps. You can often go straight through and keep, from all the way. I've gone from literally a matrix of cardboard strips to a finished and textured scenery in one work session of a few hours in some areas of the layout, and even with rock castings all done, so long as you have time for the plaster to set. I've used plaster of Paris for much of my scenery form because it's not a portable layout, it's built in place. And in this country, the plaster of Paris we have is formulated so that it dries hard, sets hard within about 10 minutes. In American books that I read, plaster seems to take longer to set, hydrocal and other formulations. Maybe you have plaster of Paris as well and it sets in the same way as mine, but I've always found it sets quite quickly. The picture on the bottom right shows, in Dave's book, he mentions this, what he calls a weed. Astilbe aurentii, also called false spirea, a widespread perennial. I mentioned those to my wife many years ago. She probably wishes now that she'd never said anything, but she said, oh, yes, I know those. They're garden plants. And so I developed quite an interest in them because I thought that they made a pretty good simulation of a coniferous tree. Where we live in the US in Wirral, not far from here, about a couple of hours drive north, is the most beautiful area called the Lake District. Those of you who are tourists who've been to the UK may well have visited there, and if you haven't, I strongly recommend it. It'll be very different climate and landscape to the southeast of the USA, but it's extraordinarily beautiful. And this garden here, Whole Herd Gardens, they have a national collection of Astilbe varieties, meaning that they have every variety that is known to horticulturalists. And this is the patch visited just a couple of weeks ago, took these pictures of them in flower. You can see the variety of colors from white, pink, purple, red, and the sort of form that these plants have. Oh, I should just say at the bottom left there, we were looking up this morning the names by which these plants go in the US. I mean, spirea I've already mentioned, but apparently it's also called goat's beard or false goat's beard. So if you're looking for it, you may want to try those names as well. And here are the Astilbes in flower this month. Beautiful patch of plants. You know, the colors, it's a really quite a large planting they have there, which is very beautiful to see when they're in flower. The flower stems are quite strong. The flowers themselves, I'll go on to the next one. This is in our garden, our Astilbe patch a couple of years ago. It's grown a bit now. And here's a close-up of the patch that you could see there. As you see, they grow ramrod straight unless they meet with an unfortunate accident or something. They tend to flower from the bottom up, and you get these very fine tendrils on the flower elements, as it were. You can see already, looking at the top of each one, that that's going to make a pretty good coniferous tree, but there are plenty of others we can get from some of the growth lower down. Once they finish flowering, they lose their color, of course. They go a sort of brown color, and they just stay there. They don't shrivel away. The leaves shrivel away because they're perennials. They grow up each year. So what I do is I harvest them. I cut them back to ground level, which is much appreciated by head gardener, Mrs. Small. Cut them back to ground level and then dry them out. This is another stand, a couple of other stands in the garden. The ones on the left are aurentii. The ones on the right actually are Astilbe chinensis, which have a more pointed spear-like form. If you compare the two, you can see they're taller and longer and more straight. And so I use a combination of the two different types of varieties for the different types of trees. You can make pretty good deciduous trees, for example, with the ones on the left. I mean, I know there are many examples of people using dried flowers to make sedum, for example, I believe is another one that's commonly used. What I was trying to get at here was a way to make many coniferous trees, to plant a coniferous forest on the model layout. And now, once they're cut, you see how they've all gone sort of a rather dull grey brown. There's a few there just still keeping a touch of color, and I hang them all upside down like this in the garage on strings, rather like the way you dry lavender, to dry out and keep them safe, keep them from getting broken and damaged until I'm ready to process them. That up there was about 18 months ago, and I've just this month, because of lockdown, I managed to do a lot of work. I've just now run out of Astilbes, so I'm going to have to wait till the next harvest. So let's go to the workbench and make some trees. First thing is cutting the trees. There's a spear, and a Astilbe spear speaks for itself, all ready to go with an N-scale boxcar for scale. Now, obviously, again, the top we can see is going to look pretty good. At the bottom right, you can see there's a couple on the outside that might do well. But the next slide will show you how many trees I got from that one spear. A couple of the ones on the bottom are slightly curved, but that's actually not a problem. I've found that very often model layout scenery, particularly the way I seem to make it, can be quite a bit steeper than real scenery. You don't notice that when you're looking at it straight on, but it means planting forests can be tricky. Having a slightly curved trunk means you can plant a tree at a slight angle, and once the end of the trunk has gone in, the tree looks straight. You'll see what I mean later on, hopefully. The one on the right is the interesting one. That came from the bottom part. Let me go back up one. That would have come from the bottom part of the trunk on the bottom right there, you see. And I will have trimmed off all the various bits and carved it slightly to size, just snipped off the trunk at a slight angle. Now that isn't going to be as beautiful a tree as, say, the one on third from the left on the top row, but it's going to say I'm a tree in the middle of a forest. And so this is how I can make many more trees than you might think from one original spear. The tree kitchen. I've evolved a method of making these that involves as little waste and as cheap as possible. So I use reusable food trays, a mango chutney jar or tall coffee jar. It needs to be tall because we want to immerse the trees right into the diluted glue. PVA white glue, wood glue mixed with water, about 3:1, and a few drops of wetting agent. There's different ones you can use. I splashed out and bought myself some proper photographic wetting agent, which doesn't foam up as much as, say, washing up detergent, but there's many different types you can use. Scenery scatter, which will make our foliage. There are many different types of woodland scenics. There's a firm in this country called Javis that makes very good scenic scatter. Plastic spoons, tweezers, little disposable pipette, and the little glass dish, and some radio entertainment, because this is a very repetitive job. For an hour and a half, you can make a lot of trees, but you want something to keep the brain ticking over while you do it. And of course, plenty of raw trees. Adding the leaves. So I having cut the trees to size, I dip them, each one, into the glue jar for several seconds with a pair of tweezers, dip them right down until to the last branch, as it were, but try not to get it on the end of the trunk. Pop them into the little glass dish. Some of the glue will run off, and we want that to happen because we want them to be just damp with glue but not sopping wet. What I then do is I use my little pipette to take some of the glue out of the glass dish and put it back in the jar to reuse. Again, main reason for that, apart from not wasting it, is just to make sure that the trees are not too wet. And then, as you see in the picture, just spoon the foliage over the tree in all the directions, make sure that it gets plenty of cover. And then we hang them up to dry. These are little miniature sort of doll's house clothes pegs. They're only about 1 inch long. They're not the big full-size ones. And now you see why it's important to get excess glue off. If the tree has far too much glue on it, it will run to the bottom at this point and create a very bulbous tip. And we want to avoid that. It's hard enough to get, as you see, it's hard enough to get sharp, pointed coniferous trees in N scale or any scale, to be honest. Anyway, and we don't want to make it any more difficult. So that's we do that. I let them dry for, I usually make about 120, 150 trees at one go, which, as I say, takes about an hour, and then leave them to dry out overnight until they're well dry. The beauty of using the white glue is that it literally solidifies and sets up on the flower head while at the same time attaching the foliage. So they're pretty robust. I mean, you wouldn't want to sort of sweep your hand through the forest, unless you wanted to demolish it, of course. But at the same time, they're pretty strong and durable, and they'll take being handled and dropped on the floor by accident and planted in the layout with tweezers and things. They're pretty good, and they'll take some handling at this point. Just another look at the tree factory, various different scenes. Some batches of trees on the right made with slightly different color foliage to provide variety. Another batch of trees hanging up to dry, and some more trees cut ready to go for processing. Now let's put them on the layout. This was my first attempt at burn back in about back in the 1990s, actually. And those trees were originally green. They'd faded. I mean, it's a long time ago. They'd faded due to the action of sunlight and fluorescent tubes. I've now replaced all the fluorescent tubes because they give off a lot of UV, and UV is bad for fading scenery colors. So hopefully, having replaced them all with LEDs, we won't have as much of a problem with that. You can see those trees were far too tall. They looked too spindly, and the scenery wasn't really the way I wanted it to be. So I remodeled it, managed to leave one piece, put the highway in place as it should be, cardboard strips all ready to go. There's Nason Creek running under the track in the foreground. And there's the scene ready for planting the forest. I decided to add a little snow. I've painted the backdrop there to fill in the gap. And so, you know, as we all know, the technique, you can paint a backdrop so that you can't see where the scenery ends and the backdrop begins. And I'd started to plant my trees. These are only, as it says, inch and a half high. We can use forced perspective by planting smaller trees in the distance and coming to larger ones closer to the front. Similar colors on the trees on the backdrop as on the layout, so that again it blends very nicely. This is very high up on the layout. Actually, it's about over 6 feet up in the room. It's very near the ceiling because the Cascade Tunnel is up. This portal is up on the upper deck of my layout, with a helix to join the two together. A few more trees added, a little dusting of snow. I decided I wanted this to be early spring 1956, where there was just still the odd snow coming across the mountains. There's one of the wretched fluorescent tubes, which has now gone and been replaced with an LED panel. And now, much later on the bottom, going anti-clockwise, clockwise. The bottom left is the scenery. I've built the talus slope that you could see in the photos, and the forest is starting to grow down. The small picture at the top is another section of the ridge, just slightly to the left of where the tunnel portal is, where I planted another stand of trees. And then on the right, you see the forest growing down towards the road. Some of the structures for Cascade Tunnel have been done, and a cardboard mock-up of the pumping station. Nearing completion, slightly compressed, the Cascade Tunnel area, of course, but there's some guys doing something hopefully useful with their red truck, and a night scene on the right. They don't seem to have got very far, do they? Looking east from the tunnel, on the left, we have a photo of the tunnel exit and Nason Creek and the bridge. And there the forest stops. I mean, I've now planted the forest all the way along, but that's as far as I got at that point. Another night scene, a heavy freight coming out of the tunnel and coming around into Bern. I've now built the little electrical substation that you might recall seeing in my photo that I took in 1993, and with more forest behind that. Also foreground scenery to blend the whole thing together. And now some other locations on the layout. The west portal at Scenic, where and then further east from Bern, we reach a location called Gaynor and White Pines Road. Now this is, west portal is tucked in at the east end of Scenic. And if you go in through that tunnel, there's then a 5-turn helix that comes up to Bern on the upper deck. Here I did a little bit of inspiration from Cliff Young's layout and did a very close geographical separation between the tracks at different locations with some vertical scenery. This is the only place I've really done it to quite such an extent. It was a slightly tight corner of the room. I needed to get a turn of the track in there, which meant truncating the slope next to the track at Scenic slightly, but it works. I'm content with it, let's say. The picture on the right shows, it's obviously during I was planting, because you can see I've put trees down on the ground on the left. Built a new bridge, and I'm building this forest again along the slope. And here's West Portal. The bottom left is the real West Portal with the little sentry tower from, I guess, from World War II. I don't really know. I've not been able to find any information about what that actually was, but it's clearly disused. Anyway, I built it, put it into the scene. And then the top picture is looking from the portal back down the track. The Scenic Depot was actually on the right of the track further down, but on my layout, there's a drop away to another level, so I had to relocate the depot. But here you see on a fairly narrow section of scenery, I've planted 3 or 4 stands deep of trees all the way along there and completely transformed the scene, made it look so much better. And the main picture, just a freight coming out of the tunnel. More scenes at Scenic. Speak for themselves. I have now fixed the light leaks, the light coming out from under the wall of the depot. You'll be pleased to know. Sometimes you need to take photographs of your work to see what the mistakes are. Sometimes I find I see things that I haven't noticed in real life. back on the upper deck. This is along on the main picture bottom right. If you imagine, the east portal is way off to our right, and we've come along to Burn, and the Gaynor tunnel is there on the left, and then the forest extending around. That big, slightly ungainly mountain looking thing is actually there to disguise the wooden supports that stabilize the layout up to the ceiling, so it doesn't rock if you bump against it. So they had a sort of functional purpose. And my favorite GP30, just turning the corner. In the bottom right picture, you can see where Sky Comish will be. That's still under construction on the lower deck of the layout. And this is the area I call Gaynor before and after. Bottom left picture with the trees rather as before, a bit too tall, a bit too spindly, and of course they'd faded. So they were all recycled. I literally snipped them all off at ground level. Pulling them out tended to tear the scenery, so I just cut them off and trimmed them. In some cases, I was able to get 2 out of 1, the extra tall ones, retreated them, and then all of those trees there are relocated in the main picture on the right around the mountain. They're all reused. And in the far distance in the right picture, you can see where Cascade Tunnel Burn is. The color difference isn't quite as pronounced as that. Actually, there was some quirk of the light in that photo that made it the green look that much darker in that photo. Coming around the mountain, this was actually last summer, growing the forest down towards White Pines Road there, where the pink scissors are, and across the bridge at Gaynor. In the top left photo, again, the top left of that photo, you can see the sawmill at Winton. Doesn't really feature in this particular presentation, but that's a major customer on the layout, which I built back in 2015. White Pines Road. This is work I did in the last few weeks. Most of this tree planting, building the little bridge there, the little footbridge that you see, and finishing that scene off. Just a reminder for myself in some ways, the effect that we're looking for. This is where some actual photos of Stevens Pass. And on the layout, the same GP30. It's one of the few locomotives that wasn't dusted and put away safely during the scenery building time, I guess. And a truck negotiating the rough country road, the White Pines Road. Approaching Merritt. And this is what I'm working on literally as I'm talking to you this weekend and last week and so on. Top left, that's the Merritt area as it looked in 2018, and that's what it looks like now, with a visit from the Cascadian, the train I mentioned earlier on. Merritt, to some extent, I've freelanced it. The 3 sort of working houses for the crews are sort of freelance, really. The other structures, on the other hand, the 3 with the water tower and the depot, those are based on structures that actually existed or still exist at Merritt to this day. I think that speaks for itself, the picture on the right, and those pictures I just took this morning to add to the presentation for you. So if I just go back, that top left picture, quite a difference between that and now what we have there now today. And I hope you can see what I mean about how the effect of planting literally thousands of these trees is totally transformative to the layout. It is a lot of work, but it's well worthwhile. And over a period of time, I guess most of what you've seen of the new trees around Burn, well, not so much Burn, but Gaynor, Merritt, and Scenic has been done in the last year or two. So, and I am still working. So it's not something that's impossible to do. Lockdown, of course, has helped. Got a lot more work done, but I've done other things too. This picture I just took on the off chance, and actually I was rather pleased it came out nicely with the borrowed backdrop on the other side of the layout, Mount Bearing, a part of the layout I haven't included in this talk, but I'm quite pleased with that. And for that little bit of extra authenticity in the Pacific Northwoods, we need Bigfoot. But I do have to say that I have found it very difficult to get reliable prototype information about him. So there we are. Thank you very much for following my presentation. It's been a great pleasure being with you all, with y'all. And I hope you have a great day. And I'm very pleased to answer any questions or supply any further information you might like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Great work. Really looks fantastic. I got a couple of questions from the chat. One was, would the material that you're using for trees be okay for HO? Yes.
Hang on. Let me just try and get myself on screen here. Can you see me now?
I can see you. We have a slow feed to the YouTube, so you're showing now. You and I are showing.
Yes, I've been thinking about this because, of course, I model in N. The answer is yes. I have many trees which would be very suitable in HO. And again, you could choose your variety of plants to give you the kind of trees that the size that you want. One thing I didn't mention in the layout in the talk is selecting the size of trees that you'd like. I've found that it's best to go with trees that are not much more than 2.5 times the height of the trains. Bigger trees do, of course, exist in nature, but they tend to shrink the scene and look a little unrealistic, as you saw in my pictures. But there are varieties which have thicker stems, and sometimes just certain flowers on certain plants that have thicker stems, more suitable for HO, and a bit more foliage that would work extremely well.
Okay. A second question is, how much garden does it take to grow? And they're saying, say, 100 trees, but how many trees can you usually get out of a plant?
Well, should I go back to the presentation and just find another?
Sure.
Go back. Let me just find the picture of that garden area there. That one. Share screen.
Yep. Share screen.
Application window share. There we are. Let's share that one.
There we go.
Can you see that? I mean,
yep.
that as you can see there, there's what about a dozen good-sized stems of plants. And if you think I'm going to get a dozen trees out of each of those, we're probably talking about 100 trees in that photograph.
Okay.
And that's probably one plant. And we have, how do I make sense of this picture now? What should I do? Stop sharing. That's the answer.
Yeah, that's the easiest way.
Yeah. I've got several patches, 4 or 5 bunches. The way astilbes grow, they tend to spread out through the ground, and then more come up each year. Then you can break the clumps apart and replant them, and then they'll expand further. So, but if you've got, I would say, if you've got an area, say 10 foot by 3 foot, you could grow quite enough to keep you busy all through one winter till you get the next lot the next year.
What's the size of your layout?
It's in a strange shaped room. It was in a room that was once, when I bought the house, was 2 small bedrooms, originally for the butler and the maidservant in the Edwardian times here and Wirral. It was 2 small bedrooms, both with a sloping, like dormer window on either side. So the roof is a little bit like this. I knocked the wall out in between and turned it into one studio room. So it's about, I guess, 20 feet from one end to the other, but the slightly constricted shape because of these you're up in the roof space. It's a proper room, not an attic or a loft. But it works very well. So I had to design the layout carefully. My helix, for example, is tucked into one of the dormer windows. Just to make sure I could find space for it.
Okay. Well, that's all the questions I see here.
Good.
Thank you again for your presentation.
Well, it's been my
fantastic work, as Doug Alexander has chatted.
Thank you.
So,
I mean, I guess one thing about getting enough, if you know other people who have astilbes in their gardens, get them to give you their offer to go and deadhead their flowers for them at the end of the season.
Yeah,
that's another way to get more.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Well, thank you again, Jonathan.
Okay.
And we'll be back in a few minutes for our next presenter, and I will be turning the hosting over to Neil Erickson, not Eric Nielsen, as we do on the AML network. But I will be turning it over to Neil, and we'll go from there. So
okay,
thank you again, Jonathan.
My pleasure. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
voice is kind of...
Okay. On air after all the problems we've had with the stream, and we've got Neil Erickson here as our new host. If we can drag him away from his ukulele, I think he's playing lead ukulele for Led Zeppelin at the moment. So Neil, it's over to you.
Thanks, Marty. Good morning and welcome. Or it's morning for Marty because it's like 3 a.m. in Australia. Got Randy Hamill all the way from Connecticut.
Yep.
Right? Just north of Hartford, I think.
Yeah, kind of west, but yep.
And not far from Springfield, you lucky dog.
Nope.
So, for starters, I'm Neil Erickson coming from the Big Island of Hawaii live. Well, it's live right now, but someday it won't be. But Randy is our next presenter, and he's modeling the New Haven Railroad, 1946 to 1954, right?
Yep.
So you're modeling New Britain, Connecticut, which I assume isn't far from where you live. And you've been writing about this for more than a decade, and you could check it out at New Britain Station, right? NewBritainStation.com. Is this your blog?
Yeah.
Your blog site. He's also a founder of the Prototype Junction. It's a manufacturer that's trying to take on crowdfunding to produce models, like a lot of the other hobbies do in order to get models that we all want, but they're not necessarily available. So I think it's pretty fantastic. So Randy, welcome, and I'm going to let you take it over. And if you want to share your screen or whatever you're going to do, sounds great.
Yep, sounds good. Alrighty, let me share. We need here. So today I'm going to be talking about operations. This is actually kind of the second in a series I'll be putting together. The first one was kind of a summary, and it is available on YouTube and all if you want to go find that later on. But today I'm going to look at primarily the jobs performed by the railroad, and I'll get into why I'm doing that in just a moment. So just kind of a summary as to what I'm trying to accomplish here. So for my layout in New Britain, Connecticut, on the New Haven, in that post-war era, as you mentioned, I want to learn more about the prototype operations, and I've done a lot of research, have a lot of research for that. Try to simulate those aspects, all those aspects of the operations. Also teach others, not just doing the clinics here, but kind of coming to operate as sort of, a way to do that. But I also want it to be a real flexible system because I want to open it up to, and I have really, to as many people as I can, getting people coming from out of town, as well as, my local regulars and so on. So I want to be able to tailor the operating system to the people that are actually operating at that point and what they find interesting. So my main goal is for the operators to feel like they're actually working the railroad. So the operating experience itself, and everything sort of works around and from that perspective. I look at operations as a model as well. We're actually modeling the work that the railroad does, in addition to modeling the railroad itself. So I kind of see 4 different aspects of prototype operations: the jobs performed by the railroad, the movement of the cars, the movement of the trains, as well as the paperwork that's used. And if you did watch the earlier one, you'll notice that I've changed the order slightly here because I'm starting with the jobs performed by the railroad, because that's really what I think is the best starting point for designing your operations, or at least for me, it's kind of where I think that everything kind of hangs off that, which is kind of the opposite as what has been done before. Neil, also, I think you're still live there. Do you want to mute? So my kind of approach to that is not to reinvent the wheel. So if I'm basing this off prototype practices, and that's kind of my starting point. but you can learn from other model railroad operations as well and other approaches. And when you go operate other railroads, and I recommend you operate on as many layouts as you can, figure out what you like about it, what you don't like from those, but then go back and see how that differs from the prototype. What is it that's, a lot of model railroad operating schemes are kind of based off of other model railroad operating schemes. And as they've evolved over time, they're getting further away from the prototype practices. And so I want to always circle back to that prototype operations. And then you just use that to determine what you want for your railroad, because this is really, for you and your friends and your operators to have a good time. So let's look at the jobs themselves. This is kind of the focus today. These are the most common jobs that we'll see on model railroads, engineer conductor, obviously. And then depending on your layout, you may have other ones. We often combine these jobs. It's not uncommon for a layout to just have a focus on the engineer conductor and the car movement through a car card and a waybill system or something like that. And many layouts don't need all of these jobs, but we'll touch on all of them through here. So I'm going to start with the engineer. The engineer is the easiest job on the layout in most cases. It's best for new, or what I would call unqualified operators. And it's not really a question of whether they've ever operated a model railroad before or know anything about the railroad or the prototype. It's really more a question of whether they're new to your layout. Because they're not going to know where all your industries are, any tips or tricks in terms of how to service some of those industries or do some of the switching or things like that. So that's kind of what I look at for being qualified or unqualified. On the real railroad, a new engineer or conductor or whatever would operate with somebody who's already qualified on that line to learn about all the things about that line before they get the job and do it on their own. So these are the three things, the primary things that the engineer does. They go ahead and go back, as they say. They also follow the rules of the railroad, and then they also have to pay attention to their ground crew. And in our case, it's a virtual ground crew because we're not actually going to have a lot of people besides these two jobs typically. So what do these mean? Go ahead and go back. Well, it seems pretty obvious, right? So how do we enhance that experience, though? First off, you want to run the locomotive like it's the real thing. I've been to a lot of places where I'll see somebody switching a yard, for example, and they're just going back and forth as quick as they can between each car without, actually running it like it's a real train or a real locomotive. So you want to learn how to work with the system itself, the momentum and braking features, especially if you're running on somebody else's layout for the first time. It takes some getting used to how they've configured their system depending on what they're using. But you want to use those to operate it like it is a real locomotive and a real train. Another way to do that is from the system itself. So if you're running DCC as the layout owner, you can use the way you program the system, and you can provide functions for extra sounds, coupler clank, and so as the engineer, that's something that you would be doing when you're hooking up to a car. You'd hit the coupler clank sound if you want. You can do flange squeal as you're going around corners and all curves. Running operations or options, ESU full throttle, if you're not familiar with it, is a system where you can notch up the diesel locomotive without increasing the speed. So if you're going up a grade, you can notch it up to get more power without actually changing the speed of your system. Other decoders have similar functions. So you can take advantage of those to enhance that engineer experience in what you're doing when you're running the trains. And my buddy Chris Adams has a card for each locomotive with instructions on how the brake functions work and stuff like that on his layout for the engineers to get those extra features. Sure, no problem. It's just full screen. I don't know how I would change that. No, that's all right. I'm just sharing the application window. So yeah, I don't know how we alter that. All the controls I have are for PowerPoint, not for the sharing. So I don't think I have too much over there, but I don't know how we can change that. So we'll have to kind of go with it, I guess. I can't see what you guys are seeing. So another way to enhance the experience, if you haven't seen the Proto Throttle, this is probably the only product I'll put in here today. It's an amazing product. A friend of mine, Dale Kritzky, uses them on his layout, and they're on my list to get as soon as I can at this point. It is a two-handed throttle. It's fairly large, but if you put a lanyard on it, it makes it easier. But from an engineer's perspective, I found that it really was immersive, is kind of the term I would use. All of the levers and stuff are easy to find with your thumb. You don't have to look at the throttle when you're running. You can look at your train, which helps you focus on running that locomotive and train like it is a real locomotive. But it also enhances it because the way the brake function works. You'll notice the headlight switches are actual switches on it. So, for example, if you're going to reverse your locomotive, the notches have indents. So you'd apply the brake and then you notch it down to idle. Then you'd have to switch the reverse, just like you would on the prototype. And then you'd flip the switches just like the prototype engineer would do before you do your reverse moves. So it really makes it for a more immersive experience and also helps slow that operations down a little bit, which is kind of part of what I actually find more fun about this. It stretches out your time running the train when you're doing things like this. So I really do say, if you have an opportunity to go and try this on a layout, it really is fantastic. They're not terribly inexpensive, but I think they're well worth it myself. Anyway, so the other thing the engineer is going to be doing is following the rules. There's kind of two primary sources from this. This is the rule book that's in effect on my layout and one of the employee timetables for my era. And these are where most of the rules that the engineer would need to follow are. In my case, I put together a quick page or two-page document for the crews that have the relevant rules that they need to know. And when I'm doing operating sessions more regularly, I'll send out an email like Chris Adams does as well with lots of details ahead of time so you can be up to speed before you get there. Not everybody will do that. That's fine. It's not a requirement, but it does give them some extra things to, again, enhance their experience running the railroad. What kind of rules do you find in there? Well, there's the bell, whistle, horn rules that we're familiar with, hand signals, grade crossing rules, and so on. So you'll notice that there are a lot more whistle signals, and this is just the first 2 pages. It's actually several pages long, besides just the grade crossing signal that everybody knows. Before you're going to start moving, there's a signal. Before you're going to start moving in reverse, there's going to be a different signal that you give. If you have to stop and protect your train, then there's a signal to call back your crew member from protecting it. The hand signals are something that I kind of learned from some of the guys before I started really looking at the ones in the rule book. But essentially, they become real handy, especially as the conductor. We'll get into that in a moment, to give the signals to your engineer. But knowing those signals so your conductor can do that for you is a good approach. And it keeps the conversation a little bit less, or at least the conversation can be on stuff that you want to talk about, and you can operate by hand signals like the prototype does. And certainly if your crew is 40 cars away, they're not going to be yelling to the engineer over the sound of a diesel or steam locomotive to tell them what to do. Other things, there are interesting rules. So these are grade crossings in New Britain, for example. This is out of the employee timetable. And so these are all grade crossings that are operated normally by guard in a crossing shanty. But there are time periods. It's a single shift job, so there's time periods where there's nobody on duty, or you'll notice most of these are their lunch hour. When they're not there, then the trainmen have to stop and protect the signal. They've got to actually lower the gates. So in my layout, they'll work automatically most of the time. But in the middle of the day, I'll flip a switch, and then the crew will have to come and actually use a switch on the fascia or something like that to operate the grade crossings, or just stop and protect when they're doing it during that time period. So again, this enhances that experience for the engineer as well as the crew. Signals as well. If your system has operating signals, I'm going to be installing semaphores like this. This is right in front of, this is Stanley Works here in Fafner Bearing in New Britain. So your engineer should be following the signals if they're operational on your layout and understand what the signals mean on the New Haven. They use these upper quadrant left-hand signals, which is unusual. So I've got to figure out how to get those produced. But the signals are basically one of three different signals. So green signal is all clear, obviously. Yellow means that the block past the one that you're at the signal is occupied, so you need to be slow down and be prepared to stop at the next signal. And then the red is a stop and proceed signal, so you'd come to a stop and then you would proceed at a slower rate, prepared to stop at any obstructions ahead of you. And there's also rules for tonnage. If your freight train is above a certain tonnage, over 50%, then you just slow down. You don't actually have to stop at the signal. So again, you're adding operational interest while you're doing that for the engineer if you understand the rules and signals. Fixed signals include things like whistle posts. This is a ring post in New Britain. The whistle signals for grade crossings are not used. So they're ring posts instead to tell you when to ring. So the engineer should be paying attention to these things on the layout and follow them. The little sign behind it is a fixed speed restriction signal. So that's a 10-mile-per-hour zone. Hopefully it's not cut off here, but it's just a little diamond shape, yellow diamond shape with a 10. And so that tells you on that line, the Berlin line, it's a 10-mile-per-hour speed limit. And as the engineer, you should be following that when you're running your train there. Yard limits is another major one. I did cover this again in my the prior clinic, but it's a real important one for mine because the entire layout is in yard limits. But on larger layouts where you'll have a yard, one of the things that you should understand anyway is that a yard limit sign is not a stop sign. It's not a stop a mile away from the yard and say, "Oh, Mr. Yardmaster, can I come into your yard?" Yard limits are actually for the mainline track. So first we got to look at what the yard is. And a yard is basically all the tracks within yard limits except the mainline. And you don't have to use any authorization to use those tracks. You can operate on them at any time without asking a dispatcher or the yardmaster. Although usually if you're a yard switcher, the yardmaster is going to be giving you your work. You'll decide how you go about performing that work. So you really want to make sure that you have an inbound track for your inbound trains and your scheduling is set up appropriately like the prototype so that an inbound train can just pull in like they would on the prototype, and then the yard master will decide how to handle that train and work it. The yard limit rule itself applies to the main line, and really basically all it says is that the only trains you have to protect against are regular trains. So you can operate and occupy the main line without getting permission from the dispatcher, provided you clear the main line before the irregular trains, because really you have to protect against them, but the real goal is that the regular trains will be able to come through normally because they're going to operate through at full speed, whatever the speed is in that area. And all the other trains besides the regular passenger trains will come through at yard speed. These are a few other rules. We won't get into the details here, but yard speed is a speed that lets you stop within half the range of vision. The best way to approach it on the model, though, is that you just go with clear the main line 15 minutes before the next scheduled, usually passenger train. And other than that, your yard or switching crews can occupy the main line if they need to, and all the other trains need to be prepared to stop if they're there. The New Haven did try and make sure you really didn't want to block any of the symbol freights, the through freights that were scheduled. They're not regular trains, but you would keep clear for those as well. But because they would sometimes come through at different times, you'd have a little more leeway. And the last thing for the engineer is really to pay attention to your ground crew. And this is something that a lot of railroads don't take into account, but I think it really it informs how we operate the railroad, I'll say. Because on the prototype, the engineer is really following the directions from the conductor and the other ground crew. So they're going to be out there throwing switches by hand. They're usually locked. If they are hand thrown, they'll have to connect air hoses and either open and close the air on the cars while they're doing it, set and release handbrakes. at wheel chocks or skates when you're spotting a car. And really what you're trying to do is minimize the work and the walking of the crew that's on the ground. So if you're going to take a simple switching move like many of us do, which we'll pull up and we've got to do a trailing point spot of, say, 2 or 3 cars. We'll stop, uncouple the cars, move ahead, flip the, throw the turnout there, back up, drop the cars, pull off, throw the turnout, and just reconnect the train. But on the prototype, that takes a lot longer, and you're also trying to do it in a way that minimizes the work your crew does. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to pull up and slow down to almost a stop at wherever that turnout is so that your ground crew can jump off so they can do the work there. Then you'll pull forward to just at the fouling point so they don't have to walk very far. They'll have to set the air, close the air on the cars you're keeping, or they'll close the air on the train that they're leaving behind there as well. And then uncouple the cars and signal that you can pull ahead. Once you pull ahead, they're going to hop on the car before you pull ahead so that when you pull them forward, they can hop off depending on how far it is. But if you're right at the trailing point, they may just, or the fouling point, they'll just walk over. Once you pull ahead far enough, they'll have to throw the turnout. Then they're going to hop on the train and ride it up to the spotting location. And at that location, you're going to go through the same basic process. They're going to have to set handbrakes. They're going to have to close the air and then tell you to uncouple. You'll pull forward just far enough to uncouple. Then they'll have to make sure everything's good before they hop on the train and ride it back down to the turnout, that sort of thing. So all those things happen on the real railroad. And if you actually go out and watch the prototype, you'll see there's a lot more start and stop or slowing down to take into account the crew. And so you can bring that sort of movement to it. We're working on fast clocks. You don't have to sit there and count down a certain amount, but you just kind of take it into account when you're doing the movements and stuff. And so you kind of do that. Just think about the fact that you've got people on the ground doing the work while you're doing it. And all that enhances the job the engineer does rather than just go ahead and go back. So moving on to the conductor, the other major job that's on just pretty much every layout in some form or another, obviously, is they're going to be responsible for the train. They manage the work, so they own the work itself. The engineer is just following the directions the conductor gives them. They also handle the paperwork on the railroad itself. So what does it mean to be responsible for the train? Well, first thing you're going to do is inspect your train. So this is something that we can easily simulate on the model because you may have a stack of waybills, you might have a wheel report or a switch list. You want to go through the train and make sure it matches and it's correct, and it should be in the same order as it is on the train starting at the front. At the same time, you can be, in addition to admiring the modeling of the owner there, which is a good time to get a chance to look at what they're doing and how they're doing what they do. Look for any defects, couplers that are too high or too low. You may not pull those out, but you at least want to be aware where you might have an issue. Obviously, make sure everything is on the rails and not derailed. And if there's anything that's hanging or a problem, that's a good time to catch it. Normally, they would perform a brake test. On the prototype, that means they're going to have the engineer set the brakes and release the brakes and watch it from the last car on the train to make sure that the brakes are reaching all the way to the end of the train. But on the model, basically, after you've verified it, you're the one that's going to be giving the engineer the go-ahead, the hand signal to say, we're good to go, let's hit the road. This is an example. If the right side is cut off too much, I guess you might not see it here, but I've got a picture of it later on. This is the prototypical switch list from New Haven. Starting around 1947, they installed an IBM system to computerize the major yards, and this was from Cedar Hill, and it's a teletype switch list. So this is what they might have. In more modern times, it would also be computerized. Earlier than that, they would have been handwritten. So the conductor is also going to manage the work. So you're going to tell the engineer how to go about, where you want them to do the switching movements, which cars you're setting in what order, picking up, and so on. Because you're also going to typically operate as the brakeman, you're going to be throwing the switches and doing the actual uncoupling. But another job that the conductor has is blocking the train. So when you're picking up those cars, they may need to go in specific locations. So again, hopefully this isn't all cut off on the side here, but it's an example of YN1. This is a Holyoke Cedar Hill freight that ran through New Britain. And they have the blocking schedule in the arranged freight service that tells you what section. So if you're in New Britain and you're putting the cars on the train here, there's a block for the Speedwich, which is fast freight LCL traffic. A block for the Philadelphia transfer, also LCL traffic, but that's going to be in a different place in the train. Enola is another fast freight that's advertised, and then the New London Central Vermont block that's going to go and get switched out in Cedar Hill to go to New London, and then up to a lot of Canadian cars there, really. And then the final block is just everything else that goes to Cedar Hill. So when your train's picking up cars, the conductor should be making sure they're going in the correct block if they need to. And in this case, in New Britain, they'd be 5 different blocks. They're going to have to switch into the train as it comes through town. Conductor's also going to handle all the paperwork, the normal paperwork that's typical, train orders, waybills, and so on. This is an example. This is from 68. It's the only one I have that I have both the clearance form, which is the form that basically makes you a train on the railroad. It gives you the permission to run on the railroad starting at Berlin here, and it has one train order. This tells you how many they have, and this is the matching train order that came with it that tells them that they can run extra. I believe this one was up to, this was from Berlin to Plainville. I see the Plainville there. So those are the types of train orders that you might get, or you might use different ones depending on what era and what operating scheme you're using. Waybills, of course, are something that the conductors are going to handle. Most of the work is not done with the waybills. These are actual railroad documents, so they don't go to the industries. They go to the local agents in each town, and that's where they would receive them as well. But they do have information about where the cars are going to be switched, and so the conductor might write out a switch list from it. You can go from a simplified one. This is what Tony Thompson used for years. He's been continuing to tweak and modify it as well. But, you know, this will tell the conductor what to do so that they can write out the switch list. Switching requests as well. So this is an actual New Haven switch list that would be used in New Britain or other switching locations, switching down at 4 miles an hour. So the engineer needs to know that. But the interesting thing about this paperwork is that the conductor is responsible for tracking and recording where the cars are placed. So when you're spotting cars or moving cars, the conductor needs to record that, because this paperwork goes back to the agent and then it goes to the car service department, because they've got to report all of the car movements. So where they started, where they were moved to, and placed. So part of this would be filled out by the agent, which we'll get to in a moment. But then as they're working, the conductor would be doing this. They're also going to write out a wheel report for the terminating yard. So the train, as it appears front to back, when they terminate at a yard, that's something the conductor is responsible for doing and providing to the yard crew. So that's some paperwork the conductor can do. Now, one of the things you want to try and do is give them a place to do this. So on my layout, I have a couple of desks set up so that each crew has a desk, or in places where I can put a desk, I've got a decent sized shelf under the layout where they can do all of their work, either writing out paperwork or also sorting and organizing the paperwork they're working on. On a layout that's more linear, if you have the space, and it's really best to kind of plan this into your layout before building it, having some space for them to work. But one of the things that I've talked about is if you get a rolling cart, you can use it as the caboose desk. And so the conductor can have basically a mobile desk that would follow with them. And so once they've finished the work and the train's getting ready to go at one station, the conductor can move ahead with their desk and start preparing their paperwork, as well as planning their movements for the next town, just like they would sitting in the caboose while they're moving to the next town. And so there's, again, things you can do to simulate these jobs more fully as you're moving along. And so, but you need to have the space to do that sort of stuff. So just try and plan that into your layout. So the next job is the dispatcher. Their obvious primary job is to direct and record the movement of trains. So this is a station record from the New Haven where each train that moves through town would be recorded, but the dispatcher will have a master one that they're also going to be working from as trains are called in for the movements. So their work will change depending on your system. In my area, it's timetable and train order. You might be in a track warrant period or direct traffic control. Signals will affect the work that the dispatcher does. Mine's automatic block territory and a double track main line. So there's actually less work for a dispatcher. And in my case, as a single town, there's really no use for it on my layout. But manual block signals are different, where they're going to be an absolute signal where a block is either clear or occupied, in which case the signal behind it is stop. And the dispatcher is going to have to issue train orders and track those trains and when they can move. And if you're using CTC as well, they'll be manually flipping the switches at a CTC board someplace. The train order I showed you before, again, if this is not cut off on the right side, it's an example of a prototype track warrant, just a different type of paperwork. It's not a system I'm very familiar with. But there's this dispatcher job. It's really probably several different clinics depending on the type of dispatching system that your railroad would use. But they typically have a busy job and keeping things moving as smoothly as possible. Yardmaster jobs. They operate kind of as a conductor in many ways. They manage the yard work itself. They do the blocking instructions and provide that to the yard crews themselves, manages any of the paperwork and also verifies those outbound trains. So you're going to prioritize the work as the yard master. This is an example of some of the local service. So HDX5, Hartford Division Extra 5, is the New Hartford local that comes through New Britain. Down at the bottom here, you see HDX7. That's the Valley local that would be on Chris's layout. And the yard master has to make sure that these trains are built and ready to go by the time they're supposed to be leaving the yard. That doesn't always happen, but that's their goal. Same thing with building the through freights that are going to be on a schedule, as well as clearing out the inbound tracks and stuff and making sure those are clear for the inbound trains. Yep. Awesome. So the yard master is also going to provide those blocking instructions. So if it was cut off on the right-hand side, here it is in the center of the screen. You can see this was for the New Haven. This is what the arranged freight or simple freight books look like. You've got the schedule of the train, where they're going to stop and leave. Plainville, it says by 8:20. Berlin by 9 o'clock. So these are just times where they will be passing by these things. They're not actually going to do work in those towns. It has the classification leaving each location. So the blocking actually changes. The Enola and Philadelphia transfer come up in the later blocks, but Holyoke doesn't have the Enola block, for example. That starts in New Britain, as well as the CV block. And there's also extra rules down here. So we know the New Britain Freight House closes at 5:45. And that's when the crew can start switching out the freight house to build these blocks for the outbound trains. So that's something the yard master is responsible for. And then also verifying that outbound train. Again, this might have been cut off earlier, but this is that computerized version starting in about 1947 at the major yards, Cedar Hill and Hartford, Boston and Maybrook and so on. And so this has your, this is in the order that it appears on the train. And this actually tells you, actually this looks like it was an inbound train. It arrived at Maybrook at 7:50. It tells you when it is. They'll have for the outbound trains, the locomotives up here. This is the reporting marks and car number. Destinations are here. or these were the originations in this case, or actually I'd have to go back and double check that. This might be where they're destined to eventually. This is weight, and I think these were the commodities. I don't recall right offhand. These might be track numbers, but they do tell you when there's explosives in it and so on. But anyway, they're going to verify the outbound trains match these documents. And if not, they'll either have to write out a new document or switch the train out. They also manage the paperwork. This is a freight extra report. So they have to record, if you actually have a yardmaster position, they can be recording the outbound trains, how many loads and empties are on them, how many came on, how many were forwarded, if you wanted to do something like this, because they had to track every movement and report these to the car service departments, because they had to collect per diems or pay per diems on cars that were foreign road cars and so on. They also had to track how long they were in different locations, because they'd start to charge the industries and so on. So if you wanted to add this sort of paperwork, you can. Waybills obviously are also handled by the yard crews. Not a lot. Typically, the yard will just take the waybills. If the conductor doesn't give it directly to an agent, then the yardmaster will take the waybills. But it's the agents that do most of the work with those. But there's other types of waybills as well, and we'll get into some of those. But this is an empty car card and a home route card. So when a car was emptied, it would have to go back the same direction it came in, and the home route card tells them which yard it's going back to. If it was confiscated en route, then it would be, they'd fill out the empty car portion and tell the crews where that empty car needed to go to be reloaded. The yard crew is going to operate based off of the instructions of the yard master. Again, it's going to be, at least on mine, it's going to be a two-person crew because of the amount of work there is. In most cases, that may be something that's less common. A lot of yard crews is just a person that's operating as the full yard crew, engineer, conductor, and so on. Servicing engines might be done. You might have a hostling crew on a large yard that will take the locomotives. Once the road crew comes in, then the road crew doesn't move the locomotives within the yard. The hostlers would come and take it, move them over to engine servicing, and they'd have to move them through the various locations, dump the ashes if it was a steam locomotive, and get coal or fuel, and get sand and so on, and get them ready to go for the next crew when they're ready to go out. And then they would also, the hostlers would put them onto the road trains before the road crews would take over. The yard crew is obviously going to break down and build trains. There's also often a lot of industries right alongside the yards, or in the case of New Britain, the entire layout is within yard limits. So the local switching crews are the ones that are doing all the local switching, not the road crews or the local freights, the extras. So the yard crews will do all of that sort of stuff under the direction of the yard master. Next up is the agent operator. So a lot of layouts will have operators, agents that do the first part of this, which is reporting passing trains and doing train orders. In my case, the agent is also, it's kind of a cross between the agent and the yard master, because the agent is responsible for all the work that's done at the freight house. They're also responsible for all the cars at their station, which is town, or that includes local industries and stuff. And then they have a lot of paperwork to manage as well. So passing trains, obviously, they'll have their own station record, and they'll record trains as they pass by. And then if you have a dispatcher, they would call into the dispatcher to tell them that the train is passing through, how many cars it has on it. They would also report any problems, if there were any, on the prototype. So, and they were responsible for making sure that they didn't miss those trains as they came by. They'll also be the ones that are issuing any local train orders. So if the train order station and they had new train orders for the crew, ideally you've got an operating train order signal so the crew knows that they need to stop. Otherwise, they wouldn't stop. If it's a Form 19 train order in this era, then they could hoop them up to the crews instead of having them stop in town. That's not as practical in some layouts, just because we have much shorter distances, so they may not have time to read the order beforehand. But if it's just an order giving them permission to move to the next town, you could certainly do that Form 31 orders they had to stop and sign for, and both the engineer and the conductor had to sign for those orders. So, but the agent operator would be the ones issuing those to the local crews as they pass by. Local work. So there's a daily check of cars. They had to record every car that's in town, local industries as well as at the yard. And so they'd have clerks go out and record this. It had to be done first thing in the morning. And normally they would be keeping track of how long that the cars had been there, because they would have to charge the industries if they were there past 48 hours or different times and different eras, I think, or whether it was released. And they're also recording what they call the condition on this report, whether it's loaded, empty, loading, or unloading. So they need to know what those statuses were. I'm still trying to figure out how best to get those statuses. I may be having my crews do this, because as they go and fill out this form for the agent while they're waiting for their trains to be ready, it'll also give them an opportunity to get an orientation around the layout, see what work they might have that day and where the industries are and so on. And the agent operator obviously is also going to be handling the way bills. So they're the ones that are actually responsible for the way bills, including other types like the merchandise way bill. An LCL car would have a stack of way bills, because each load that was put in the LCL car, or if it was going to multiple destinations, each destination would have a separate way bill. So they would put those in an envelope and either attach it to this merchandise way bill, or often just ship those way bills ahead of the train. And the merchandise way bill would just provide information as to where that car was going. All of the actual loads would be inside it, that envelope. Empty car card and home route card, like I mentioned, the home route tells you where it would go back to. And then the empty car card would be filled out if that was an empty that was going to be sent to an industry to be loaded. So, yep, I'm almost done here. So, looking at the jobs for the railroad, I kind of landed on this because of two incidents that I should say, or two situations that happened. One was after operating the railroad, when Chris operated as the agent for the first time. Afterwards, he commented that he felt like he was running the real railroad, because the agent's sitting at a desk. I'm moving towards using the full-size paperwork. So he didn't really notice that he was operating on a model the whole day. It was just like operating the railroad. And it dawned on me that the operating experience, the immersiveness of that experience is kind of what makes it really feel like you're running the railroad. And then I've also had the opportunity to operate on the prototype on a short line railroad here. The crews are some friends, and they've been willing to let me come with them on it and see how they actually do their job. And the first thing that struck me was that it really wasn't so different from what I had learned about what they did back in the 50s or the 40s. A few things are a little different, but they did a lot more planning, and in the way they operate and the types of steps they would have to take, I think were very, very similar. But it also kind of informed me more about how that experience should feel when you're running it on a model railroad. Whereas most of the time, we often start with the movement of cars, the car card and waybill system. We're trying to find a computer program that will help us find the way to get those cars to the prototypical movements and stuff like that. And while that's important to me and is part of what I'm going to be doing, the car movement is really mostly part of the owner's experience. It's the stuff you're doing when you prep the layout. It's the stuff that because you know what these cars did the last session and the session before that, but most of your operators don't. Most of the crews don't get to a lot of benefit out of that complex system to simulate that prototypical movement of cars. On the prototype, the crews usually don't even care where the cars are coming from or what's inside them. And just like that, a lot of our crews on the model don't care either. They're just trying to figure out, okay, I got to put this car here. How do I get that car there? And if you focus on how the railroad actually performs that job and help the crews understand how the railroad performs that job, it actually makes it easier to do that job and understand how to put that car where it needs to go. And so it really gives you a more immersive experience. And so I kind of got to the point where I said, well, let me start from that. What's the experience I want my crews to work on, and work my way backwards and figure out what do I need to fill in for the car movements, the train movements, paperwork, what parts of that are going to actually enhance and help build that crew experience. And what the jobs and they'll actually be doing when operating my railroad. And it's great because this is the same way that a crew on the prototype learns how to run the railroad. And it actually makes it easier to run your railroad and for the crews to understand how to run your railroad, because you're giving them the same tools and process that the prototype uses. So it makes it a little bit simpler, I think, even though it seems much more complex when you're designing it. And again, you can add and remove aspects of this as you go, so that your crews can focus on the stuff that they're good at and they want to do. So if they're not interested in a lot of paperwork, you don't have to give them a lot of paperwork, and yet they can still experience the layout as if they're running a real railroad. So that's kind of where I've landed for this and why I'm starting with this. So that's my presentation for today. I don't know if there's any questions out there. Neil, if you see some, let me know, and we'll go from there.
So we can see your face up here. And
yep.
Marty, are you out there? Thank you. Randy, your buddy Chris Adams has been posting a bunch of questions, and I know that he's been blogging about operations and how to simulate everything that you've been talking about. And I think that would be a whole nother clinic, because honestly, it looks very daunting. You know, the roles that the railroad plays takes dozens, if not hundreds of people, and what you're doing is amazing. Just the research alone would send me down a rabbit hole. Some questions, by the way. Brian Doherty suggested that your screen is being cut off because maybe your resolution on your screen is bigger than what we can see streaming. That's
possible. Too late, but okay.
Yeah, no, next time, right? So our friend Thomas Gazer said, one thing you don't want to say is, okay, go ahead, come back, right?
Yep.
So I think being clear in our communication is really important when we're operating the railroad. But some of the questions, like your computer printout, that we noticed it was from 1946. When did that start happening, when they were generating these wheel reports or switch lists via the computer?
The New Haven installed that, I believe, in Maybrook and Cedar Hill in 46 for testing, and then started rolling it out to their major yards starting in 47. So, and so that report would have only been for trains coming out of those yards. Other than that, they were all still handwritten reports, and part of what they were trying to do was reduce the amount of paperwork as well as errors, because once the train information was entered in once, then they were able to reuse that data. And they actually, they would type it in on a special typewriter that would then cut out car cards, the computerized IBM type cards, so they could run those through the machine that would read those cards. But they designed those cards so that you could still read the data on it, so that if you were working as a clerk, you could actually see the data as well as the computer or tabulating machine would be able to record that. There's there's a copy of it available digitally online. I know I've linked to it in my blog. I have a copy. I don't remember if I posted the whole thing online, but yeah, if somebody's interested in more in that, it's a very fascinating starting point, and also gave a lot of information about how the railroad operated before and after the computerized system to manage that paperwork.
I think that answers that question pretty well. I think the thing that I'm still confused about is the conductor still writes his own switch list based on that wheel report that's coming out from the yardmaster?
Yeah, so in the research that I've been doing, I'm finding that the agents more often than not were the ones actually writing out switch lists. And the switch list is just a list of cars to be switched, picked up, or dropped off. Then the conductor would figure out how to do that. Now, if you're running a local freight, you probably were writing out your own switch list for the cars on your train already. But as you arrived, like in the town, the agent might have additional work for you that they would have written out on a separate switch list. And I have several freight agent instruction manuals. There's typically about 100 pages to 200 pages long for multiple railroads, and all of them are indicating that the agents would be writing out switch lists as well. So it took a long time to find a switch list form on the New Haven, because most of the people that I talked to actually worked the railroad either said the switch list was just their switch list anyway, was just a piece of card or something they'd write on the back of if they wrote anything out at all. Because if you're a regular conductor and you came into a town like New Hartford, there's 3 or 4 industries. You'd already know those industries, or say on Chris's layout, because he's written about it so much, Wethersfield, right? There's only a handful of industries. So the conductor wouldn't need to write those out, because he would have known before he got to town, okay, here are the cars that need to be dropped. Here are the ones we need to pick up. And here's how I'm going to do it, because I've done this every day for the past 4 years.
Right. So he already has, because of his way bills, he knows which cars are going to be dropped and which are going to be picked up. Then the station agent might be able to give you a little more specifics about, well, that one's not ready to go, or you need to relocate this one, or what have you. Okay, so that's pretty interesting.
Cars are being picked up in a town. Like when you got to Wethersfield or Rocky Hill or whatever, if a car had been called in saying this is unloaded now, they would have called the local agent, and the road crew would not know that until they got to that town.
So what do you use to generate your car cards or your switch list? Do you have an automated system yourself?
No, well, sort of. The spreadsheet that Chris uses is the same spreadsheet that I'm using, and that tells us how many cars are being picked up or dropped at an industry, but it doesn't tell you anything about what cars. In my system, I'm using prototypical information to pre-print all the way bills that I might use, and they're just filed. They're going to be filed in a file cabinet. So when an industry, household fuel, says it's receiving 2 hoppers of coal, then I'll go pull 2 way bills, and that'll tell me which cars that I need to put on that train for those 2 bills. So I'm doing that aspect manually. The switch lists are all handwritten, except for the ones coming out of Hartford or Maybrook or Cedar Hill. I'll plan on doing the computer printed ones, but I'll still probably just enter that information manually. At least
so you're like Chris, you're handwriting all your way bills.
Yep.
So that when the conductor leaves the station, the yard, he has his whole job laid out in front of him.
The way bills are pre-printed. The switch lists are written during the session by the agent sitting at a desk in my layout.
Okay, so that's the same as Chris does then, except for the car cards.
Yeah. Yep.
And so tell me, you mentioned the word confiscated. When there's an empty and they try to reload it to send it back to the home or in another direction, how do you simulate that?
Well, so in my case, I don't think there were many cars that were handled directly in New Britain. So the agent would receive a call from an industry saying, I need 3 empties, and they're required to tell them what the commodity is and the destination, because the car service rules tell them what types of cars and what roads they can pick. So I think the way it actually operated in New Britain is the agent would get that, and then they would order that from the car service department, and they would come in the trains overnight. But it is possible that you would confiscate from a local. If a car was empty, you could theoretically take it from your yard. As far as I can tell, New Britain didn't have any car cleaning facilities, so they wouldn't be cleaning out an empty car here. But I do know that industries were far worse at following the car service rules. So Stanley Works is the biggest industry on my layout, and if they emptied a car and decided we're just going to move it over here and load it, they might do that. And then the agent would have to deal with that information once they called the agent to tell them that's what happened. And then they would. That's part of the paperwork that they're doing on my layout, is managing the loads ins and outs and stuff like that. Okay, cool.
Before I forget, I've often wondered about how to simulate a Form 19 or Form 31. And your layout, like mine, only has one station or one town.
Yeah.
But on a layout like Chris's that may have multiple towns, I've often thought that using like a label size, maybe old-fashioned spool printer, that you can send something from the dispatcher's desk right to that station. So as the train gets there, he could pull that off and look at it. I don't know if anyone's ever thought of that before.
Yeah, I mean, those are pretty inexpensive printers. And nowadays there's also wireless printers. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's even wireless label ones. The two things you really kind of need is some way to tell them to stop, because ideally you don't want them to stop at every station, because that's not what the prototype did. They stopped only when they had a train order there, unless they were in manual black territory. You know, there's different things. But normally they would only stop if there was a train order signal. And then if you want to simulate the difference between a Form 19 and a Form 31, they would only have to slow down enough to be hooped up the Form 19 order. So you could put a little stand with an order or the label printer with it just sitting there, and then depending on the train order signal, will tell you whether they have to stop or whether it's one that they would pick up.
Thank you. I noticed that Chris posted the spreadsheet online for others to use. I believe the same one you use. So
yeah,
obviously
a guy
you'll have
named Mike Rosenberg built that and put it up on Model Railroad Hobbyist years ago, and we've been working with Mike actually to tweak it and get it to. And Chris and I have a little bit different goals and approaches, so his spreadsheet's a little different than mine, but that's the basic spreadsheet we start with.
Sounds good. And why do you use that one? Because I use a program from my Mac called Switch Lists, and it seems to serve me well, but it also gives me a little bit more random movements that I can generate the randomness of that as well. But why are you using the spreadsheet?
Yeah, the main reason that I like the spreadsheet is that because I want to take into account the car service rules as well as things like the rarity of cars, right? So in 1950, like 26% of box cars were still single sheath box cars. You could program all of that into a program, but it's going to be much more complicated than me just saying that this industry is receiving 2 box cars, and then I can instantly take those into account when I select which cars I want to use to send to that industry. I can take into account which cars to use for a low, to send out an empty. So it's 1949. The car service rules were only found to be observed 60% of the time. So I could, instead of trying to program all that, I can do all of the jobs that a person would normally do and let the computer just generate the traffic itself. Chris recently linked to another system that's on Model Railroad Hobbyist that does basically the same thing, just more complicated than the spreadsheet, I guess. And I like it. So.
Two things. A friend of mine asked, would you fill in that little bit past the part you said, hello, my name is Randy?
Yep.
Just kidding. You know who I'm talking about.
Too. And a lot of it's on my blog.
We're done with this, but there's so many more questions I'd love to ask you about ABS, CDC, manual block control. But I suppose if you could stick around and answer some of these questions online, that would be awesome.
Sure.
And while I was listening to you, I couldn't help but remember a quote from the famous Alan McClellan. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about.
Yep.
But he said once, someone would say, "Had you ever just go and run a train for fun?" And he said, well, "Why would I do that?" Because he thought of his railroad as a real operating railroad, and I can see how you would get immersed to the point where that makes sense.
Yeah, although it does remind me of one point that I've mentioned this before. One of the main reasons I don't want a computer system to tell me what cars go where is because I want to be able to come down and run the railroad whenever I feel like it.
Yeah.
And if you use a computerized program, the computer needs to know at all times where every single car is on your layout. So if you go down and just move stuff around, then your computer program doesn't work. You either have to put them back where they started, or you have to run a session before you move and follow the session. So by not allowing the computer to handle that part of it, it means I can run them anytime I feel like it.
Well, thank you, Randy. I look forward to learning more about your layout, and we're out of time. So if you'd stick around and answer some questions, I'm going to introduce James coming up next, and we'll learn more about, youth in the hobby. So thanks again.
Sure. Thank you.
And for the rest of you, stand by while we make a little crew change. Hey everybody, it's Neil Erickson coming to you live again from the Big Island of Hawaii. And we have Marty Jenkins helping out in the production side way down in Australia. And we've just left Connecticut, headed down to Dallas, Texas, where we're going to see James Knabb present about youth in the hobby. James, did I pronounce your name right? Is it James?
Yes, sir.
Knabb.
Yes.
Okay. So James is in college right now studying, remind me again, it's you're doing economics and
Supply chain management.
supply chain management. It sounds like a lifelong railroader at heart. So I believe that you
Yeah.
have been modeling your whole life, right? And whatever that means. So woke up with a train in your hands. And I think it's really awesome that you're helping organize a lot of these divisional virtual meets, and I've participated in some of those. So thank you again. And today you're going to be talking about the future of the hobby and youth in the hobby. And I can't remember your exact title, I'm sorry, but maybe you could tell us more about what you see the future for youth in the hobby and how we can all help. Thanks again, James. Take it away.
All right. All right, y'all. So my clinic today is next generation model railroaders, and so I'm going to be talking about the clearly the next generation of model railroaders. And what does that mean? And that means I'm talking about in this presentation is people between 14 to 25 years old. So right now, that's sort of the student age, middle schoolers, high school, and college age, and some people going into the workforce. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about today, that age group right now. And the really interesting thing about this age group is that this age group grew up with a lot of technology. We can get a lot of things instantaneous, like we can look up something on Google in 5 seconds. And so we're very technology oriented. And so we're going to bring those things into the hobby. And so we're going to have more of an instantaneous style of modeling. So we're not going to be very big model builders. We're going to be more focused on the operations like a lot of my virtual groups. I have a lot of rail fans that have more smaller layouts. So they're more focused on running the train and operating it instead of model building. And then there's going to be a lot of people again, that enjoy the more trains and transportation side. And also, lastly, we're really big into the whole social media part, virtual stuff, Zoom, WebEx, Discord. And so you're going to see social media really change in the hobby with this generation. And since we bring sort of an instantaneous style modeling and with a lot of technology, we're going to have a lot of things that change the hobby. For the first part, we're going to have modeling preferences change a lot. So we're going to have more modern, more present day modeling because we have a lot of rail fans who can go take pictures and it's easier for them to take pictures and model what is around their surroundings. The next thing we're going to be talking about today is about technology and what technology this generation is going to bring into the hobby that they're going to keep. And then another thing we're going to talk about is layout size and sort of layout design within more smaller layouts, and more instantaneous style modeling. What is the shape and what is the design going to be? And then sort of goes hand in hand, materials used in modeling applications. Are we going to see more unique materials? We're going to see more things like around the Woodland Scenics area. And then lastly, we're going to be talking about the social media and how that's going to change in the hobby, and then the organizations in the AP program. So will we see more modular groups, and will a lot of organizations have more of a virtual structure? That's what we're going to be talking about today. So the first thing we're going to dive into is going to be modeling preferences. Like I said multiple times already, that this generation is very big on instantaneous things. So instant gratification. So instead of really big modeling, like scratch building most of the buildings, you're going to see a lot more pre-built kits or plastic built kits that maybe take 5. You have like a wall and then a ceiling, and it takes 5 minutes to assemble. The next thing you're going to see is you're going to see more easy track, more code 100 track. And what I mean by like easy track and that stuff is I mean you're going to see less hand laid track and more instantaneous style modeling. And the next thing, and I didn't really know how to sum this up in 3 words, but you're going to see more pre-assembled trains, meaning that is straight out of the box instead of scratch building and kit bashing a certain train. And then I'll get into Woodland Scenics later on. But since Woodland Scenics makes modeling easy with the fine turf and spraying it on, and it takes 5 minutes, you're going to see a lot more Woodland Scenics than you do now. So there's going to be a lot of that. And then the last thing is modern. So you're going to see more modern style layouts because this generation is very big on rail fanning and more the operation side. And so when people go out rail fanning, it's easier for them to basically go take pictures around their surrounding and model it. And so you're going to see more modern style layouts like that. And so the first thing is I have a lot of pictures. And this is actually before I kit bash this building. But you're going to see sort of these pre-built buildings like this that aren't going to be touched, and that they're going to be very basic. Because again, this generation isn't big on model building and more about actually running the train and the transportation part of it. And so you're going to see more things like this. The next thing you're going to see is sort of, this is another interesting picture, is you're going to see more easy track and more code 100 track. And you can see this is the layout I had when I was in Minnesota in 6th grade, but you can see the sort of Woodland Scenics I have around it. And so this is sort of, this is going to be more the style of this next generation coming up. And then I'm going to dive deeper into what do I mean by modern? And what I've been talking to with a lot of people in my virtual groups who are my age, and a lot of people on social media, is that we consider modern anywhere in the century. Now I know a lot of people don't really. Some people have their own opinions about that, but what I found is that my generation is modeling things in the century. And so they do a lot of modeling things like what's right outside your door. And I said there's no research required because rail fanning is popular. Modern style modeling is very big with this generation, especially with COVID, when you have to get out of the house and you want to get out of the house and do something that's really good for social distancing. And so here's an example of one of my friends. He gave me a picture to put on here, and he sort of has sort of rail fanning. And this is the next slide that he worked on with his friend. He has the modern SERx engine, not really the passenger train, but he sort of try to recreate that scene for his layout. He did update it, but that's just an example of what you're going to see. And then again, here's another picture I have, sort of a modern engine. His layout is still being worked on, but you're going to see more modern style engines, and also more engines, like I said before, that are just going to be left completely mint, like you get it right outside the box, because it's less worrying about the small details and modeling, and they're more focused on running the trains and operating. And then here's another picture of BNSF engine, and clearly I have the pre-built kit right here. And so that's just another example of what you're going to see with this generation. Then another thing you're going to see is more with modern style modeling, is you're going to see more things that you wouldn't see in past layouts, that sort of like soccer fields, because soccer fields and baseball fields you're going to see more of, because they're around a lot of us. They're basically around every single city, and so more people are going to start modeling these. And so here's an example I had, because I was really big into soccer and I played it and I coached it when I was 13 to 17 years old, and you're going to see more of these types of details being added. Then here's another example, sort of a modern style bleacher right here. That's just another example. And then I have another example, and don't worry, I'm editing this. This is my layout right now in Texas. I sort of have yet another soccer field, but I'm going to scratch that and try to make a sort of like a turf field. So that's going to be really interesting. That's my next project. And then you can see I did a side view, and you can also see something interesting. And there's actually a lot of smaller details that are being added in that you won't see that this generation likes to do. You can sort of see the porta potty right there, and you're going to see more of that, those interesting small details in layouts that may be that aren't that are sort of optional. Like my friend made a sort of a garden railroad for his HO scale layout, so it was like very small, and he put that on his layout. And so you're going to see more of those details being added in there. So the next thing you're going to see with this generation is technology. And technology is really big because we grew up with technology. And so you're going to see, and so a couple things you're going to see, and I listed a couple of them, is sort of the 3D printing, the DCC, phones for controllers, where you have an app and you can control your train on your phone, and also Arduinos, the tortoises, and LEDs. And those are the really big things that are sort of in right now, sort of in the range of the 30 to 50-year-olds. They're very interested in putting that on their layout. However, with this with technology keep growing, some of these are going to be in, some of these are going to be out. But right now, for my generation, DCC is really in because it's sort of about operating, because you can have sounds and it's a remote control, and you don't have to sit in one place compared to DC or AC sort of style controller. And it's a cool tech to use, and it's a good accessory. And actually, a lot of my friends have DCC because they're very interested in operating. And then the next thing you're gonna see, and we don't have the technology right now, and it's starting to come into style, is having that phone as your controller. And right now, it's not really big with my age group because we just haven't gotten to that point yet with our layouts. But I feel like that phones for controllers in the next 5 years are going to really be the social norm with my age group, because we're constantly on our phones, constantly on social media. And so having your phone with your train is really very, very easy because it's always by our side. And it's also really, and it's kind of cool to use your phone and hook up your layout to your phone. And so phones for controllers are going to be really in. And I don't have a slide for Arduinos and LEDs and tortoises because I don't do a lot of that. And so I don't, and a lot of my friends in my age group doesn't really do that sort of thing. And so I can't really comment because we haven't gotten to that point yet. This age group hasn't gotten to that point yet to test it out. Most of them are still interested in operating and having less detail on there, like tortoises and Arduinos. So I can't really comment on that. But 3D printing for my generation, sadly, is going to not be very popular. With manufacturers, absolutely, it's going to totally be in. And the manufacturers are going to still continue to use 3D printing as a material, but for the average model railroader in my age group, especially now with COVID, you're not going to have a lot of people having 3D printers and wanting to 3D print things from home, because one, it's a lot of prep. There's a lot of many types. It's very expensive. It's really overused in schools. We're taught. I did presentations on CAD at a couple years ago for another convention. But the technology for us keeps changing. We keep having to learn new softwares for CAD, and so a lot of people my age, which I'm talking to, really don't want to do 3D printing because they keep having to learn new softwares. And so 3D printing is not going to be really popular with this generation. But I feel like it is a trend. I feel like it's going to be back in maybe in a couple of years. And absolutely with this generation that's below mine, that are starting to get born right now, that are probably going to have 3D printing again when 3D printing increases with technology and it's made simpler. And so that's sort of my view on sort of the 3D printing model trains. Now what I have to talk about is layout size. Layout size is going to be really interesting, because this generation is very big on operating, but they're also very instantaneous style modelers. And so that sort of is on opposite sides of the spectrum. But because operating size layouts are usually really big. However, from what I've been seeing on social media, what I've been connecting with in my virtual groups, like I have a virtual group that meets on Zoom every week, um, from people around the nation. And all of us, and from what I've seen, every single person has a small and more of a rectangular, like 4x8, maybe 4x10 style layout, that's very basic and simple. And also, what I've realized is sort of a lot of us, I've not met another person who doesn't do HO scale that's my age. The reason, and it's really interesting, a lot of O scale, narrow gauge, N scale, Z scale, all those other scales aren't very popular with this age group right now. And from what I talked to is that a lot of people really like HO scale that is my age because it's manufactured. Um, in frequent numbers. And you could go to a train show, and go and buy an engine for $5, maybe kind of bad, but you still get another really cool engine. And a lot of my generation really likes that you can go and get something for that price, especially when you're in the student age and you're starting out in life. And so since a lot of us model HO scale, in the next 5 to 10 years, we're still going to, and when we're grown up and when we're 34 years old, we're still going to model HO scale, because we collected a lot of that when we were teenagers. And then the next thing, and that's really interesting. But the next thing we're going to see, and I'm going to talk about this later, but we're going to see more modular clubs and more actually dioramas and more modular sort of things, because modulars are really good if you're just starting out, and two, they're very instantaneous. And if you mess up, you can literally go redo it and start over, and it take in like 20 minutes, and you don't have to. You can't really start over on a layout when you completed everything and sunk a ton of money into it. And so modular layouts gives that freedom to try new things before you actually go and build your layout. And so this generation is going to be really big on modulars, especially because it's instantaneous, and because with these modular clubs popping up and going to train shows, you can go and get a chance to operate, and it's sort of a win-win. You have sort of a layout, you're part of a club, and you're also going and operating a couple times a year. And so modulars are going to be really big. But sort of what I have on the layout size, this is my layout since 6th grade. This was an old picture, but I thought it was interesting. And I have the 4x8 layout, and I also have HO scale, and and the things that I described already about pre-kit buildings, the woodland scenics, and also the easy track. That and you can see those details right there. But that's sort of the layout size it's going to be. And I'm going to have more pictures of other people's layouts coming up with materials used, because they just fit better in that section. And so I know layout size was a very short section, but it sort of goes hand in hand with materials, because depending on your layout size, you're going to use different materials. And remember, I talked a ton, and I said this over and over again, that this generation is more about the instantaneous style modeling, and more about running the trains around the tracks. And so you're going to see, I'm not going to go in order here, but you're going to see less unique materials because of that. And you're going to see more of woodland scenics. And because woodland scenics, again, is very easy. And a lot of my friends and a lot of the people that I met really love it, because it's especially with the fine turf, you could literally like shake it on your layout, and then they have this magic potion thing where you can go spray it and it sticks, and it takes like 30 seconds to 5 minutes. And so a lot of my generation really likes woodland scenics. And also woodland scenics did a fantastic job marketing to my generation very early on, 2-3 years ago, and very good interacting with us on social media. And so a lot of people got on that bandwagon and started getting woodland scenics things, and starting posting it, and woodland scenics started retweeting them, and so more people started getting woodland scenics. And so Woodland Scenics is very big with my age group. And they did a really good job marketing early on. Because and everywhere I see on Instagram, which is what my age group uses, is all Woodland Scenics. And so my generation is going to be using a lot of Woodland Scenics and less unique materials. You won't see dirt that you shovel out of your backyard on your layout anymore. A lot more manufactured products. Another thing you're going to see is you're going to see pink foam, pink insulation foam or blue insulation foam, whatever it is. But the reason why you're going to see that is because it comes in 4x8 sheets. And on the last slide, I think I showed you that a lot of us use rectangular 4x8 sheets because of the pink foam. Because pink foam comes in, like I said, 4x8 sheets, and it's very easy to use. You can cut it. You can glue it together. You can stack it to make mountains. You can paint on it. And if you use like hot glue, it takes like 15 seconds to dry. It's not like wood glue, which takes like 20, 24, 48 hours to dry. And so pink foam is going to be really prevalent on a lot of people's layouts. And every single person I've talked to has pink foam, and they show me pictures and they have this pink foam. And the next thing you're going to see is more basic paint. And I know a lot of people use basic paint, but you're going to see a lot less of this specific like design, whatever you call it, designer paint or whatever, this AK, I think it's like 47. I think there's a clinic about that, and Gateway X. You're going to see less of that because, again, this generation is more interested about running trains and operating. And so it doesn't really matter to us what kind of paint you use. So you're going to see more basic paint that you go buy for cheap at Target or at Michael's. And you're going to see more of that. And lastly, you're going to see more kits that are bought out. You see more kits that are just out of the box that are pre-assembled. That's one more thing you're going to see. And I talked about that a lot early on. But I'd show this picture again because I thought it was really good to show the foam and the basic paints. Because I have, you see my red cursor, I have the basic green basic green paint right there. And I have the dark brown for the road. And I also have this tan color right there. And I only used 3 paints for when I was in 6th grade. And so you're going to see more of that style. And then here's another example. This is my other friend. He's from Milwaukee. He's building his layout right now. You can see the modern style trains. I know this picture isn't really zoomed in that well. You can see the sort of the modern style trains, the Code 100 track, HO, and you can also see the pink foam everywhere. Pink foam is prevalent on this entire layout. So you're going to see that a lot more. And here's another view of his layout. You can see the DCC controller right there. He does a lot of DCC. This is just another view of his layout, which I thought was really interesting. And you can also see that it's rectangular as well, which is what I described about layout size. It's a little bit bigger than 4x8. I think he said it was 14x4. And then here is his, and then he has, like I said, less unique materials, so more manufactured items. So he has actually the Woodland Scenics risers right here, instead of building something from scratch, which I thought was really interesting. And you can see his modern BNSF engine right there. And so that's sort of some of the materials that are used for my generation. And then here's a picture of my layout, because I, of course, have to show a picture of my layout. And you sort of see the blue, and pink foam everywhere. It's very abundant. And so you're going to see more of that. And then I wanted to show a picture of sort of what my layout, I'm not done with it yet, but this is sort of what a finished layout that for my generation that sort of looks like. And I know I'm also really interested in the modeling. So I'm still learning. I still got a lot to learn, but I am trying to add a lot of detail that I have, try to add detail. And I also started scratch building. It's not that good, but I'm still continuing to do that. And then that's my one in Texas that I have right now, and I'm actually sitting in this chair right here, which is actually interesting. And then this is the one I have from 6th grade that's finished. Everything that I described, from the Woodland Scenics to the soccer field to the easy track, is sort of what you're going to see, and also the the pre-assembled kits is sort of what you're going to see with this generation going forward. So the next thing I have to cover is the social media, because social media is such a huge topic with this generation because we are always on it. Snapchat, Instagram, not really Facebook. Facebook is sort of not really popular for us. Discord, Twitch, because we live stream. We've been doing this kind of stuff, this live streaming stuff for years, and so since we're really big on social media, there's going to be a lot more virtual groups that are being created. Especially since a lot of organizations and manufacturers don't really market, they're going to create their own virtual groups. So, example, I have a Texas Teen Railfan Network group that there's about 60 of us that are all over around the Texas area, and you can go out and there's a text string that's active 24/7. They say, hey, there's a train coming in. I'm at Texas Arcana, which is on the edge of the state. It's coming into Dallas or whatever. And so everybody along that area goes out and takes pictures after a certain time when the train comes by. And so there's going to be more of these rail fanning networks that are going to start popping up, and they could rival organizations, which are really interesting. And then the next thing you're going to see is you're going to see more blogs, YouTube channels, sort of just showing off your work, sort of saying, hey, I do model railroading too. This is what I do. And that's how people get into virtual groups, because they all have blogs or Instagram accounts. And the next thing you're going to see is you're going to see less Facebook modelers, because this generation is really big on Instagram, because Instagram is more basically made for this age group. And that's sort of what you're going to see on social media. But a lot of people don't really know what Instagram is. And what you do on Instagram accounts is it's a blog to share work and connect with other people. Like I said, basically it's like a page, like not a Facebook group, a Facebook fan page or whatever. And you can also share model railroad pictures and rail fan pictures on there. Those are very popular. This is actually mine, Chaska trains. I have a lot of the multi-division meeting stuff on there right now. But that's sort of what you share with these Instagram accounts. And a lot of these people who are my age have these accounts that have thousands of followers on them. And it's really interesting. And they're almost like an influencer in the community almost on Instagram. The next thing I'm going to talk about is virtual groups. Virtual groups are going to be very big, and a lot of people already know these virtual groups that you see in Facebook, Facebook groups that you see. But really, we're not really big into those kinds of virtual groups where you have to take time and send a picture and a whole caption, because there's other forms of communication that's a lot faster. And so there's actually going to be a lot of text strings on Instagram, which is what and so that's what the rail fanning networks are on. I'm not a part of that anymore because I'm on the Discord server, which is something different. But when you get too big, you create a Discord server, which is basically where you can fit basically unlimited people in. And so these virtual groups that people are making are becoming huge. And it's actually invite only, and there's a lot of people connecting with each other, sharing ideas, and doing a lot of rail fanning. And there's also these virtual groups that are popping up, like I do one with I think about 12 of us who are all very active in clubs, museums, and actually a couple of people who are in college who are in the NMRA who helped on my multi-division meetings. And so we all come once a week and we sit down, we talk about trains and talk about this stuff. And it's real, and you're going to see more of those virtual groups pop up, which is going to be very interesting. And so rail fanning, and my next thing is rail fanning, and I know I talked a lot about that on the previous slide about these rail fanning network groups. But these rail fanning network groups are really in right now. And there's a lot of less actual modeling and more rail fanning, because right now it's very day to day. Unlike like division meetings where you go once a month, and you don't have a lot in between. These rail fanning groups are day to day. You're constantly texting, sharing, saying, "Hey, there's a train coming this way," taking pictures. And so these rail fanning network groups are really, really, really very popular. And also, they're very easy to access because we're always on social media. And since we're always on our phones, always on social media, um, excuse me, they're going to be very active, and they're very active right now, and they're great with socializing with people online, and or if you have a friend who does rail fanning with you, you can go uh, take pictures, you can go rail fan in person. And then also right now, rail fanning groups are becoming incredibly popular, especially with COVID-19, since everybody is locked indoors. And rail fanning is a very great social distancing activity. And actually, from January, when I started creating these online groups, we've had we've had tons of people come in, and are really, and especially for March, we've been having lots of people being locked down come in and join these groups. And it's really interesting to see all these people come in that I didn't really know, that lived around my area, that I never seen at train shows or anything. And it's really fun. And so rail fanning groups is a great way to connect with people. And also, some of these rail fanning groups have these shared Facebook pages, YouTube channels. So you're constantly editing, you're constantly doing things day to day, like editing videos, editing all these things, which is really, really neat. So here's an example that I have of sort of a picture that I have from one of my other friends out in Ohio. He has the SERx engine. It's a really interesting picture. And then he also has this other picture that he sent me. These are sort of the photos that you're going to see that are going to be sent in these rail fanning networks, and these are the photos that you're going to see that are going to be on these blogs on Instagram. These kinds of photos saying, "Hey, I just saw this train. This is really cool." And so those are the kinds of photos that you're going to see. And then here's another example. This account's really big. It actually has a couple thousand followers. This guy is clearly out in Florida with Sunrail. The image got kind of messed up. I don't know what happened there. But that's another example that you're going to see. And this was actually I made a Florida railroading sort of network-ish, and sort of this was posted to that. And he let me use his picture. But that's sort of what you're going to see that's going to be uploaded on these blogs. And I think he also has a modern style layout too. So now the thing is now the next thing is these modular clubs that we're going to be talking about. And these modular clubs are going to be, and after COVID, when everything is settled down, modular clubs are going to be the future. And for this generation, because one, like I said before, they're very instant gratification and they're very easy to do. It doesn't take a lot of time to build these modules, and it's actually something easy to do that is really unique. Even if you're not into model railroading and you had to use, let's say, Wooden Scenics for a school project, if you type in Google how to use Wooden Scenics, there's probably going to be something up that comes up with a model railroad or a train show. And so modular clubs are going to be really good and going to be very big. And modular clubs are going to be a really big way to attract non-trained people to the hobby. There's a couple examples that I have that I always share. Is that one example of a non-trained person is somebody who has to build a diorama or a modular for a school project, and they go to Michael's and they get some Woodland Scenics or some other thing that is sort of on the right road into the model railroad hobby. And then they go Google and they figure out that this is actually kind of interesting. And so their next step is joining a modular group. And that's real. And that's what I've seen a lot of recently, not especially being locked down, but before that. It also attracts engineering people who really just want to build stuff, test out CAD. If you're not really into model railroading, but you are interested in building things, modular things are a great way to start out in the hobby because they're small, they're easy, and you can be part of the community in the train shows. They also attract families, small families who go who are starting out, who have like 3-year-old, 4-year-old kids, who their parents go to a train show and like, oh, this is interesting, and they start building modulars at home. And you're going to see more of that. You're going to see more of those families join modular groups because that's the first step of getting into the hobby. And then this one I'm sort of reaching for is the 20 to 30-year-olds. I haven't seen a lot of this. I've heard a lot of people talk about this thing, but modular clubs is going to be really interesting to see if 20 to 30-year-olds after COVID join modular groups, because modulars are really easy to store and have an apartment. So right now I'm 18. I just turned 18 in March. But after I apply to transfer, and if I go out of state, when everything's settled down, I'm probably going to go join a modular club or group because that gets me involved in the community. The next in modular groups is easy to store, be part of the community, and you get to be part of a train show. That's really big for people my age, because you're always the customer or whatever. And it's really, and when I was 16, I joined the NMRA. It was really cool to be on that other side of the booth, recruiting to people, and that was really interesting. And so, what is going to happen with these clubs and organizations, right now? Social media, being online exactly like this, is going to be really big. There's going to be more virtual clubs, like I said, and there's going to be more virtual groups, because if organizations want to adapt and don't want this generation to create their own, they're going to have to start creating more virtual groups to get this social media savvy generation into their club. And again, you're going to see more modular clubs, and you may see more. It would be interesting to see if there's going to be more 100% NMRA clubs who are modular groups or who are just 100% virtual, like the rail fanning networks. That would be very interesting to see after COVID. And then a couple suggestions, and actually I got some suggestions, which were really interesting, that I got from a couple of people that weren't for me, that were involved in these museums, that were involved in a lot of these things, involved in a lot of these clubs, is that the Zoom WebEx meetings are actually really fun. A lot of them don't really check email a lot, but as soon as they started checking email with COVID, they started getting involved with Zoom, and they're starting to get in late. Especially and now that's ramping up because school is out. But sort of the Zoom WebEx thing is really popular with a lot of people, which they told me about. And also another big thing was the social media outreach, having your club or an NMRA account be active. And I do the social media for my division, and I try to be active as much as possible in it on Instagram and everything. And social media is actually a really great way to get new members. I got members to just show up to meetings, and I got members to come to train shows and join and go to our booth because of social media. And I've gotten people across the nation to join the NMRA who are my age because I connected with them on social media and that's been really fun to do. And I've gotten people who have reached out to me because their division may be spread out over to metropolitan cities, or they may not be close to a meeting, or they just don't really want to be. They're just not really ready to step in to go to a meeting, and so they actually reached out to me and asked me about how to get involved in the AP program. And then also interactive virtual things like this is really good. And I've gotten a lot of good reviews about that.
Hey,
And then the
James,
next,
sorry to interrupt. We have about 5 minutes. I just want to let you know there's a bunch of questions, and we look forward to talking to you.
absolutely, I got 2 slides left. And then the next thing is the AP program for this generation. A lot of people use, since this is an instantaneous style model, style of modeling, you're going to see more operations. And I've heard some really good things about, I think it's the Bob Weinheimer's region, who are doing some good things on social media. I've gotten people ask me to join, and then also, and they're wanting to do operations. And then scenery is another really big thing. And then the last slide, this is my last slide, is what we're going to attract people to the NMRA. And I'm not talking about just really big trained people. What can you get out? Can you think about outside of the box ideas? And I actually joined this organization. I'm a trained person, but I joined this organization just to get another extracurricular activity. And I actually really ended up really enjoying this organization. And this is something that I encourage a couple people to do, and they've started getting involved in the NMRA because of, like, I do division social media, and on a resume or on something for college, that is actually looked at as an internship. And also, you can get a lot of really good volunteer hours if you're in high school for school hours. And because of COVID, we didn't have any in-person meetings, but I'll sign people's volunteer sheets for school if they show up to an NMRA meeting. And so those are some of the things that are going to attract people to the NMRA that are non-train related, and also writing articles, and also doing photography contests for rail fanning. But that's sort of my clinic about the next generation of model railroaders and what we're going to see in the future.
Randy, that was awesome. Marty, you can bring back James so we can have a little chat here. There's been so many good questions. I want to start out with, besides thank you, the Dallas area has a lot of really great modelers. I know that one person online here has posted Gert Mueller, also known as Speed, is in your area, I believe. I don't know if you've had a chance to reach out virtually or in real life, but you've reached out to me and had me participate in some of your Zoom meetings, which I believe there was one this morning I think we missed, right?
No, I didn't have a Zoom meeting today.
Okay. But there was a bunch of questions regarding Discord or Twitch, and I'm curious, how is that being used in modeling right now? How are you using it, and how do you see it being used?
So Discord is the new version of Facebook groups. They're more secure. You can live stream easier. You can have certain groups just for admins. You can have certain groups inside a group for rail fanning. Basically, you can create groups inside of groups where people can connect easier, instead of just having a Facebook group where everything just goes there. And it's also more secure, so it's invite only. So if your division wanted to do something and have it just your division, and not have any spammers, Discord is free. And a lot of my generation uses it just to connect with other people because we're overloaded on Instagram.
I downloaded the app and I use it for virtual cycling so I can communicate with other people around the world while we're cycling. And if for anybody who doesn't know how it works, maybe you can describe it a little bit, right?
For Discord, it's set up basically as sort of like a Facebook group. However, it is really just texting. And it's basically texting. You can do actually live stream to it. And you can also do sort of mini virtual meetings that are sort of like you can use that as a conference call software too. That's also free. You can do that in that too. And you can set it up like that.
Yeah, we use it as a push to talk. So everybody can have a chance. Someone suggested that maybe it could be used for live operating sessions, so that instead of having radios, you could use Discord and everybody could hear what's going on the radio, or Discord, as it were.
I haven't tried that, but that would be kind of cool to do. I
agree. I think that'd be pretty cool. You mentioned the idea of going modules. Have you built a module, or do you see an interest in Fremo, in other words, operations style modules?
I built a module a long time ago. I really enjoyed that. I was just starting out because it was really what I was gonna say, because I was just starting my modeling skills and I just wanted to test it out, and I got some recommendations to do that. And I really like modulars, and also the operation style modulars that you said. Yeah, I see that being sort of a future, because a lot of this generation really wants to operate, but they don't really want a really big layout, and so I see that as a future too.
I can see that. I actually encourage a lot of people to just build a little 2x4 or even a 1x4 layout and do a little bit of everything. And so I don't know, the latest model rotor talks about building on a plank. Martin, that's kind of noisy. Anyway, let me go on with the questions here. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I think it's from Mr. Jenkins in the background there. Anyway, regardless, you mentioned doing scratch building on your own layout, and as you progress and learn more about the hobby, do you see that as something that you'll pursue more, or maybe people of your own age? I know you're only 18. Well, not only, you're a very articulate young man for an 18-year-old, but people your age, I don't know if you're doing modeling and more scratch building or more kit building lately as you become more experienced.
So I do a little bit of scratch building. I haven't actually. The first time I heard of scratch building was when I was 16 and I joined the NMRA. This generation has never heard of that, and so they're not going to scratch build because they've never heard of scratch building before. And the people who have are like, yeah, I've tried it, but it's not really fun because they don't really know what direction they should start at or where to go. And so that's just all I have to say about that.
Michael, if you could mute yourself and thank you. You mentioned modern era. I recently have been really interested in modern area in my hometown, and I have been having my father actually go out and take a bunch of pictures. Michael, can you turn off your camera? And thank you. At any rate, so there, I can see the appeal of being able to go out, photograph, and actually look at modern cars and engines. Are there enough models being produced for the modern era that would satisfy your interest? Especially the cost of these models are not inexpensive for someone your age. I remember buying an engine in my day at 1995 is equivalent to maybe $200 today. So, I mean, where are you going to spend your hobby money? And are you looking at models that will just run, or something that's more prototypical what you see?
For me, I don't really do a lot of the modern things. I actually like American Flyer better, so I do a lot more American Flyer things. But I really don't have an era that I run in. I just really like just picking up new things and just collecting it. And I'm starting to get into the scratch building, so I might try that more. But I'm not that big into modern.
Okay, you probably know that my latest interest is also in S scale, so I feel you there. One question was kind of interesting. Do you think there's an opportunity online for younger modelers, 18 to 25, to reach out to others with more experience? Or is this, how do you learn? Are you looking at Facebook for the most part, or YouTube? Not Facebook, but are you looking at others doing Instagram, YouTube? Where do you learn?
It was a lot of trial and error, but for online things, for modelers to reach out, I don't really, there isn't really a good place to do that. But if you are in the NMRA, I sort of have this rule, and what I do is I actually ask a lot of the more experienced modelers in the NMRA for suggestions. And what I usually do is I usually start, and I usually have an order of operations. Ask an MMR first, ask your division leadership, and then ask your region leadership. And that's sort of what I've been doing to reach out to people. And that's the order of questions that I ask. So I go to MMRs first.
I understand that. I also joined NMRA when I was quite young, probably the same age as you, although 40 years ago. At any rate, but I was able to get a list at the time. Everything was via mail, snail mail back in the day. But you know, I could reach out and meet other people. So, do you see if how do I put this? Tom Gazer is asking, would there be a benefit to having a place at a convention or a meet or a physical train show where we can set aside for younger models to meet one another and ask others with no judging questions that you may feel that are too stupid otherwise? I mean, obviously the stupid question is the one you don't ask, but what about a space just for younger modelers to meet people and ask questions?
I would like that. There's not a lot of, if it's for NMRA, there's not a lot of us out there. And so that would be really hard logistically. But it would be really cool to make a national Zoom meeting for just that age group. I would really love to do that.
I think that to do that too. Yeah,
that would be because that's on Zoom, and that's not really in person. And you're dealing with a whole bunch of teenagers who really just want to play, play video games. At a convention, there's not a lot to do at a convention. For my age group, and so not a lot of people would. I've seen attend conventions, NMRA conventions. So at conventions, I don't see how it's possible, but virtually, absolutely, I'd love to do one.
That's a really cool idea. Again, I think you'd be the right guy to put that together. You don't think younger modelers? Well, you're not a usual modeler, but you're not intimidated, or you don't think younger modelers are intimidated by meeting older or more well-known or more experienced modelers?
Well, when you're always younger, you're all everybody is sort of intimidated when you're young and you're 16, 15. But really, once you get to know everybody, they're really nice, and so they may not be approachable, but once you meet them, they're really nice. Yeah, that's really about it. But there's a lot of people in the NMRA who have reached out first and gotten me involved, and those people are who you should go talk to, and that's usually the division leadership.
Gotcha. Dave Burnham, if I pronounced his name right, is wondering how can he attract more younger modelers into his club or his organization? You know, how do they reach out and find people that are interested? And maybe you have some better perspective than I do.
Yes. You can do two ways. You can go on Instagram and be very active, or when this COVID thing is done, you can start posting. You can post your events into non-train groups who are maybe like like one thing is really good is sort of like Parents of Frisco or something like that where I live in, and I sometimes post an event and say, hey, here's a train show. This is really interesting. We get a lot of families to come that way. So using social media and thinking outside the box is really good for attracting that. So you can either go try to talk to the parent through Facebook groups, or you could directly post and be active to my age group. And so those are two ways you can do that.
I think a lot of people are really glad to hear your point of view, and I appreciate you spending time and putting together this presentation. You're a very articulate and organized young guy, and I think you're going to do well. And thanks for including me in a lot of your Zoom conversations. Check the chats in YouTube. Mike Hill posted that his son is extremely interested. Maybe you could reach out to some of the people that are showing up and posting questions here.
If you have questions, just message me either on Facebook or my Instagram account, Chaska_trains, and I'll get you in. And if you're my age, I will get you into my virtual groups.
So let's spell that. It's ampersand or rather the @ symbol, CHASLKA, or is it SKA?
It's @CHASKA and then _ trains.
Okay, this is Instagram. Good. Right on. Anything you want to add?
No, thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, please again check the ongoing chat on YouTube. I think Joshua would love to connect with you. Thanks
Okay.
again.
All right.
Welcome back. This is Neil Erickson in Room 1. We're doing a virtual clinic. I'm here in Hawaii on the Big Island. I've got Marty Jenkins down in, I was going to say where, but I've already forgotten. But he's in Australia. And our next speaker is Michael Hill. Mike, you're in New Zealand, Auckland, I believe, right?
Yes, it is, and it's nice and 7 a.m. in the morning down here, and it's nice and chilly in the middle of winter down in New Zealand. So it's
actually I'd forgotten about that. Yeah. So Michael, you're the president of the Western Districts Model Railroad Club and the local
correct.
NMRA club, the City of Sales Model Railroad Club. I love that.
That's correct. Yeah, we're in the middle of processing our logo at the moment, so we're trying to incorporate a yacht because Auckland's known for sailing and the America's Cup at the moment. So
Yeah, well, I'm afraid we'll beat you again. But Mike, I understand your passion. Santa Fe to BNSF transition area is sort of
that's correct.
the era where they kind of got the paint schemes all screwed up for a while. And then you're doing weathering craftsman kits along with sharing your knowledge of what you're speaking about today using the Arduino for hobby.
Yes.
So actually, I've been really looking forward to your presentation. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, today I'm gonna try not be too technical, but be a little bit more technical and talk about how to make a simple little yard panel. And as you see, we have an Arduino here using NeoPixels, resistor ladders, and push buttons. These connect into the other little boards, which has a relay block on here, another relay block which fires in this particular board we have some older Pico style point motors that go click click click. These will control power feeds to tracks and lights, etc. if you want to. And also we have a little power box up here just to stop power coming back through and help eliminate noise which can cause points motors to switch. It's all run within Arduino, and across, if you can see that just quickly, an IC² bus which does the comms, and this particular one has 8 ports on it, and we're only using six of those within our presentation. So these came about because we had the old conundrum of the big panels with spaghetti junction, as we used to call it, where you'd open the panel up and inside would be a multitude of wires, and we've gone from those wires, which we have big rubbish bags full of now, to these little things which use network cables to join and things like that. So the wiring has gone down, and the tidiness and maintenance is much easier down at our model club. So with that, now we'll move into, we'll get into our PowerPoint presentation now. So I'll just bring that up if you bear with me for a second here. And we'll share that. And we should be up and running. There we go. I'll just move this out of the way. So today we're going to learn all about how to build an Arduino-based yard panel. In section 1, I'll do an introduction on what exactly I'm going to cover in this presentation. I'll try not to get too techy, but there will be some very technical aspects in this as well. We're going to learn what a fritzing diagram is, just a quick overview on that. How to design your front panel, how I came up with that nice pretty design. It's fairly simple and straightforward, using some open source software, and you can use anything you like for that. So the introduction, what concepts are we going to cover in this clinic? We're going to cover a basic overview of fritzing diagrams, how to design your front panel, the part your operators and those visiting your layout will actually see mounted on your fascia boards, or where you decide to mount your little panels. Learn about the hardware we use to design this panel, what it does, where it comes from, how we use it, and why we used it. Learn about resistor ladders and why they are so important in this particular design of a panel. They're not mandatory, but once you see this, you might think, because it gets rid of a lot of wires. Learn a little bit about the code that makes all the magic happen on the front of the panel, because we have lights, we have NeoPixels that turn on and off, and NeoPixels, if you're not aware what they are, they're multiple colors. You got a gamut of colors. You can go from greens to reds to purples to blues to whatever color you want. You can even flash a rainbow if you like. Fritzing diagrams. Maybe thinking, if you're not familiar with these, what the heck are these little things? Well, a fritzing diagram is a great open source tool for anyone to teach, share, and prototype their electronic projects. It allows you to design a schematic and thus a part, which you can then be added to be very professional looking wire diagrams. You can even design your own PCB boards and have them fabricated from the files you design with this concept. Basically, you can draw a fritzing diagram as a picture to prototype it up, especially at the moment with COVID and everything, and trying to share things across distance and with your friends. You can design it up, give it to your electronics mate, and they can have a look and come back to you. Can be hugely, can help hugely when prototyping an idea, especially if you are unsure of what parts you may require. In this diagram, I'm showing you a concept of a simple block detector, which is the little black part in the top right of the diagram. That will trigger a red or a green light, which I've put on the prototyping breadboard here to simulate a green for go and red for stop. On the push button and the servo, when with the little push button there, you could have that trigger the Arduino to trigger the servo to move the point one way or the other, and to change the signal to red to stop the oncoming trains jumping the point. At a higher level, a fritzing diagram, you may not be able to see that fully, but I'll put a PDF up of the presentation after this. What do I mean by a high level? Well, I mean, I'm showing the actual circuit schematic here. These are the sorts of things that you'd create after you made your made your board, and you'd file away, because you may not look at your board for months or even years into the future. So you want to know what sort of resistors you used to talk to your code, and what parts were used to create your little circuits here. So on the left there we have what's called a resistor ladder, which shows us the 6 buttons that are on. Shows 8 buttons that could be used on something. You've got a nano in the middle, and the other pixel, the other resistors and bits and bobs that make up your panel. Things will become with the resistor ladder. Things will become clearer shortly. If you're going, I'm a bit lost. What's a resistor ladder? This is just a quick overview of the bits and bobs. I'm going to go through in a bit more detail. The fixing diagram in the previous few slides is really only to be used as a reference for someone trying to build or repair. So you could give it to someone else who's a little bit into electronics, and something's not quite working, and they can put a meter across the different portions of it and work out what's supposed to be happening, and try and find out where something may have come desoldered or got a bit of moisture or something on it over the years, because it might sit there for years without anyone looking at the actual circuit. Now let's get into the panel. This is the first prototype that we made. This is using a different style of NeoPixels that we moved to. These are looking like classic LEDs, but they're actually NeoPixel LEDs, and some push buttons. So now this doesn't look very appealing after all the hard work you've done in your layout. If you were to mount this on the side of your layout, to some it might be okay, but for most of us, this wouldn't look all that great. So the front panel design prototype. After the prototype one, we came up with the following, and we called it Never Been There, which is an homage to one of the members of the Western Districts Motor Railway Club down here in Auckland, New Zealand, who about 20 years ago built a portable module when I was a lad back in my 20s, and they called it Never Been There, which is almost a play on an Aboriginal name in Australia. It was one of the first DCC layouts that I'd ever seen, which got me hooked. To get to here, we used a drawing software and a printer. Basically, on the front panel design, I decided to, because I'm a software engineer by trade, that I'd use the program that I use when I do my flowcharts, etc., because called Draw.io, which is a free open source piece of software online, and I thought, this is a good piece of software. If I draw it in this, I can save the files off, and someone else can come in if I'm not around and actually use it, and it's free and it's online. The main reason is it's simple. You can add lines and arrows, and you can change the angle of your lines, so you can make the trackages go left and right, etc., on the direction that they go, and as well as put circles on there for turntables, etc., and many other things. Once you have completed your diagram, I'd save it out as a PDF. There's an option in there to export it as a PDF. Doing a PDF gives you great scaling quality when you want to print it, because you might want to print it on. I decided to print it on a standard size paper in landscape, and we also decided to go with a 250 GSM card, which is a little bit stronger than a piece of paper and quite nice. And then we put matte varnish. Well, once we'd glued it onto the, I then punched out the circles with some leather hole punches, different sizes for the NeoPixels and ones for the push buttons. You don't have to use those big push buttons that we did, but we thought they're nice. They're a nice size. They're easy to find. They're easy to touch, etc. Next, we cut out some thin timber for mounting the card to with spray adhesive. So spray adhesive on the wood first, and then on the back of the cardboard panel layout, and pin that and stick that down and weigh it down so it sticks up and doesn't roll, doesn't come off. Next, we then got some matte varnish, and we carefully sprayed some spray-on matte varnish. And we carefully sprayed on some matte varnish over the top. Put on 2 or 3 layers, but let each layer dry, because if you use an inkjet printer, you will actually get runs in they can cause the ink to run. So just be a little bit careful when you're doing that. Once it was all dry and everything, we used a drill press, or you could use your battery drill, but a drill press gives you a nice size and a nice accuracy, and we drilled the holes out through the timber to mount the buttons and the NeoPixels. The reason we went with NeoPixels is they have traditional LEDs only have 2 pins, and the NeoPixels have 3. One of those is for a comms port, which means that each NeoPixel we can read within the Arduino to actually find out which NeoPixel we need to send a command to actually turn that light, make that light green, or make that light green without having to, and they're all looped together without having to run each LED back to the control, back into the Arduino. So basically we've got 1 pin into the Arduino that runs the NeoPixels, and 1 pin into the Arduino that runs the switches using the resistor ladder. This is a representation. It didn't turn out too well. It looks like the circles have moved a bit, but I've set the green, as you can see, for the trackage coming from left. We are going to head up to red for the track that is not available at the moment. So I've switched the points to go up through the green and along through there. And the blue is set, which could trigger off the signals down the line to tell the other operators that, sorry, this is occupied at the moment and we're doing something. So we're heading east, which is from the left, and heading west up the line to do some switching. Section 1 roundup. Okay. What have we learned? We've learned a few things and brushed over some other concepts. Now let's get into how we are going to work out how we are going to make the magic lights change color on the panel and how we could switch our points. Hope I haven't confused you and bored you too much so far, but now we get into the nitty-gritty of the panel and the panel itself, the hardware. The panel we're building is for a small yard at the back of where you can just see the grain tower at the back there, and it will be mounted to the right-hand side near the tree on the right there, so you can switch the panels without having to climb underneath. And we had some mold down the model club that we noticed about 4 or 5 months ago, so we had to rip out our turntable area and redesign it. So there it is in part design, and one of my little locos, one of the first locos I made when I was back 15 years old, that's still running, a good Athearn blue box. What electronic hardware do we require? What is a resistor ladder and why are we using one? Next, we'll learn about some of the code behind the hardware. Okay, here's the main piece of hardware that does all the heavy lifting for us, that we send signals to when we push a button, that the Arduino sends signals to when we push a button. The accessory power is fed into the buck converter. A buck converter is basically a step-down transformer. So at the Western Districts Club that I belong to, we run 23 volts DC around the entire layout that we can tap into anywhere around the layout to run these things. So we basically run 23 volts into here, and we drop it. We drop it down to between 7 to 5 volts depending on our power needs on the circuit. So that can vary between board, because some of the boards that we've built are larger than this, and this is a fairly compact one. This little circuit is basically a little power pack. It basically stops feedback from the power going through and shorting things out, and just balances out the power to keep everything nice and clean. It's a fairly standard thing, and it's got a little LED on it too, so that we know that when we plug it in and turn it on, we've got lights in there. So yay, we have power coming into the circuit board, and nothing's gone pop. We then use these little old telephone connectors, which are getting harder to find, but there's many other things you could use. And the panel that links a cable back up to the main panel. So we're using twisted pair Ethernet cables for this. So two of them, the outside ones, are our power from back to the Arduino. So we're feeding back 5 volts up to the Arduino itself, or between 7 to 5 volts back to the Arduino with a positive and negative, and the two in the middle are the comms lines for this particular board. So we've got 2 communication lines which send the signals to tell the relays to switch and perform their magic. By doing it this way, it means that you can have a short run to your panel. You can build a little frame around your panel, mount it at a nice angle on the front of your fascia or into your fascia, and the main circuit board that's not really needed to be seen can be mounted on a hinge to fold out, or up under the layout somewhere, hidden away from sight. But you don't want the distance too far on this, or you'll start to find that you'll get noise. And by noise, I mean that your train will go through a point and it will randomly switch. Something will happen, some electrical current will come through, it'll cause something to happen, and we've noticed this, it'll start to switch. So we've solved this by adding either some capacitors into the circuit at the points where you come out of the off the end of the servo and things like that, just to alleviate some of the noise. But this is a trial and error thing at the moment. We're still trying to work out the best way to do this. But it's not really a problem when you're on DCC, because the current and everything is much cleaner than because our club is running DC at the moment, moving towards DCC, hence these boards. Here we have a large relay block. This block is used to switch power to the track, so we can isolate a block if we were to park there for long periods of time. Basically, it turns the power off and on in the different blocks. So if you got a train parked there without DCs set up, it doesn't move, or you could use it to turn things off. Basically, a relay is just an on-off switch that does a bunch of things. And this is another little relay block, and this particular one switches at 2 points in the shard, and because it's been in there for a while, it's got the old style click pico points motors on it, which need the capacitors to drive directly. And as you'll see, we wire it directly into the 23 volts because we have a couple of diodes across the picos, and those are fairly large capacitors, and they require 23 volts to run, which is nice. We've never had one burn out as such in 20 or 30 years, so that little circuit works very well. It's an upgrade of an original circuit that was wired straight to the point. There are also jumpers located under the relay boards to tie the rails together. Basically, there's parts of the track that are joined together, and underneath that big relay board and the small relay board, there's a few jumpers in there, but they're fairly simple to work out, and I'll give you a picture of those things later. Here we have the heart of the system, the Arduino Nano, which is on the front panel portion I showed you earlier. We only use 2 pins into the Arduino for our communications between the buttons and the Arduino, because we use a resistor ladder with the push buttons. You may have noticed there are 5 wires into the Arduino that has been mounted on the breadboard wall. We have one for a common earth on the push buttons, and we have one for positive and one for negative earth on the NeoPixels, and the other 2 are our comms. So the problem we were having is that if you go directly onto the Nano with the traditional way of wiring it before we went to the resistor ladders, was that you'd end up running out of pins on your Arduino and going, oh, I've got 30 things I need to plug in, or 12 things I need to plug in, or I'm running short on pins to communicate with the different items. One of the comms line is for push buttons, and the other is the addressable NeoPixels. We're using what's called a resistor ladder, which is an electrical circuit made for repeating units of resistors. Basically, as you see here from my Fritzing diagram, each resistor has a different value. So different value that we can calculate the voltage drop in within the Arduino itself, so that we know which button was pressed. So basically, meaning that we can assign each button a number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it can run a part of the code, a method in the code to actually basically give it an address like a house. where you jump into, and it triggers a bunch of commands. So for instance, if we push S4, it would go off and run a bunch of commands, which might be move a tortoise motor, turn on and off several signals, changing the colors on those things, etc. So basically it's like sending a letter to the person across the state and giving it an address, like sending it to their address. The resistor ladder gives you the ability to give an old dummy button that does an on-off an address, so we can actually find that button when we code. This concept is basically the same as a standard old keypad. So if you put in a number 1, 2, 3, it does basically the same thing. It uses a little bit more advanced resistor ladder, but basically the concept's similar. It's derived from that idea. Okay. Now to get into the nitty-gritty of the panel itself. Being a software developer, I'll try to explain the code as best I can without it being at a fairly higher level rather than a more down nitty-gritty lower level. Meaning, try not to be too technical with the code. Also remember, we have attempted to write the code with the KISS method. The reason I decided to use the KISS method was myself and Gary Snow is another member of the Western Districts, who was an electrical engineer who has helped immensely in building these panels with me, and we've come up with these concepts of the resistor ladder, and our mythology is excuse me, that gives you full control.
What happened, Marty?
Am I okay? Hello? Cool. Okay, cool. That's all good. I must have bumped the mute button on my mic. Okay, so we're into the Arduino software. I'll just step back one because you may have lost us. So if you've seen this, that's okay. I just had a little bit of a glitch, as you do, Murphy's Law with technical software and things like that. Being a software developer, I'll try to explain the code as not too technical and not too hard, meaning not too techy. Also remember that we've attempted to write the code in the KISS method. There's many different ways that you could write this portion of the code, but I've tried to keep this in a way that someone who's not too familiar with the script or the code can jump in and work out quite reasonably quickly what's happening, extend it, add to it, remove something if it's no longer required, etc. in the code, and basically enjoy it without too much hassle. So what I use for the coding is I use the standard Arduino IDE, which is a free piece of software you can download for your Linux, your Mac, or your Windows PC or your laptop, and it also runs nicely on my Adafruit. I'm not clicking at the moment. Sorry, I'm just introducing what the software is. So I'll get through it in a minute. It'll be line by line, pretty much with the code. Include the Adafruit. Basically, what we need to do is we add in some libraries at the top when you first start coding. So we're going to add a few libraries into the code at the top. Adafruit NeoPixel, one for called Wire, an SPI, and just something that needs to be in there to keep things going. We don't really need to know what that does. It just needs to be there to start things go off. And then we define some variables, some global variables that we use through the code. So basically, on the NeoPixels, the pin that we've plugged into on the Nano is pin 6. And the LED brilliance, that's for the NeoPixel, that goes from 0 all the way up to 255. And we set it at 10, which gives it a fairly bright ambience when you turn it on. So you can have it brighter or dimmer as you require. So you set that up or down to fulfill your requirements. But we've found 10's about right. And the number of pixels that we have there, we define that as well. So we've got, on this particular panel, we have 6. On another panel, we have 18 NeoPixels in the mix. Okay, and then the pixel format, that depends on the type of NeoPixel you purchased, but that's correct. You're going to be on that for the next long part of this. That's okay. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna flow through learning how to do the code, which is the main core of this. So we're going to be in this Arduino page for quite a little bit of the rest of this presentation here. So the Neo Grab and the Neo KHZ800 is just the type of NeoPixel that I've purchased, and you just go onto the Adafruit, the NeoPixels, the Adafruit site, and you'll find out quite easily. There's usually a code on the NeoPixels that you purchase that has that. And in this particular one, we're telling it that we're giving it a count of 9 for the buttons. So up to 9 buttons can be added into this particular circuit with ease. We're only initiating 6 at this. We're only using 6, but we've got 9 ability to expand it up another 3. So that first part is just a standard little Adafruit NeoPixels times pixels, which will give you an object pointer that we can use further down the code. So that comes with the piece at the top, our little library at the very top, and then we define some colors that we're going to use. So on this particular board, we want to use a yellow, a red, a green, and a blue. The blue and yellow give us the direction that we're coming from, left and right, that we've decided on this particular board, and a red and a green just gives us the trackage that we're using. You could make them purple or blue, green, magenta, whatever color, because you have they're RGB. You have a range of 256 colors that you can put into the NeoPixel. And the last one that says off is fairly obvious. That's just a setting to set the NeoPixel to an off state when it's maybe got no power, which we've decided, or you could. Okay, and then we set a couple other things. So to recap on this is just our intro part of the script. We have at the very top there, you have a library for controlling the NeoPixels. The wire library at the top there. These are freebie open source libraries that you can get off the net that are fairly common to use. We have the wire is used to communicate with the I2C, the I2C bus, which is the heart of the system, which means that we only need the two comms ports on our particular hardware to get the relays to switch and the points to switch. The SPI is a serial peripheral interface, which gives us some more control inside the system itself. We have NeoPixel pins, the brilliance, and the number of pixels, etc., down through there. Then we move into the setup of the when you first power up your Arduino and your board, or you turn your layout on, this is the first part of the script that'll run. That'll initiate everything. So basically, we tell it the serial to turn on. We give it a speed, which is 9600, which is a serial port, etc. And we tell the wire, which is the communications with the I2C, to actually start and and turn on, etc. And then we create a new NeoPixel object dynamically with these values. So the pixels, new Adafruit NeoPixel, the number of pixels, the pin, and the pixel format that we defined a little further up here. Yes? Okay, I'll stop sharing and start that. So you didn't see any of the code. Oh, okay, sorry. I'll stop sharing and I'll reshare. That might fix it up. Sorry about that. I can go back into that. Hang on a minute. Where are we here? Got that back up there. Technical glitches, everyone. So we'll get back into this. Where's my share screen? And just let me know, Marty, when if I'm moving through those through these slides. So Arduino script, have we moved slide now? Okay, also remember we have attempted to write the code. There's this code in the KISS method, yep. Okay, I'll just start explaining things again quite quickly. I've got a bit of time, should have enough time to get through the code since we had a little technical glitch. Okay, do we see the Arduino screen now? Okay, the Arduino IDE is up in front of us. Thank you for that, Marty. We now can see things. So at the very top here, I'll start again. We need to include a few libraries within the IDE, so we don't have to write all the code ourselves. We don't have to know how to talk how the NeoPixels actually work. We don't need to know how the serial bus works. We don't need to know how the other few bits and bobs that we're communicating with work. We just need to do the parts that we actually want to change ourselves. So the coding's not all that complex. So we add one called wire, which gives us a serial bus for communications, and the IC squared bus, and an SPI, which is a serial bus as well, and then just some other code that needs to be in there to stop things from happening around the place. Then we initiate a few pins, as you can see there. So Marty, we're still moving through.
I can see it fine. Yeah,
Awesome. I just thought I'd double check to make sure that we're not glitching out again. So
just
the
want to
first
let you know we have about 10 or 15 minutes, so I think you're doing fine.
Yeah, we're doing fine. Yeah, I got enough to get through it. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
First, we need to set up some global variables. So we want to set the pin that we plug our NeoPixels into on the Arduino Nano. We want to set the brightness, which is called brilliance, for our NeoPixels. And we've found with these particular NeoPixels, we're using that 10 is a great brilliance. It goes from 0, which is off, right up to 256, which is really, really bright, which means you don't need to put resistors across them like you normally do. Like, does that, if I put a 10K resistor across my LED, does it give me enough brightness, or is that going to be, when I look down at the panel, too bright for my eyes to see? So this is basically built in with the software, so you don't need to do anything, run your 3 cables and loop everything together and you're away laughing. And then we just set the type of NeoPixel we're using. In this case, that's a particular model that we're using, that usually comes with the NeoPixel. You can work it out quite quickly whether that one runs or doesn't run, but it's fairly common. And then we set the number of buttons. This one's set for 9. We're only using 6, which doesn't matter. It means we can expand it by 3 more buttons in the future if we need to, or something like that. Then we just tell the Adafruit NeoPixel script that we included at the top to set up an object pointer. So we need to just tell it to start, basically, that we're gonna need to use it further down the code. Then we set some colors up. These colors can be anything, as you see. So we define the colors and the brilliance that we're going to use. So you can have your red lights for emergency, and they can be much brighter so they stand out, or you could have them less bright. So you can make several brightness variables if you really, really wanted to. We've set red for off, or a track that you can't go up. Green for the route that you're taking up and through your panel, so you know that if I push this button here and that one further down, that I can trace with my eyes quickly that the green is that way and my train's going to proceed up that particular branch. And then blue for the direction. I've used blue for east, and we've used yellow for west at the moment, because that's basically the direction that I'm coming from, and it may trigger if we make it blue for the east, it will trigger things down the line on the east, which might be signaling and other bits and bobs, and then trigger some other signals to go red, some to go green, etc., etc. down the line. And then we have no color for off as well, which you need sometimes to say that there's no power or anything in here, so there's nothing happening there. The train can park there, it's not going to sit there for ages and burn out the track. We initiate some points, and we set that to 0, and we set the button settings, which I've got 8 here at the moment. It should really be 9. I just noticed that, but that doesn't matter because we only got 6. So we've got a maximum of 6. So we need to set up an array that we can create a byte for. So you'll see that a little bit further down. Then we get into the nitty-gritty. So we've set some variables, we've included some libraries that we're going to use. Now we need to actually do something when the power turns on to get everything to fire up and come to life. So we do the standard Arduino little setup. You can do all sorts of things in here. You can print something to a little LED screen if you've got one of those little LCD screens, and say panel never been there is initiating and coming to life, and it was written by Johnny Smith or someone like that, or Jimi Hendrix. And we initiate. We need to turn on the serial, and we also need to tell the wire, the wire class to actually turn itself on and start going and be available in the code. Then we create a new NeoPixel object dynamically with these values, which are the values that we did earlier in the code. The number of pixels that we have, the pixels. When I say number of pixels, I mean number of neopixels we've got on our panel, the pin that it connects to, and the pixel format up there. So the wire, so we know what we're doing. And then we tell the pixels to begin. And I've put a delay in there of about 1,000 before the buttons become active. So it gives everything a chance to go. We've got a few capacitors in there and things like that. So it just gives everything a chance of 1,000 means 1 millisecond, or 1 second, sorry. So wait a second before you allow the user to push the buttons if you get a short or something like that, and the power goes off and comes back on. And then set NeoPixels to the start position. So we have a start position because at this stage you don't have any concept of what state they were in at this stage. Okay. Okay, what's next? Next we have our first. This is our main loop that sits there, and it just keeps running the whole time the NeoPixel's on. Starts at the top and runs through that each time. So basically, what it does is it looks at the panel, and in each one of these, the panel read, the setup, the pixels to show, and the send data are little common functions that we repeat a lot. So instead of having to write all 4 of those each time we push a button, we write it once and we just call it further down. We just access that little piece of code, and it does its bit, and then it sends a value back to here, and then it does the setup data, and then the setup data will do its little bit, and it'll send its next bit to the pixel show, which will then turn a light on and off, and then it'll send the data down to the board, which will then make your tortoise go, and your signals down the line turn on and off. So instead of having to repeat that code all the time, this sits there waiting for the user to push a button. So we'll start with the panel read. So the user comes along, they want to switch a point to go up and deliver some grain to the grain silo. So they push the first button. They push the first button. So the panel reads itself. It initiates a few variables that are needed along the way in there, and it triggers after the button press. It sets a starting point, a button value of 1100, which is just a default, which is higher than the value we need, so that we don't actually need. That's just in there as a reset if there's anything residual setting left over from the last time you push the button, or from startup or something like that, or some noises come down the line. So we set it to 1100, which is larger than what we actually need. And then we check, we loop while the button value is greater than 900. Do an analog read on that pin, which means that basically where that pin plugs into the nano, we read some data. we read some data, and if that value wasn't 1100, it would wait 10 seconds and do something else. So, and we divide the button value by something else. trying to explain this is a little bit hard in this part. I hope I'm making sense here. So basically what we're doing is we're reading the value from we're reading the voltage value that's returned from the button through our resistor chain. So basically there'll be a bunch of voltage there, and it'll send back a value when we push the button. It'll make a little bit more sense when we get further down. Then we set up some data, what we call switches. Not as in a push button switch, but a coding switch. A coding switch is a great little thing to use where you've got a bunch of things that we need to use to do a bunch of tasks along the way. So if we hit a case number 2 there, we've pushed button number 2, and in the loop it'll go off and do some things. It'll set a pixel color up. It'll go down to the button setting and pass the number 2 down to the button setting, and that's derived out of here. So it comes into here, it does an analog read of the pin, calculates out a voltage, which will give the button an address, which in this case we turn it into a whole number. If I show you that down here, so basically all the way down here we turn it into a whole number. It's a bit complex, I'm sorry. So we get a value from the button. So we've pushed button number 2 here, and if the value of that button is already green, then don't do anything. So basically what that's saying is button number 2 is not equal to the button setting that is there. If I'm not equal to that, then go off and do something, or else basically leave the state where it was and don't bother doing anything, because we've already switched that servo. We don't want to try and throw the servo back exactly the same way again, because it'll just cause chaos. And then the button setting. So we initiate the button setting, and we come down here to sorry, it's in the user code. Okay. So sorry. So the button setting goes through here. I'm trying to explain this. Goes into the button setting. I'm going around in circles here. Sorry. I'll just take a breath for a sec.
Seems like this loop that you're creating is just checking on status and deciding whether or not something needs to be done based on your button push, yeah?
Yes, that's right. Thank you for that. Yeah, I got myself a bit confused there because I jumped forward and then back. So yeah, it's just deciding on what needs to happen. So what it's going to do is it's going to take that value that you pushed, the voltage value that you pushed, and it's going to send it off to the other class that we've got that actually converts that voltage into a whole number. So it'll take, like, say 1.75 volts or 5.4 volts because it's going through the resistor, and the resistors have dropped that voltage down to that, and then divide it by 100 and divide it by a number, and then round it up to a whole number, which will end up being number 2. So we give it a bit of bleed in that piece of code. And I've sorry about that, guys. I've admitted that that library out of this piece of code. That's why I was a bit like, ooh, where's that button setting gone? So there's a whole nother library that's supposed to run that does the whole calculation, that does the division. So basically when you push the button, it sends a voltage back to the Arduino on the analog pin, and the analog pin says, I have this voltage coming through from here. We divide that with a little simple calculation, and we end up with a whole number. In this case, it will be number 2. So that voltage might vary from 1.5 to say 2.5 volts. And if we're within that range, then we know that we send back a button number 2 was pressed. For example, the range is a little bit smaller than that, but that's just a good example of that. And then that will go off, and it will call the send data portion of this. So we know that we've pushed number 2, and the case has said number 2 is going to switch a point and turn a signal on. So it's going to throw one of our big clickety-clack pico points and move it left or right as we go through. And this is basically where we transmit. This last little part here is we transmit this over the IC² bus back to the panel data. The panel itself, the panel data comes through, goes back to the relay blocks, does what it needs to do, and we basically send a byte. So we create an 8-string byte. We create a nice byte that we actually send back to the panel, and basically it goes through every single pin on the IC squared, which there are 9 of in this particular case because we're using a smaller one. There can be 16, 32, 64, and we send a nice little byte packet back, and it's either an on or an off. If it's a 0, it does nothing. If it's a 1, it will change that particular pin to send a signal to actually switch or do something as needed along the way. So it loops through, builds up our little array, transmits it over the IC squared bus, and the magic happens. I hope I didn't get you guys too lost in the middle there. I actually left out one of my libraries. Sorry about that, guys. I went through this 4 times yesterday, and
no, actually, I was going to ask you, Mike, if you would post where you got your libraries.
Yes.
Or if you could even post your code, that would be pretty awesome.
I will do that. I'll post the code up, and I'll actually put the Fritz diagram up as well, and a PDF of this PowerPoint, because there's a lot to take in there. I hope I didn't get too technical and get you too lost at the end there.
Anytime you start talking code, I think a lot of us have our eyes roll back. Although I enjoy it, and you have had quite a number of people just watching along. Not a lot of questions, so I assume that everybody that's here to learn about Arduino already has some experience.
Yes. That's what I thought. So, but the main reason we came up with the board like this, and my good friend Gary Snow, who's now 70 odd, who can be seen sitting at the top with our little drawers that we've installed, and me lying on my back under the layout when we're installing these things, rewiring. He's an old Air Force electrical engineer, so he has great knowledge with the electronic side of it, and I have great knowledge of the software side of things. So the two of us bang heads together and came up with this simple idea. And we've come up since we've been installing these things, we've got bags of basically big rubbish sacks of wire, unneeded wire, where the old-fashioned way 30 years ago was to run a cable from the points motor all the way back into the panel and then have it transmit back that way when you flick the little toggle switch. And now we've come down to these little tiny things that use basically nothing at all to build the panel.
You've inspired me. I have so much wire. Never mind.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
Yes. Yeah.
By the way, old people with lots of knowledge and experience, we call institutional knowledge nowadays, just to be polite. I think. But we need more people like that to share what they know. And 70 plus years old isn't old anymore.
No. We just need to use his brain, and it's got him going. He's really enjoying it because it gives him something to do as well. He likes building these things up and comes up with concepts. Some of the guys down the club, their eyes roll back in their head, as you said, and he starts talking about it, and it goes way over, and I listen in and things, and we come up with these cool ideas. So things are going along. Do you have any questions or anything that you'd like to know about things?
Well, one in particular is where would be the best place to look for this code? I don't know if it's something we can post on YouTube or if a Facebook site for NMRA might be best.
Yeah, Facebook. I can send it through to you guys, and you can post it somewhere, because I'm not sure. I could put it up on our Western Districts Model Railway Club site, Facebook page, and share that link through. So today sometime I'll get that code up there. I'll turn the PowerPoint into a PDF as well, so you guys can read through it and things like that. I'll put the Uno code up. I'll put the Nano code up there, and
that'd be real helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. We're also looking at with this bit here, the IC squared part and the power supply, but COVID got in the way. Is we're going to turn these two parts that have the cable these on into common little circuit boards, because this is a very common thing that we've decided that we need another 10 or so of to actually build.
Yeah, so you're going to put it into one board. By the way, Kent McBee asked, what fritzing app are you using? Speaking of creating your app.
I'm just using the freebie one online, the one that Arduino says to use. So there's multitudes of them, but you just search for fritzing online. I can tell you exactly which one it was. It's just fritzing.org is the one that I've been using. It's an open source one. I'm an open source programmer, so I love these open source programs and go with that rather than spend $20 on something you might use 3 or 4 times. So So
right. Well, do you mind sharing your contact info as well, maybe in the chat later, so that
can
people
do.
have
Yes.
additional questions? We can get those directly to you.
Mm-hmm. There's also a fairly good Facebook board that we post on as well called Arduinos and model railroading, which is very useful. I don't care if you're these guys are great because you can ask the simplest question in the world about an Arduino, being a beginner, or you can ask the most complex question in the world and someone will answer it. No one will say, don't ask that question here. So it's one of those places where you can be a novice or a newbie to an advanced coder, and someone will point you in the right direction. You'll find things out and share, and everyone likes sharing around there. So that's really good. But there is an expansion that I've got an idea for this panel, which you guys might all be interested in as well. That our good friend, if you've heard of Gert or Speed, has come up with his little Wi-Fi transmitter that he's using with his I have one here with his IC squared little 16-pin Adafruit. This is an Adafruit one as little board here that is really good. So basically, he's got a Nano with the Wi-Fi on, and he's using that for signaling. And with my panel here, changing this to have a Wi-Fi module on it means that over what's called an MQTT, which is a whole another clinic, basically is Internet of Things. Basically, it means that you can transmit the Wi-Fi back to your JMRI and vice versa, and actually store the last state that you were in on your panel as well. With which is the next step in this. So which I'm gonna get off.
Gert has been watching, and we've been communicating on Messenger. I was curious what were NeoPixels, but now you have me really curious about these Wi-Fi modules as well.
Yeah, no,
maybe that's another one entirely.
Yeah, it means that you don't need DCC LocoNet and all that sort of stuff. You eliminate a lot of the wires, and you can talk to your JMRI. You can have a little software panel on the screen for your CT for your operations guy, and he can click a button and it'll change the light on the panel, sort of thing. And then the local guy pushes the button that changes the switch on the panel itself. So that's the next extension of these things, and that's where we're heading down for operations, especially where you can and somehow lock this panel. So if you push a button, it doesn't do anything. If you've got the CT operator taking charge, so someone can't walk past and just change the track and route something the wrong way. So. Yeah.
I use keyed switches actually, so I can lock them out. Yeah.
That's a good idea. Put a keyed switch on the panel, so you lock it out. You have to switch it on to take control.
Right.
Yeah.
To give local control. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So thank you so much. Oh, since you brought up the Wi-Fi module, this is a pet project. I've been wondering at what point are we going to be able to add a Wi-Fi module to maybe an Arduino or a Mini Pro into a freight car, so it can transmit data about its load, its weight, and how it can modify how the engine behaves as well.
Yeah, you should be able to do that. You'd need some way of changing if you're running DCC, changing the AC into DC. So you need an analog to digital converter. So you can get a nice, because basically the Wi-Fi modules, you need 3.3 volts to get the Wi-Fi to continually move. To run, and you can get little nanos that actually have the ESP32s. Have I got one of those around here somewhere? No, I haven't got one handy at the moment. But the little Wi-Fi modules will actually they're actually built into these. So these will be big enough for a scale car or an S-scale.
Yeah, I imagine you could use a battery backup or a capacitor to charge from the rails when it's available.
We've run these. One of our display layouts uses Wi-Fi modules because the length is quite long, and the IC squared bus was getting the length was getting to near the maximum, and we've actually got these running off 9 volts with a Wi-Fi module on them. Some similar panel that sends a command down to the other end of the layout. So you could run a little battery pack inside your freight car if you wanted to.
Well, there's so many possibilities. I wish we could continue talking, but I'm glad to meet you, and I finally found you on Facebook, and thank you for letting me join you as a friend, and I look forward to learning more.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed it.
Marty, do you have anything you want to add?
Thank you,
Michael. Thank you again.
That's okay. Anytime.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm Neil Erickson from the Big Island of Hawaii. We're going to travel all the way back to Scotland, actually Orkney Island of the northern tip of Scotland. I think you're almost into the Arctic Circle, aren't you, Gordy? But
probably closer than you are.
Gordy Robinson is responsible for getting me involved in the NMRX, so thank you, Gordy. And you're basically the manager and the guy who's been putting together all these programs. And I see that you are advertising or wearing your AML shirt, which I think is a common link for many of us. And this morning, I'm sorry I missed it because I was here, but I wanted to hear you on Tom Barbalet's Model Rail Radio. I hope that went all right. And so Gordy's going to talk a little bit about, well, I'll let you introduce that part, Gordy, because I think everybody knows you and you don't need much of an introduction. So I'll let you run with it. Thanks very much.
All right, thanks. So yeah, this is a clinic that I gave a week or so ago, but I said I'd come and give it to the SERx. So my clinic is around how you can use track charts for track planning, and I'll get this screen share going just here, and Martin will make that full screen, and we'll be ready to go. So I don't need much introduction, but a little bit about me. So I live in Orkney in Scotland. I volunteer with the National NMRA team and also within the British region quite heavily. My primary scale is N scale, so all the things that you're going to see today are N scale. I promised myself I'm not buying any more things in other scales, and then last week I agreed to buy a HO locomotive, so that's not going very well. But I model railroads in the southeastern Wisconsin. I currently hold 4 AP certificates and working towards another 2. That'll get me 6. So I then just need to get 1 done for finish that all off. I also have other layouts in both HO and in O scale 2 rail. So as they say in Australia, a rubber bander. So I do quite a few different scales. So I don't believe we should do a clinic without some learning objectives. So the things that this clinic's going to cover, so that you've got time now to exit the room and go over to one of the other streams, is what are track charts and track maps, why should you use them, where to find them, and working with them, how to understand them, and we'll work through a worked example of how I designed one of the decks on my Wisconsin Northern Division N scale layout. So introduction's over. Let's get into the meat of it. So track chart. This is a snippet of a track chart. This track chart was produced by the Wisconsin Central Railroad in 2001, just before the acquisition of that railroad by the Canadian National Railway. The location that you're looking at here is about 4 miles of mainline between Slinger, Wisconsin, and Ackerville, Wisconsin, and it also has another railroad's line on there, which is indicated in a different way from the main line of the railroad that produced the track chart. Let's just look at some key features that we have here on a track chart. Hopefully, should work. Yeah. So right at the top, the numbers 120, 121, 122, 123 are mileposts. It gives you your distance between things. You've then got the gradient, so you can see relative to water level, so relative to sea level being 0, you have the grade, or relative to the datum, sorry, not necessarily sea level, but here it's whether it's falling or rising. So on this chart, you don't have it relative to sea level, but on this snippet, but you have you'll have that somewhere in the track chart book. And here you can see between these points whether the grade is rising or falling. So what we can see here is that we're actually looking at a hill. So we're going up grade from right to left and from left to right. And in the center there, between milepost 122, 121, we have a summit of the grade, and it comes down again or goes down again, whichever way you're looking at it. Then you have the track layout. So we can see there that there's a single track main line, or it appears to be, with a parallel single track main line of another railroad that crosses at Hurricane. Crosses with a line to Hurricane. It crosses, at Slinger. You can see the interlocking signals and everything, and all the different turnouts that are shown there. There's talking of signals. There are the signals. Each signal has a number, so we can see that those signals are block signals. And it's a full CTC railroad. We have the speed limit, and you can't just about see it there, but the speed limit on this particular section is 50 miles an hour. Grade crossings are shown with the name of the street or the identifier for the street as lines going straight across the tracks with the street and the name of it. There's also various feature positions, features of interest, whether those they be turns in the track or different pieces of track maintenance, track maintenance equipment or relay boxes or anything like that, signal posts, whatever. They're shown on the chart. If you really want to get into that level of detail. Come on, there we go. And then of course we have the curves with their relevant radiuses, whether the curve is to the right or the curve is to the left of the main line, whichever way you're looking at it. Whether you're following this track chart from right to left or left to right, depending on which direction you're wanting to look at. You have the curves, and from the curves and the degrees of the curve, based on the 100-foot chord rule, you can establish what the radius is. So there you go. So one thing to be wary of with track charts is the age of them, and they're only ever as good as the day they were drawn, just like any map, and things do change on the real railroad. So if you're looking at a track chart from 1975 and you're trying to model 2019, then you're going to need to probably find something more recent. So looking at this one, here's a photograph of that section of the track chart, and you can see it's totally different now. This is a photo taken in 2016 from when it was in 2001, and that's because after the CM purchased the Wisconsin Central, they worked with the local short line, the WISOR, to build a 10,000-foot long interchange, including 2 interchange tracks and dualing of the CN to add a passing side in there on the CM main. So big differences in just a few years. So know your period and make sure you get the most recent track map that you can. These things can change as frequently as the employee timetable. So work with what you can. But if you can't and things have changed, you can always do a hand-drawn map. Here's a hand-drawn map for this location with the way the photograph was. The photograph's taken from Sherman. I think it's Sherman. Yeah, Sherman Road, which is not a grade crossing. It's a bridge, as indicated by the fact somebody drew a bridge in, as opposed to drawing it just crossing the main line with a cross, which is typical for a grade crossing. So we can see that's an overbridge. There, I was standing on the overbridge when I took this photograph, and it's looking along. So you can see all the detail, and believe me, you can zoom in it and you can see all this. So you can see the length of the sidings. You can add quite a lot of detail. And these are available. You can usually get hold of these. Otherwise, you can draw them yourself and add the details. However, if like me or Neil, you live on a little island in the middle of an ocean, that's not so easy to go on site and on location and draw yourself a track chart or a track map. So there is a piece of software out there that's open source called openrailwaymap.org, and this is a website you can go to. It overlays track maps over the top of Bing Maps in this example here, so kind of like Google Maps, but gives you a lot more detail than Google Maps. If you zoom in on Google Maps, it doesn't tend to show you the sidings. It will only show you where the main line goes. And also, if you zoom in and you're in rural areas, then generally you've only got a satellite image to go from. It gets really difficult to actually see the detail there. So yeah, that's what we've got there. So you can see some extra features as well. You can see these other roads. You can see the crossing there. So it's quite useful to look at Open Rail Map. But I warn you all, it's a bit of a rabbit hole. So that's openrailwaymap.org. So why use them? Well, it's really going to help you create a realistic track plan because you're going to be following your prototype. You can't get more realistic than the real railroad. And if somebody says to you, well, that's not right, well, you know yourself that you drew it from the map and you based it on that. And we'll see what that looks like in a second. it'll help you to understand the railroad you want to model. If you've got the gradient, rather than just having a track map, you've also got to use the track chart so you can see the gradient and you can see the curves. You can understand, well, why is it that they can only send a train of a certain length up here? Well, actually, it's because it's a really steep grade, and here's the grade. Well, where does the grade start and where does the grade stop? And you can understand that and apply that to your model when you're doing the layout design. And it's really important because it's just going to give that slight hint of realism to your operations, and it'll increase your enjoyment. If you're into operations, location of signals and turnouts is important to you. If you want to do some realistic interlocking, then you're better looking at the real place and seeing what that looks like. The lengths of prototype sidings. So if you're going to scale down, generally we don't have the space to model one to exactly 87 times smaller than the real thing if you're in HO, or 160 times smaller if you're in N. Although in N scale it's easier because the scale mile in N scale is 32 feet, which makes things a little bit easier, but still modeling prototype length sidings is difficult. So if you know the length of all the sidings, you're able to compress them all equally, and then you can still have the same restrictions, although slightly different. You can still have the same restrictions as a real thing. And both of these things, both track maps and track charts, way more information than you'll get from Google Maps, even if you go down to a satellite image, especially in rural areas. So really worth having a look at openrailmap.org and purchasing yourself a track chart. And we'll come on to where you can get those in a little bit later on the presentation. A lot of people talk about Sanborn maps. If you look back through NMRAX clinics, you have Randy Hamill and a few other guys talking about how they design their layouts from Sanborn maps. That's great if you're modeling pre-1960. Fantastic. Still great if you want to know the size of a structure, because most structures have still been in place since the era of Sanborn, if they've not been slightly modified, but the core of the building still gives you the sizes, and they're great tools and great resources, but they're no good for a modern image modeler. Absolutely useless, really. So you want to see what tracks are still there today. If you can't go on site and actually research your area in person by standing there, then you're going to need a modern map and you're going to need a modern track chart. As I just said, absolutely vital if we're modeling a prototype from thousands of miles away. So some sources at openrailwaymap.org. Check out your Railroad Historical Society. There is one for every railroad. Some have got more than one. Some have got railroads, historical societies for what the railroad became. So Conrail has one of those. So if you're a Pennsy modeler, you can also go to Penn Central Historical Society, or or Conrail, and it carries on through. Railfan and Depot is a great website. Has loads of Railfan resources, but we can use those for our modeling as well. And also on social media, there's many Railfan groups on Facebook, and with online forums and stuff like that. Just go and ask. That's what I did. That's how I got the track maps that were hand drawn for the Wisconsin Southern. So you just have to ask. So that's basically why you should use these things. But let's look at how much easier it makes the track design of this layout. So. And then I apologize now if you want to switch off after 15 minutes, because this clinic was originally written as a layout design clinic. So designing the Wisconsin Southern Railroad. So we're looking at the Oshkosh and Markeson subdivisions in N scale, but that's where we got to. That's not where we started from. So here's a line drawing of the system, the Wisconsin Southern system. And what you should know as some background into this design is that I model the CN, or I want to model the CN Waukesha sub ex-Wisconsin Central, and I particularly want to model it between Slinger, Wisconsin and Waukesha, Wisconsin, because it's really interesting. The UP crosses over the top of it. The CP, ex-Milwaukee Road, going up to the Twin Cities, and from Milwaukee to Twin Cities, crosses it on a double diamond at DePlainville. There's Byron Hill, there's all kinds of stuff up here to the north of it, which we may or may not be able to include in that plan. It's great location, lots of traffic, lots of print works and paper mills and all that kind of stuff. So there's most of it, though, is the main line between Western Canada and Chicago. So lots of traffic. But the Wisconsin Southern serves a huge grain area, Madison and the urban area down to the south. But in the northern division, a lot of grain, a lot of light industry, quite interesting traffic, still short and manageable trains that are very modelable. And you've also got the traffic that runs between the northern and southern divisions over the CN. So it's quite a lot going on. It's quite a cool place, quite interesting to model. But I just don't have space to model the whole northern division of the Wisconsin Southern. However, modeling two subdivisions that potentially fan out from the not potentially, they do fan out from the division yard at Horican, which you can see here, could be modeled. So the track plan that I did focuses on the Oshkosh and Marketing subdivisions, and the Milwaukee subdivision that connects Horican to Slinger, where it connects to the CN. That's represented on my track plan by a removable connection, and so there's a little bit of runtime there, but nowhere near as much. And I just don't have the space to model the Milwaukee sub. And to be honest, there's not that many industries between Horican and Slinger, so there's not that much work. It would just be run by rail fanning, which I didn't really want. Like 6 meters of track will be enough. So operations is really important. Where do the trains go? What do we want to model? Why do we want to model different places? How many cars go to different places? How many cars are interchanged? How many industries? How much work is there going to be? Will they get the right number of operators? All really important. You can't track plan without understanding what you're wanting to do for operations. Otherwise, unless you just want to watch the trains go by and you want a track plan that gives you the best views to watch your models, fine. That's what you want to do. It's not my interest. So operations to me are really important. And let's have a look at the trains we could run on this quite small layout. There are 3 locals, which you can see indicated by the train numbers here, which is starts with an L on the Wisconsin Southern. So L597, L595, L187. Those are the 3 locals that run on this route. And there are seasonal grain extras denoted by G for grain. Very, very clever on the Wisconsin Southern. So you have G591 and G592, which is an out and back grain extra that runs from Ripon, but that interestingly I've discovered has road power from the CN now. So quite interesting to run that as an extra as and when I've got enough crews. And there's also 2 yard jobs down in Horican. That means it's a 24-hour yard crew down there. So really good. So that actually gives us a total of 6 crews for an operating session if all those trains were to run. Plus, on top of that, we would need a yard master for Horican and a dispatcher. And in a little minute, you're going to see that simply won't all fit in the layout space I have. So we're going to need to consider some or all of these roles being remote, as in operators not in the layout room, operators being anywhere in the world. But just briefly, just talking about where do things happen, what I did is by using the track maps and the customer lists for the railroad, we're able to determine that the majority of switching on a day-to-day basis and the majority of activity takes place in these key locations. There are industries in the other towns not served, but realistically, we're talking 1 or 2 rail-served industries, whereas Oshkosh, we're talking quite a lot. Ripon, again, a lot. Brandon's interesting, not from a switching perspective, but it's where the junction is between the 2 subdivisions, so it's quite important to model it in terms of understanding and continuity for the operators. At Utley, there's a mine, and at Marketing, there's about 6 different industries we can model, including a huge transload facility, so lots and lots of customers, and basically an infinitive amount of customers that could be rail served through a transload facility. There's also one in Oshkosh and in Ripon, so really interesting, really good things to model. So in terms of operations, those are the trains we just looked at. There's the locals. There's also T003 and T004. Those are the interchange trains between the north and south subdivisions. One runs through the night, and one signs on at 1 in the morning, runs through in the early morning down to Chicago after it's assembled its train in Horican, and the other one runs back the other way from Janesville to Horican over the evening through the night, and then the power turns and goes back. So you don't have the 2 trains passing each other on the CN usually, and it's also a good way to move motive power from one subdivision to the other. So these trains are quite interesting. They can have quite a lot of head end power that they don't need, but it's just local moves. There's 2 yard jobs. And the yard jobs also serve Horican customers, so the locals don't do any switching in Horican itself within the town or the yard. That's done by the yard job. The locals just switch beyond or work industries that are beyond. And what's interesting here is that the L597 local that runs to Markeson serves all the industries between Brandon, where the junction is, and Horican. And the locals that run up the Oshkosh sub don't start serving industries until they passed Brandon. So it's quite interesting. Got to think about how that works, seeing as those locals crews both are ordered and start their shifts at the same time. And then the grain extras that you can see here as well. So quite a lot of traffic actually. Yeah, so this is all you would really get from a modern short line timetable. The Whizzer uses track warrants. There's no signals apart from where the interlocking where it connects and crosses the CN. So all you're going to get is this pretty much. You know when the crews start their shift, and you know where they go, and you know what days they work, and that's about it. And that's about all you need. So givens and drovers. John Armstrong introduced the concept of givens and drovers a long, long time ago. It's used more and more. If you go out and obtain a private layout design for your layout, then givens and drovers list is going to be the first thing you get. And givens are basically features or limitations you must have. Either they're forced on you by the size or shape of the room, your economics, or your own desires. For example, in my case, the room size is a given. It's not going to change, and I have to live with it. But I did design the house, so I kind of knew I was living with it from a while ago. Drovers are things you'd like to have or you'd rather have. So they are negotiable. You should still list them, but you've got to accept that anything that goes on the list, you're not going to get all of it. If you put everything on the givens list and nothing on the drovers list, you're going to get stuck and never move forward with designing a layout. So really be brutal. It's absolutely kind of like water for life. If I don't have this, I'll die. Is what should go on a givens list, and absolutely everything else is negotiable. So this was my givens and drovers list. Given was it had to be N scale. Just because you model a scale doesn't mean that the layout you're going to build has to be in that scale. Especially if you've got space restrictions, you can end up going smaller. The size and shape was restricted by the room. I knew it wanted it to be multi-deck because I knew how much I wanted to fit in there. Wasn't going to require it to be multi-deck. I knew it had to connect into my other phase of my layout. It could be standalone, but it wasn't going to be permanently. That trains were never going to leave and go to the other layout. That just wouldn't make sense. I knew I wanted at least a 10-car train because at least 10 cars makes it look like it's a real train and it goes around the corner. Minimum radius was 11, ideally bigger than 11-inch radius. And the locomotives were, as the baseline, going to be 4-axle Jeep 32s because that's Jeep 38-2s because that's what the real railroad has. They do have some SD40s, but on these subdivisions, it tends to be Jeep 38-2s. On my nice to haves, I wanted to include the yard at Horican. I wanted to be designing for remote operations, but it's not essential. We could scrap the whole remote operations and just work a timetable where it just goes one train runs and the next train, then the next train if we wanted to. So it didn't have to be remote operations. It doesn't have to be remote operations. I wanted it to meet the requirements of a layout in order for others to come to Orkney, have a holiday, and attain some hours towards their chief dispatcher certificate. I wanted it to be a walk-in, shelf design, no duck unders. This is for longevity. I don't do duck unders. I'm 6 feet tall, so a duck under needs to be pretty high for it to be a nod under for me. So it's just a no-no from the get-go. The whole thing needs to be achievable in 12 months. I work quick, get things done, but still it needed to be achievable in 12 months. I don't want to lose interest in this thing. I'd like it to have full bot detection and remote turnouts for the whole remote operations thing. But again, I could slide that if the economy didn't work out for that. And I wanted to try and model all 3 subdivisions north and west of Horican. Now you can see I've already given that away that I didn't get that in. So looking at the available space, here is my railroad room in my brand new house that we've just built. The area that I've got is given to me by the staircase. The staircase didn't fill that space. Hindsight, probably wish it had, but it hasn't, and we built the house now, so it's tough. Gives me a little L-shaped space. What was I going to do with it? It's not big enough really to put a sofa in. I could put a lot of beer fridges in it, but probably don't need them, or I can hide them under the helixes anyway. So The cool thing is it's on the ground floor of my house, or the first floor if you're in the US, but in the UK, it's the ground floor. It's a purpose-built room. It's finished. Very important that it's finished, and it's got a stone floor. The stipulation from the boss is that the walls cannot be damaged because we've just spent a fortune in building the house and plastering and painting, and they've done an absolutely fantastic job. There is a few windows that need to be covered, but once they're covered, the layout can go in front of them. Covered by net curtains is what we've done, so that you can't see the back of a horrible layout. Not a horrible layout, but the horrible back of the layout. So that's the same for this area. There's still another window. The window's indicated in grey there on the outside. The black is doorways. So you'll see that in a second. We've got some photographs of the layout. I'm going to do it for time. Good. So unlike the CN section of the layout, which is going to be modular, triple deck modules in N scale laser cut based on the Toma principle, but hey, why not do the first triple deck Toma layout? That's what we're going to do. But we just can't get the stuff laser cut right now because of COVID. But unlike the CN section, this, because it's in the alcove, doesn't need to be removable, so it's going to be fixed. It must interchange with the CN, and there's deck height there for the part of the CN triple deck. It's going to interface at 145 centimeters, which is roughly just less than 5 feet. So when I draw a multi-deck layout, I always draw a plan that I call a standing in the aisle plan, and a lot of people always draw track plans looking from the sky, looking down, and that's great. But when you're building a multi-deck layout, what you need to make sure is that there is vertical separation as well as horizontal separation, so that the layout doesn't become congested and everybody's not trying to work a different deck, but all in the same part of the layout or the layout room. Everyone trying to stand in the same space, irrespective of social distancing, is not going to work, and it's gonna screw the layout and screw up operations on the layout just as much as a choked yard. But unlike a choked yard where there is an excuse and it can happen on the real railroad, there's not really an excuse when there's nothing really stopping you moving forward or moving backwards other than the fact that you can't access where you need to. So I drew this plan. Blue on the left is the CN, and yellow or your orangey goldy color on the right is the Wisconsin Southern. The darker the shade, the more car moves and the more operations occur in that space. So Waukesha, it says Waukesha Lime and Stone, that's a spelling error on there. That's Waukesha Yard at the end on the CN, and Fond du Lac, that's Fond du Lac Yard. Obviously, yards, busy place. They are not above each other, so there's vertical and horizontal separation. Waukesha Lime and Stone in the middle there is quite a busy place, so there's separation there. Now we're over on the Wizard. It's not so easy to break that out, but it's very difficult to avoid having busy areas one above the other. But there's more remote operations and should be less trains there than on the CN. So hopefully we can use a timetable to help get the separation right. But again, Hurricane Yard is going to be the busy place, and Oshkosh is also busy, but Ripon, Utley, Marketing and Brandon are not as busy. Okay, so quite cool. I've shared this slide once before. I don't mind sharing this with other people if they themselves want help designing the layout from the aisle. So we're going to now focus just on this one deck. And this will give you an idea of how much work you should be putting into designing a track plan for just one deck of your layout. So this is Oshkosh. This is taken from openrailwaymap.org, but additional information has been brought into this from the hand-drawn track maps and also from using Google. What we can see here is 5 switching areas, distinct areas. That's the Watco port, the Lico Steel LLC, Lapham Hickey Steel and WOW Logistics, the Bemis plant, and the Oshkosh Trucks end loading ramp right at the end of the track before it goes across and hits the highway. So interesting, this subdivision actually ends in an end loading ramp. So if you lose control of your train, you're going to hit an end loading ramp. But basically, there are layout design elements. You can take layout design elements down to a very small bit of just team track. But for me, I'm going to take this down into layout design elements at a higher level, at a more of a 5,000 foot look. And let's treat each of these as a layout design element or an area of the layout to be designed. from the end there, from the bottom left where the railroad crosses Wisconsin Highway 91, and to the end of the track at Oshkosh Trucks' loading ramp, it's about 3 scale miles. So in end scale, that would be about 96 feet. So there's no way we're going to get 96 feet in the space I've just shown you, so we're going to significantly need to compress this. So how do we do that? Well, let's have a look at it. First things first, look at the customers, because we need to decide what we're getting rid of. So before we can do that, we need to know which customers we can lose based on if we want to operate this railroad prototypically. Then we need to look at losing a customer potentially that is duplicated, or we need to look at losing a customer that maybe doesn't have as much traffic as the others if we really want to have a high density amount of switching on this layout. Now, no surprise, the transload facility there handles 5 customers. When this was written, probably more or less can be added on an ad hoc basis, but regularly they're handling 5. The WTPS is Watco Transload Port Services or something like that. It's definitely Watco Port Service. I can't remember what the T is. I think it's transload or transfer. So that's at the same site. That's now 3 more. So there's 8 customers there. So we can't lose that bit of the layout. Bemis handles plastic pellets. It's quite a large industry. It's handling car movements every day. Lico Steel taking bulkhead flats and gondolas, and export stuff on bulkhead flats. Flat cars and gondolas, and they bring in steel pipes. All kinds of stuff goes into there. Oshkosh Trucks, vehicles come in and vehicles go out, either for maintenance or from production out to the military. And Wow Logistics exports various products in box cars, so they don't actually receive anything other than empty box cars. Lappapicky Steel, steel coil. Hang on a minute. We found our duplicate industries. So there's 2 steel industries. They're bringing in similar amounts of car traffic. We can actually represent them on our railroad as one industry. No one's going to know unless you know as much about this railroad as me or a local. So it doesn't really matter. Doubt it. Anyone in Orton is going to know that we emitted it. So that means we get rid of one of them. And that means we can maintain the same level of traffic, same look and feel of the prototype in our model, but it doesn't hurt us too much. So let's have a look at now converting this track map into a track plan. So we said we look at it in terms of layout design elements. Well, here is a Google image of the Watco port. It's very difficult to understand where the tracks are and what everything is there from the view from above. If you overlay a track map, look at that. So now we can see, we now actually know the car spot numbers identified by the railroad, 691, 692, 693, but we also know there's grain bins, grain elevators there. We know that there's 2 industries. We can see where the Watco Port Services part is to the south. We can also see where the passing sidings are and where the yard limits are, and the actual distance is actually less than a mile from one end to the other. So it's quite a condensed little facility. So that's great. And there's a picture of it. It's quite interesting. There's some military vehicles there being loaded at Oshkosh Trucks, ready for export. And you can see some ethanol tank cars in the background and some covered hoppers. And those grain elevators or grain silos are absolutely massive. So we may not be able to fit those on, but we can at least have a representation of that industry. So let's have a look at the designing of this. There's a track map, and this is what we converted that track map into in terms of a layout design. So we've compressed the length of the siding that goes off to the northwest of the terminal, but we've included the ethanol plant. We've got the spurs going off into the aisle. We're going to include some grain bins. We've made the siding parallel instead of going off at an angle, just so that we can model some grain bins. Otherwise, we would have no room there without taking aisle space. We've omitted the transload facility at Watco, but what we'll do is we'll add it to this spur here. So we kind of have compressed and compromised, but the key thing here is that we can represent the industry without modeling the whole industry. It would take up just too much space. Those grain bins are absolutely huge. And by terminating the ends of the sidings into the aisle without actually modeling them, we can give the illusion that the track continues. to serve somewhere else, but obviously we're leaving enough there to actually spot some cars. The next place was Wow Logistics. Here's a track map of Wow Logistics. We can see we've got 2 spurs, and if you look at the photograph, look at the track map, the photograph's taken from this grade crossing. You can see the grade crossing sign just there. And so there's the street, Oakwood Road. There's the line going off down into Wow Logistics. There's all these bushes, so you can't actually from the railroad see the loading doors. You can only see it from the street. And that's the track off to the steel plant that we decided we're not going to model. Great. So where does that look like? Well, we're now into the corner where we're doing a 180-degree corner. So corners are great, good to fill with industries. We'll model a steel place to the left there to mimic all of the steel traffic that there is to Oshkosh. Oakwood Road stays. Probably should say that this other side of Oakwood Road is actually where the Lico Steel LLC company is. So we model the streets just to give our operators a kind of fixed reference point of where they are on the layout, like a landmark. While logistics, we can take off into the corner and have it right on the back scene, because to be fair, that building's got a flat roof, there's not much to it, it might as well be a background building rather than just modeling a lot of big square building. And so that fits quite nicely in the corner. That's from the yard. Oops. And so incorporate, as I said, we incorporate one industry. We can reduce the traffic, but it doesn't reduce the car types that we'll see on the way out. That's a photograph of Bemis. It's huge again, but lends itself quite well to be a background building. You can just kind of see the covered hoppers popping themselves over the top there. Quite cool. We'll have to try and mimic that in the scenery. So Bemis is actually off at kind of 45 degrees from the main line. Doesn't bode well for us in terms of the space that we've got. We want a narrow shelf layout. We don't want to be taking things off at 45 degrees. So actually what we're going to do is we're going to bend that so that it parallels the track. And the fact that the track curves away at each end, so that you won't be able to see Bemis when you come around this corner on the left-hand side, will probably help to give the illusion that isn't parallel in the track. And if we put some bushes in between like you see here in the scenery, it all kind of blends together. Great. So by turning that industry, I said through 90 degrees, but it's not quite 90 degrees. It allow for switching using the main. If we can park our train on the main here, we're not in anyone's way, and we can use the switching lead there on the main and switch that, which is great. And it means this whole scene fits into a 7-inch wide deck, which is very, very narrow, but end scale actually gives you loads of real estate. We'll see some pictures of the layout in the end. We've still got 5 minutes. Oshkosh trucks, probably one of the greatest industries ever that can be modeled. And this is what it looks like. It's the red. If you're wondering what on earth you're thinking, God, you're a nut job, I am. The industry is that little red thing at the end. It's a loading ramp. Now, they've just recently put some extra loading ramps in at the transload facility to help relocate some of this because of how long the trains are. But it's still, the loading ramp is still there, and the period I model, it was used, so we'll use it. So basically, all that there is here is lots of trees and shrubbery. There is actually a street here that's not on that map. So we'll have the road that runs parallel to the highway here at the end, the loading ramp. Bemis is just here off to the right, and we'll put some houses in there to make it actually look like people actually live, and we're not just modeling the track and the industries. We'll actually have some nice houses there to make it look like people actually live here. That corner was looped off, as you'll see in the photograph. So having an industry on a switching lead is usually frowned upon as creating a switching puzzle, but it's not only is it prototypical, it also means that operations are interesting because you can still use this corner as a switching lead into Bemis, but you can't go and take a huge cut of 10 cars and put them into Bemis if there's something parked here that's being loaded with Oshkosh trucks. It's simple as that. But that's just the same situation they have on the real railroad, and there's no need to take a cut of 10 cars up there. So, it just means switching takes longer and it's a little bit more prototypical. So there's the overall plan. Just look at the key elements there that we just looked at. That's the Watco port. That's the transload facility as it comes out of the helix. That's Wow Logistics. This is Oshkosh and Bemis. And there's Oshkosh trucks. So it fits quite nicely. That's a very, very small space. For those people that think they haven't got room for layout, I think we can disprove that for everyone if we tried hard enough. So what does that give us? It gives us 9 locations to spot cars, space for 29 car spots, a yard capacity for 29 cars, so it matches very nicely. Just this one deck gives us 1 or 2 jobs or crews, both L97 and L597, the 2 locals. L197 actually realistically becomes the yard crew for Oshkosh as well. The total space there is only 13.5 square feet, but the total track length is over 50. And then you've also got the helix that takes you up to the next deck. So this was quickly about 2 weeks ago now. This was the first day. This was at 12 o'clock. This is how quickly you can get a layout going. So this was midday. We started at 10 o'clock in the morning. We put up the stud work using the timber that we had available in Orkney, which is actually for putting on shingles on a roof. But anyway, it's structurally sound. That's why it's painted blue. It's strength tested. At 4 o'clock, we had the main bench working for the whole deck. We were still putting some strengthening in at this point, but we had most of it in. By 8 o'clock that night, we had the track laid, ready for at least just laid down onto the benched work. It wasn't actually glued down at this point, but it was laid. So yeah, that was a day to get this layout up and running. It's great stuff. We used Cato Unitrack. The reason we use Cato Unitrack is because currently it's the only thing that's available in the UK in sufficient quantity to get the layout going. We then ordered a flat pack helix. It's a CNC machined from Germany. Which came, it's quite a tight radius. That's actually 11-inch radius. I'm sure that's been one of the questions it usually is. That's an 11-inch radius helix, single track for us. But the company there in Germany makes various radiuses, radii. This is what it looks like tonight. This is how much progress we've made doing NMRAX things for the last 2 weeks. We've done a 7-day event since I started this layout, and we've done today with 3 live streams, another 30 hours. So it's been busy time for me and the guys, but this is how far we've got. The helix is in. The helix just took 2 hours to assemble. No messing about with that. All the wiring's in. The wires that you can see dangling there, which you'll see on the next picture, are actually the turnouts. I'm just waiting for to be able to buy a electrical component to connect up the turnouts to the NCE power cab system that we're using. The reason the clamps are on as well is because between doing work on dinner tonight, I went and glued the back scenes in. So here's here you're looking at Bemis on the left. You'll be seeing the Wow Logistics on the left at the back there, the steel company on the right. The very small grain bins don't really do justice to the real grain bins at Oshkosh, but they're just in there to give an idea of where that's going. Here's the Watco terminal. On the right-hand side before we enter the helix. There is a fascia to go on here. It's painted and ready to go, but we've not fitted it yet. There's the thing, and that is the end of the presentation. But as it's the last one of the day and I've got time and this can run forever, just quickly show you guys the rest of this plan. So there's Ripon, that's deck 2. A few more grain industries there. We have a helix, goes into another helix. That's helix 2 and helix 3. Because we then have deck 3, which is 145 centimeters, which is where Hurricane Yard is at the bottom. There's another metal company in Hurricane on the way out of Hurricane towards Brandon. You actually turn that corner and you'll cover 11 miles, but hey ho, that's just a compromise we have to make. You're in Brandon, and then that's where Helix 2 will have Helix 3 sitting on top of it with the same threaded bar, and the Helix will go to the right, down to level 2 to the left. You'll go up to the final level, and there's the final level, which is the mine, which is for frac sand at Utley, and then into Marcusson itself. So that's where the other local will do its work. And I'll stop sharing, and that's the end of that.
Awesome, Gordy. That's amazing. You've given this a lot of thought.
Yeah, well, when you build your own house, you tend to have a little while to plan.
A little free time.
A little bit of free time.
I've built lots of houses. Are you laying on cork road bed, or is the track you're using comes with a road bed built in?
So Cato Unitrack comes with a road bed built in. So we're not laying onto anything really, other than the plywood.
Plywood, yeah.
But there's a plastic road bed underneath the Cato Unitrack. And
so
I think. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I like the fact that you've incorporated actual locations, although it clearly wasn't a big priority that you have a lot of open running, right? So that you're going from work area to work area, and it's essentially a very large switching layout.
Essentially, it is. It's essentially each deck is a town. You go into the helix, and so when you go into the helix, your train will disappear for a period of time anyway. So that will give the operators the sense that their train is traveling from one town to another.
Yeah.
What you don't want to do when you've got 3 helixes is have a helix, have a deck that's got no work to do whatsoever, and then into another helix, because the crew will just get bored and stop watching what the train's doing. The next thing you know, it's fallen off the track. So, yeah, you will get the sense of distance, but it will come from the helix. It takes to go up that helix a realistic pace. Takes about 2.5 minutes. I've timed it, so that's plenty of time between levels.
Actually, it's quite a lot of time for a missing train. Have you thought about adding some cameras to watch your train progress along the route?
Yeah, so there will be IP cameras fitted various places because we're going for remote operations. So we need people to be able to see where their train is. So yes, there will be cameras.
Okay, so I missed the ground level, the first floor. Well, the base level, right, has a reverse loop at one end, or does it just continue up the helix to the second deck?
There's no reverse loop. I think the photograph that you may have saw there was just where we were just laying out where the helix was going to go. It's not actually a reverse loop. There may well be a reverse loop going in on one of the decks. Just as when I put deck 2 in, we may take a pause before we do Hurricane, and before we put the other helix in, we may put a reverse loop. But there isn't a reverse loop at the moment. It's just a terminus.
So there is an opportunity for some rail fanning if you just run it from the first deck to the second deck over to the other helix and back down again. Yeah.
There won't be, because we won't be connecting it in like that. It's going to be 2 branch lines that go to terminus. You can rail fan on the CN. So the CN is a continuous loop with return loops at each end. So if you want to rail fan, have the CN. For those that want to switch, they can go and switch the Wisconsin Southern. So it gives people the balance of what they want to do on the railroad.
Actually, I understand what you're doing. I wanted you to say it for the younger people that are watching, or people that don't have as much experience. A lot of the fun of running a model railroad, in my opinion, is working the local and avoiding the trains that are through freights, perhaps, right? So that's just me, and I'm not sure if you Givens and Druthers really addressed operation style.
It didn't, but if you look at one of my druthers was that people could meet the requirements of AP chief dispatcher, and that means that we've got to have yard masters. So by its nature, a yard needs to be switched. So there's switch jobs. It means we've got to have way freights and through traffic. It means that we've got to have a dispatcher. Now, the cool thing about this layout, of course, is there'll be 2 dispatchers. So there'll be a dispatcher that's running a full CTC system with the CN side, and there'll be a dispatcher that's going to be doing track warrants on the WISO side. And Brad, who helps with NMRX and is running Room 2 today, Brad's helping develop a system where we can do electronic track warrants to remote operators, where they can write down the track warrant and do it into
I like that idea a lot. Well, you and I are very remote from everywhere else, so I relate to that. One of the questions was, have you thought about doing a time lapse or slow motion camera to watch the progress? I mean, clearly you did a lot of work in one day, and it would be really fun to watch that in a 5-minute segment, perhaps.
I wish I had, because I mean, in one day we did the whole thing. I think after that first day, if we'd had a time lapse on, it would get a bit boring because it's been just 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there when I've managed to catch the time to do it. But yeah, I wish we had. And maybe when we put the next deck on, we will do a time lapse.
I think that'd be really fun. Maybe the last question, unless I can come up with some more on my own. Do you find that there's much noise by not using a traditional sub-road bed or road bed, cork or foam or whatever?
To be honest, in that room, because it's got a stone floor and it's got very boxy, the room, the locomotives echo, and my worry is actually not that there's going to be noise from the road from the you can't hear the rolling stock moving over the sound of the locos. It echoes around the room. And my worry actually is that if there was 20 or 30 locos running in that room, we might have to turn the sound down a little bit. But no, I think it would be a problem if you were using non-sound N-scale locomotives, but no, with sound, they drown out any road noise.
That actually was my next question, because for me, sound has made a big difference in how I model. It slows things down. It really brings the model railroad to life. And if you're using a proto throttle, it's simply amazing. Sound in N scale, is it tinny, or do you have another way to boost a bass, or what happens?
It can be tinny. I think you've got to use the best speakers that you can fit in the model. A lot of the stuff I use now in N scale comes factory fitted with sound, and that's not tinny at all. If it's tinny, you've got to turn it's easy to overdrive a speaker, and if it's tinny, you need to turn the sound down as the first thing. But then I think sound chips are all pretty much the same price now for quality. Lock sound, there's not much in it between a lock sound and a Soundtrax decoder. But where there is a lot of difference is the speaker, so it's well worth investing in decent speakers. The thing is, though, I don't think you can really. I don't personally believe you can have sound and some not sound. It's got to be all or nothing. So all of my locomotives on my layout in N scale have sound.
So Soundtrax actually make something surround sound, or something that will allow you to amplify the sound or follow the train about. Is that something you've considered?
No, at the moment everything actually has lock sound in it. But then I'm in Europe. It's a European manufacturer. It's a little bit more difficult to get things in from the States. What will happen in December? After December with that, I don't know. We may well move more to Soundtrax. Certainly, if Soundtrax were to come out with a N-scale power on board sound decoder that would slip straight into a loco, then yeah, I'd probably go Soundtrax. But
right,
we'll see.
Last question, I think. How did you secure the studs for your railroad to the walls or the floor? Did you do that?
They don't. It's completely freestanding.
Oh, really? Okay.
So ideally, no one's gonna go and play rugby in that room and have a rugby scrum go into it, because the thing will move. It does move, but the thing doesn't wobble. It's pretty solid. It kind of all self supports itself.
Yeah, well, your daughter's not quite big enough to reach up there yet, but I imagine she will be soon.
She has a box. So actually, Annabelle, my daughter, has a little box it's about, I don't know, about 15 inches square. It stands about 3 feet tall, and it has a little platform in the middle of it, and she can stand in there. And so she can stand in there and watch the trains, and she's pretty much the same height as Daddy sitting on his stool. She absolutely loves it. So
I think that's fantastic. Even my own layout.
The dog's walked into it and it doesn't move. But if big fat Gordy walks into it, then he does move. So it's pretty solid.
Yeah, big fat Gordy. Very funny. I didn't realize you were 6 foot tall. My layout, my upper deck is at about 60 inches. And so I actually have step stools, not only so I can reach in, but so people that aren't quite as tall as us can step up and have a better look. And so I think regardless whether your daughter is young or someone is just short stature, I think that's important in designing a layout as well.
Yeah, I think that nominally 145 centimeters is very tall. That'll be the eye level for most people. That'll be the tallest deck on the rest of the layout. It's just on the Whizor side to squeeze. We always want to squeeze more in, don't we? And I wanted to absolutely squeeze in the two different subdivisions so that people could go get lost and switch if you want to switch. Because the CN, we don't really talk in this presentation about the CN and what goes on that actual railroad. But there is only one local. So I'm like you. I like working the local because you take your time and you can take in the layout a little bit more when you work in the local. Whereas if you drive in the through train, you just go in green, and you're just going around the layout, which is fine to learn a new layout, but it's not for me every time. And so the CN actually only has one local. So it was our mutual good friend Tom Gazier, Master Model Railroader Tom Gazier, who sat me down in La Crosse, Wisconsin last year and said, "You like switching. I know you like switching. Why is there no switching on the layout?" if you can incorporate switching in your layout, you need to incorporate switching in your layout, or you're going to get bored of the layout because it's not like pandering to your own interest. So that's why we've added it. It is a switching district, simple as that. But it'll be cool.
Yeah,
It'll be 8 operators and only me in the room. It'll be great.
I think it's something that younger modelers need to realize. You don't need it to go round and round. You don't need it to go somewhere. You can have a simple module that is simply a switching layout, and I think you would be satisfied for years, honestly. So even if you just took Belkin Industries and just that would be probably enough for an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I switched. So I know where the industries are, so I have to use my imagination a bit. But I sat down and broke down a 12-car train, and I had 12 cars in the industries, and I just swapped the 12 cars out, and it took me 55 minutes.
Yeah.
Just to switch one deck. So
by the way, I forgot.
It's going to take 2 hours.
A question. Yeah, I forgot a question. What HO loco did you buy?
Oh, from Andy. Jeep 38-2 Wisconsin Southern locomotive. Because I have a HO scale switching layout that goes out to train shows, and it's one of those things. If you live in the UK and you model a short line and a locomotive for that short line comes available, then you buy it or you'll never see it again. So it was one of those things. I had to do it.
You had to do it. And if you're going to model the CN in Wisconsin, you got to have a scale model of Michael Ostertag, I imagine.
Yeah. So I should have got it. I have got it in my workshop. Well, my work home office, just behind that door. I have an N scale Wisconsin Central custom painted caboose, and I'm working on getting a Jeep 40 custom painted as Wisconsin Central 3018, which will be our tribute to Mr. Ostertag Spoon, who is a real railroader who operates trains over the Wisconsin Central. And I'm hoping him and Luke Lemons, who are both real railroaders on the real railroad, will one day come and dispatch virtually the railroad, because I think that would be awesome.
I agree. I think it'd be a lot of fun to run a train from Hawaii while you're operating in Orkney. So
the plan is that you'll be doing that by the end of next month. So.
Oh goodness. Okay. And I forgot my hat earlier, so I forgot it was Hat Day. But there we go.
It's Hat Day, yeah, everyone. It's Hat Day. Welcome to NMRAX SERx Hat Day. Anyway, I think that's it. I think that's all the questions. I just want to say, before I go, as the manager of NMRAX, an absolutely massive thank you to the NMRAX team. The guys today have done a fantastic job. It didn't all go exactly to plan early on today. Some of the clinicians had a few technical problems. That it wouldn't be NMRAX without some technical difficulties. This is all live. Some of the videos are pre-recorded, but the whole event is going out live. You're all watching it live. Everybody's doing this with their own technology at home, with their own internet service, their own geographical thermostatic and meteorological problems, as Neil has experienced today with his hurricane. And it sounds like there's a hurricane going on in Eastern Australia. So it's been great though, and a big thank you to the team from the SER. They've been good to work with, and if there's anybody else out there who wants to work with for a free convention for NMRA, representing the NMRA, then by all means get in touch and we'll look at whether we can do something this year or next year with you. But yeah, big thank you to all our clinicians and everybody else. And I think with that, thank you to you, Neil, as a final thing for coming in and hosting.
And I want to shout out to Marty, who I think was really tired from getting up at 3 a.m. his time. I think he probably went back to bed by now. But if you can hear us, Marty, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we've worked him very hard. But thank you, everybody. We'll transition over to some to the credits if I can find them in Martin's computer. Because what you don't realize is while Gordy was doing that clinic, Gordy also took over. Are you giving us a song?
Just giving you a roundup.
Brilliant. Awesome. Love it. We should record that. We'll use it.